Bowls New Zealand welcomes you to Hastings and day 2 of the Somerset Champion of Champion singles, where we see all the champions from each centre compete against each other for the right really to get through and become the national champion for 2022-23. I'm John Macbeth, and joining me today, I'm delighted that it's Joe Edwards and also Alex Reid. So you've got top quality commentators. Well, let's take Alex out of that and me out of that. But Joe, welcome, Joe. Nice to have you on board.
Thanks for the warm welcome, John.
Well, the game today that we're seeing is between one of your great mates, Val Smith, representing Nelson, having been the singles champion there, and she's playing against Janine Noble of Takaro. And the interesting thing is, Joe, that Val needs this, doesn't she? She's won 2 from her 3 games. You have to win 3 of 4 to qualify, so she needs this one.
Yeah, she does, and tricky campaigner, old Janine Noble. Well known throughout New Zealand, gets some really good successes over the years and on different surfaces. And with her already qualified, Val needing it, it's a tricky game. It's Janine's got nothing to lose, but in saying that, she'll want to knock Val Smith out.
Yeah. All right. And Alex, welcome back. You've had a decent sleep from a busy day yesterday. You are going to maybe take us through the table, because we've got the results so far that have been played, the 3 rounds completed so far. Here's the table as we look at it.
Yep,
and
so
I think you've got to look at...
Yeah, something like that. Sorry, John, I'm keen to talk, but just remember that it's 3 out of 4 to qualify. So there's actually a few players already, if you have a look, that have qualified. Briar Atkinson's 1-3, so she's through. Nicole Toomey, Lindley O'Callaghan, Jenny Anderson, Audrey Stevenson, John, one of your club mates, and Janine Noble already through on 3 out of 3, so they've qualified for post-section. And then we see Marilyn McLeod. She's missed out, played all her 4, 1-2 and lost 2. Natasha Grimshaw has a chance to qualify. She's 2 up and 1 down. Raywin Rennell, 2 up, 1 down, so she can qualify as well. Judy Adams in that same boat, and Val Smith, of course, in that boat as well. And then we see Carol Hawes from the Gisborne Bowling Club has won 1 and lost 3, so her campaign's over and done with. As we see Gayleen Kanawa, we saw she's had a lot of success at these Champion of Champion events before, but she's won 1 game and lost 2, so she can't qualify, and neither can Elaine McClintock, Catherine McGoey, Reen Bellis, Shirley Jones, or Jenny Taylor. Or apparently 2 more, and Dale Rowe and Sharon Leonard.
I see that name, Sharon Leonard, who we saw a few weeks ago in the Bowls 3-5 out of Kiatoa, South Canterbury. She has played both of these competitors today. That's Val Smith and Janine Noble. She lost to Smith 21-9 and 21-12 to Noble. Val Smith was beaten by O'Callaghan of Alexandra 21-15. So that was her blemish. And now we're into it. So Val Smith, Janine Noble, 1st to 21. And we've seen already in Val Smith's first game, neither of the players got to 21 shots. It was 17-14. So there is a time limit of 2 hours. So the familiar figure, the familiar bowl there of Val Smith playing that ditch side. So her forehand coming in this direction. Already we've seen the first bowl from Noble landing a couple of metres short. And that's not going to be a couple of metres short.
Good green though.
Both started off down that ditch hand. It's both found their line with their first bowl. It's obviously across the board. They've all had a game this morning, and each rink on each green can be different pace. So the first 2 ends are just a settling in, try and find your line, and your weight will come from that.
Alex, as you've seen the first bowls coming down from Janine Noble, and people will be watching it and saying, hang on, what's wrong with her? She's doing things a bit differently, her delivery. Tell us about that.
Yes. So Janine, obviously married to Mark Noble, and Mark, one of our para bowlers, steps off his right leg and his arm comes around it, and he taught her how to play bowls. So she's adopted that style, but look, it's the same every time, and she gets them away well enough. So I suppose if it works, it works.
Yep, use any tool in the box, eh?
Absolutely.
It's
Good
those,
green from these bowls, isn't it? The 4 bowls we've seen, just the weight to come.
Mary Campbell from, well, she was from Palmerston North, now up in the Bay. She was another one that played off the wrong foot. I think she had hip issues, but got that sorted, and she now plays, the way most people do.
More conventional.
Yeah.
the attitude of these two players will be different. Joe, as they're standing on the mat, Noble has already qualified. Val Smith needs us. So, how does that affect their approach?
Look, it's a funny one. We always say that if you've got a chance to knock someone out, it doesn't matter who it is. You've got to do it because they beat you, they qualify. You get drawn against them tomorrow, and they beat you, and it's so. I mean, it's a great opportunity for Janine to knock a great player out. But for Val and Janine, I mean, the whole thing is not getting too far ahead of yourself. You used to call it keeping your head on the mat. So it's just, it's the old basics. It's cliches, one bowl at a time, and not just getting too far down the track. Try and draw the shot, and if you do, next bowls are the same, or having to do something different. So it's just keep your head on the mat and draw the shot, really.
Oh, she's just needing to draw one now. She's one down, possibly two, with that shorter one of Val Smith. She might just cut this out, has she? No, not quite. So an opportunity to start with a couple for Val Smith. She's got them well spread. There's one right on the ditch, one pretty much just slightly over the jack, and 1.5 meters short by the looks of things. So one of those first ends where you're finding your way with the weight.
Definitely, but she's got a great opportunity here, Val. These are the bowls that are huge in games, not just singles. You talk about you lost it with your last bowl, or you lost it on the last end. These are the huge bowls that you've got a yard and a half to draw a counter, and these are the bowls that I think the very, very good players can play. Knowing that you've got a bit of room, but doing it as well, and Smithy's played a bomb, played
Great shot.
Shot.
Yep. So an obvious 2 there, and maybe a 3 to start. Interesting that Janine Noble doesn't bring the mat up, so they're using a mat at each end rather than carrying the mat. As most singles players tend to do that, don't they? They'll carry the mat. But
especially with these light mats, the heavy big green ones that you have, they're a bit different. But the light mats, most singles players do. But she's well within her rights to have one at each end.
You can use the light mats indoors, but in some areas, and I'm not mentioning any, but the light mats can get blown away. So it is a 2 by the looks of it. Yeah. So the first end, and ends don't count, but it's the first scoring part of this match between Val Smith and Janine Noble. It's a must win for Val Smith. She starts with a 2 and therefore leads by 2-0. On the mat, sending the jack down. How far does she want to play it? Medium length, medium to long. All right down to the 2 meter. So that's what they've settled on initially, and that seems to have been, Alex, from what we saw yesterday, there weren't very many short ends, were there?
Yeah, not many short ends, and it seems to be easy. I know the jacks are heavy as well on this indoor facilities. It's quite easy to accidentally overthrow the jack. So we have also seen a few jacks sort of be hoofed into the ditch and returned as well, John.
Yes. So
and possibly like Val's just done, with that jack going a little bit further, it affects the first bowl. A lot of times on the outdoor greens, people say you can get the weight from the jack, but on the indoor it's a little bit different.
searching for the right green and nailing it very well, Janine Noble. So her victories have been against Jennings of Waikiwi, 17-11. Then she beat, as I mentioned earlier, Leonard of Kiatoa, 21-12. And McLeod of Te Puke, 21-10. So 3 out of 3 for Janine Noble. She's therefore qualified for post-section. It'll be interesting to see how many get through.
Definitely the way you want to do it, win your first 3 and have a bit of a free hit in your last one.
Taking her time.
That's good. The marker didn't even need to go up to the jack and view it. She knew exactly where it was. Well, we'll suspect that she'd had a look earlier. Yep, so 1.5 bowls short. So it enables Smith to get in her mind exactly what she can play. She wasn't far away from wicking that bowl in previously, but she's tightened her line up
Close
now.
here.
It's not going to run it out.
Sign of a
Beautiful
good
line.
marker too. Just anticipating the questions that are going to be asked.
Yep.
I think some people in the
Phil
background
saying-
watching the live streaming, John.
Yes, yeah.
Obviously better than being there.
That's right. It's the first time we've seen anyone use that wider hand. Oh, and she's played it well too. Oh, just about getting that little inside edge would have been wonderful and taking her through for a couple, but she's certainly still holding shot, Janine. And Val Smith wasn't far away with that last bowl of hers, but it looks to be much more accessible on the forehand, doesn't it? So what will she do?
It does, but again, she's played three bowls down that backhand.
Yeah.
Val-
And you see her
Val
green
is
on those 3.
Yeah, it's she's got her line perfect with all 3.
Yep.
It's just trying to draw a shot as if no other bowl was on the green. You've got a free run to the jack. Don't cloud your mind with obstacles.
Yes, good thinking.
Wider.
Wider this time. Yes, yeah. That was and that was a great weight from my point of view. It was a great weight because if she had been on target, she had that opportunity to sit that shot bowl and move it out. It could have given her 2 shots there.
And even if
one
she'd
to
have got
play.
into her own, she's
Yeah.
not doing any damage. That weight.
Forehand
Like I
again
said,
coming in from
yeah.
Noble.
You can hear the ambient and the ambient mics, John, a bit of noise sometimes, and it does sound like a thud when the bowl hits the ground. They haven't actually dropped it. It's not as dumpy as you would think. Like obviously there has to be a little bit of space between the hand and the ground for it to make that noise, but it's a wooden floor underneath this carpet, so every little ding sounds a little bit worse than it is. It makes you. I've played here before, and it didn't help my opinion of my delivery because every time I let a bowl go, I could hear this little dump.
I was just drafting a letter here to the Oxford Dictionary to please include the new word dumpy. Although I suppose dumpy does exist anyway, meaning a person of certain size or something. I don't know. Is that dumpy?
I'm not sure,
But
John.
as
You're the one
Alex
telling the
said,
story.
Be careful, John.
sounds a bit dumpy.
We'll just get
Sounds a
it changed.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah,
I'll Google dumpy and see if there is such a word. And if not, Alex, congratulations on coming up with that really nice
Thank
word.
you.
I like it.
Tell you a wee story. We played the BPL up in Auckland one year, and we were outdoor during the day, and they did a portable rink in a basketball stadium for the night games, and we were having a practice on it, and there was Shannon McElroy and I were in the team, and Shannon's got one of the sweetest deliveries, and every single bowl was dumping or dumpy on there and making a hell of a noise. And the first game at night, you all wore these microphones on your collar, and I was just so scared that it was going to come out even more with these microphones. And apparently, you could only hear it on the rink, which was good.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, there we are. Adjective, dumpy, of a person, short and stout. For example, the dress made her look dumpy. So you've just added, that's not a new word, Alex, but it's
also
added a new meaning to the word. Yeah.
Different meaning.
A much better word as well, I think. And we can see that
I think so.
The head's really tightening up here anyway, John. If we get back to the back to the bowls,
Yes.
The green's been perfect all the way, but they're starting to find the weight now, these players. Janine on the forehand.
And often you talk about the first 5 ends or so, if it doesn't get away from you, of course, in that time, but first, at least 3 or 4 ends, you're thinking it's a bit of trial, isn't it? Trying to find particularly the weight.
Absolutely, and she's not going to be narrow here, Janine Noble. It'll be interesting to see. Let's look how far this bowl's going to come back in. Almost riding off the ditch side, so it's almost as if it's going up to our left. The more green you take, the more it might turn there. It was interesting. We got.
This is turning into already a very interesting match, isn't it? As they now start to hit their straps.
And the psychology too, John, of Val Smith needing this game to qualify, and Janine Noble essentially with a free go at removing a serious competitor for this title.
Yes, and that's what Joe was saying earlier about, these games are dangerous. You can't afford to, having qualified, just sort of relax and say, oh, well, I'm through, because, you see it often where you're not at your best and you pretty much almost allow someone else to qualify, and then later on you meet them later in the competition and you get beaten by that person. So don't you just can't afford to be soft on it. So unfortunately for Janine, her weight was good then, but she just narrowed it up a little bit too much and pushed Val up for shot.
Val just asking some questions.
Which one? Shot ball. Thank you.
Very good.
And but as we often say, Alex, and have over the years doing a commentary, the key to it for a marker is to be able to hear, isn't it? And many of us struggle in that department. You have someone on the mat singing out what they think is loudly to you a question, and you cannot hear. So it's almost quicker for the player to just say, "Look, can I come up and have a look?" And the marker will say, "Yes, please do."
And you get the time sometimes, particularly at a good event when I'm marking or someone's marking, and you see good games going on left, right and centre. You have to make sure you remain focused on the game in front of you, John, or you can be away in fairyland.
Oh, yes.
That's why we're commentators.
Yes. But often the game you're marking is lacking of interest, and the one next to you is, brilliant, and you can drift away and watch closer than that. Right, here we go. Noble with her last on this end. She is looking to dislodge that shot.
I like that shot
And
selection,
at
John.
also, yeah. Because she had the three, she would have had the three back bowls then, wouldn't she? If she'd taken that shot of Val Smith's out, the three blue bowls would have come into the count.
Yeah, and she had chances if she was narrow to punch her own bowl up or anything, so it was good chances.
So final bowl on this. It's the third end. It's 2-1 to Smith. Smith needing this to qualify for post-section play in these Somerset Champion of Champions singles. Later on today, scheduled for midday, but may well be a bit earlier, Sean Scott against Tony Grantham. Well, looking forward to that.
Going to be a good game of bowls.
Yeah.
Good game. Draw bowler against a bit of a master blaster.
Yes, yeah. And you know, Scott has he's represented New Zealand and won titles and continues to bowl well, but just can't quite crack that national team again. And you know, when he's standing down at the Vic pub in Cromwell, and you know that he's still keen as mustard to get up there and win these titles without doubt.
Incredible bowling dynasty as well, all the Scots.
Oh yes, yeah.
You can imagine that had a pretty
It's
good
a
family
name well
team.
known, isn't it?
Yes.
I've got a question for you, Joe, about Val Smith. So she's got a very similar delivery to what she's always had. And I've noticed that one of the things Val does, if she lets go of a bowl that she thinks particularly good, her head sort of, you know, when you see like a chicken, her head sort of goes forward. Has she always done that? Because it sort of, it seems to be when she thinks she plays a good bowl, if you watch Val, sort of you get that little, I'm not sure how well I'm explaining it, but
No,
I think you might know what I mean.
We jerk of the chin, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, let's say that, not the chicken neck or anything like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ted.
Yeah.
Is that another one we're adding to the dictionary, John?
I think so. Yeah.
Good shot by Janine there. Nice and confident playing down that backhand.
Yeah, and she's.
I see Val
it's an
change
awkward
over
shot.
here.
It's a couple of bowls short and right, and you know she can't do much good out of playing that hand, but you would think so. A change of hand, which we've seen only used a couple of times in this match so far.
I think it's really good. You know, it's really hard to change a hand once, but with Val playing, you know, with her second bowl, she can play effectively another two down there if she chooses.
Wow, she might say, I should have been
picked it
playing
well.
this hand all day.
It's a great shot.
Noble following her down. She's got the chance to just promote her own up for shot, which she might just do here.
Played
That's
it
a
well.
beautiful touch, isn't it?
It's a great shot.
Yeah. Perfect weight.
Perfect weight control.
Yeah.
Jinx.
The lean on early.
Yeah, we haven't seen Val do what I said she did ever since I mentioned that she did it, so she must be listening to the commentary.
So that was interesting too, Joe, there, because the jacket moved slightly, hadn't it? And so Val was able to play on that hand with a bit more confidence, and it gave her options.
She's not pretty much going to get anything down that forehand in the position of Janine's bowl, but playing down that backhand, she probably needed it to be, you know, passed if anything, just to give her more options with her next one.
Oh, that was a big sound, Alex. Wasn't it the big thump, dumpy,
I think
dumpy
that
sound?
one that might have been a mixture.
Ooh. Might move the
Didn't
jack
affect
Not
here.
a
the bowl,
great
though,
won't
shot.
it?
No.
Oh, gee. Delicate.
Beautiful stuff.
It's 3 really good bowls by Janine. Val's really not got a lot on here. She can't afford to play with weight. Janine having the last bowl, I think she's just got to be drawing down that backhand, trying to get second shot, really.
Yeah, she has to be super accurate here.
It was interesting. We saw a bowl from Janine going the other direction where she took quite a lot of green and the bowl seemed to turn more. That might be one of those hands where it always pulls itself back to the centre line. So if Val takes a nice green here, she could be in with a real chance. Beautiful line, look at that.
Got track right again. Yeah, you do get greens like that, Alex, where it feels like the channel to get back to the centre line is a foot wide, and then you get greens where you think the channel is half a centimetre wide. You know, it's that you've got to be that perfect, and it's nice to know that you can chuck them out and they come back.
Well, she's put 3 in a little cluster there. Superb weight from Janine Noble on this particular end. She's been down and had a chat to the marker and had a look at the head and watched that last bowl of Val's. And now she knows exactly what's required, and that is to just play another one the same as the last.
Draw another shot.
Yeah.
The only danger is heavy and narrow, but I don't even think she can do anything there. She played 4 fantastic bowls.
Great. Yeah. She made sure of that second shot. And that's a fair look at those 4 blue bowls. And if she brought down the mat with her, she could throw it over those bowls and you wouldn't see them. Hey, really classy.
Sign of a good green too.
Yeah.
She's just having a look just to make sure it's not 3. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Sometimes it looks completely different when you take the bowls out. You know, the 2 shots you take out first and then it just frees up the gaps in between. It just looks completely different. So, again, well within her rights to ask Val to remove those 2.
So 3 all in the race to 21. There's a 2-hour time limit. And that has kicked into operation a few times over the last 24 hours. Play started at 8 o'clock yesterday morning here in Hastings. So there've been early starts.
Is that something, Joe, when you're playing singles, is there ever a point when you're in a time-limited game that you start thinking about the time, or does it not really factor into how you approach your game of singles?
It's generally when you're down, I think. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the time limit in singles. It's I think I'd rather, you know, you played at 18 maybe, or so you've got a definite target to get to. It starts, you know, you've really got to calm yourself down, and you've got to have, really important if you can get someone on the sideline to take the time, or, I mean, a lot of us have these smart watches now that you can set your time, and maybe for an hour and a half that you know you've got half an hour late, more to go. But yeah, it does get a little bit tricky, especially, like I say, especially when you're down. Trying to force things, make things happen.
Yeah, with time limit. So my background obviously is in indoor bowls, which is really compressed short games, and our time limits are quite, you have to get started as it goes. And I remember when I started playing outdoor bowls, people take time limits with a little bit more of a grain of salt. You're a bit more relaxed. So they'd ring the bell at the start of a tournament and everyone would be shaking hands and asking how the day's been going. And I'd be like, no, we need to be throwing the jack up, otherwise we're going to run out of time. So I didn't quite appreciate that they're a little bit more generous in outdoor bowls. So I had quite a lot of anxiety from that in the first couple of seasons in this sport.
It is. It's like 2 hours at the start. Seems like a long time, but
Yeah.
you know, when you're engrossed in a
Yeah.
really good game of singles, when you're getting ones, dropping ones, 2 hours goes pretty quickly.
So Noble at 3-all and holding shot here on this the fifth end, race to 21. What's the procedure or protocol with regards to, in a time limited game, of, you know, the perception that someone is wasting time? What can a player do about that?
Look, I
Joel, I'll
suppose
throw that at
your
you.
your first port of call is probably if you're really finding that it is deliberate, to go to the umpire and just ask them to keep an eye on them, and I think the umpires then maybe look and they give them a warning, and then, you know, if it happens again they can go in. But yeah, it's perceived, isn't it? One person's perception on whether or not, and again, generally it's the person that's down is querying the opposition,
Yeah.
and you've got to be pretty sure of your facts, I think, to make note of it or to take it to an umpire.
I suppose the obvious, Alex, when we were watching Craig Tinker yesterday and against Morris Symes, and Morris Symes would stand there, watch his bowl finish, turn around, and all of a sudden Tinker's bowler's next bowler's almost at the head. If Tinker started to slow down and be deliberate, you'd think, this isn't usual. I wonder
don't think he'd be capable of slowing down, John.
No.
I don't see it.
Gosh.
Unbelievable. Played so well with Craig Tinker. It'll be one to watch in this event.
But if you watch him,
well.
he does all his pre-shot routine off the mat.
Yeah.
So he does go through a routine. It's just all off the mat, and once he gets on there, he knows exactly what he's doing. So again, it works for him. He does exactly the same thing every time.
Yeah. It's sort of that, as you know, that Australian style too, isn't it? Really, with I don't think anyone's as fast as Aaron Wilson, are they, on the mat? I don't think he does any pre-routine. He just seems to know
he does.
instinctively where he's going to put it.
He does. He's a very instinctive bowler, and but you can't question his ability, can you?
Oh no.
So Janine now on the backhand. I still can't quite get my head around Janine's delivery, because everything before she lets it go looks absolutely fine. Her feet are in line and then she steps forward. So it's the left foot, isn't it? There's the pointer foot, and she's still going in that direction.
I really would like to get another one close here, because that blue one's quite vulnerable.
Those are two really. I mean, when we think of the last end, and I said throw a mat over those and you wouldn't see the bowls, she had
You need
four
an indoor bowls mat
beautiful
for this one,
bowls.
John.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you would.
You wonder how it happens, eh?
Yeah.
So are you expecting Val to have a nibble at this, Joe?
Look, it won't be horrendous weight. I think she'll give it a chance down this backhand, or her backhand. It's past the jack, so there's no danger of, not knowing of what's going to happen if she gets onto it. So just a real confident draw.
She did the head
But
thing.
really, it only needs to roll back 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. Risk and reward, or no risk in that regard, but plenty of reward.
No, there wasn't. I just questioned whether she was heavy or wide. So one of the two.
That's the thing with bowls. Looking like it might be one to Janine Noble based on Val's body language.
Just so important to work out what weight you're going to be playing that kind of shot. If you play the line of a 2 metre on and you play 6 metres, it's going to be hugely different with the line you take. So you really got to be specific in the weight you want to play.
So Noble only had one bowl within cooey of the jack, and it was the crucial one. She gets the shot and leads now by 4-3. So I presume there'll be a few matches that aren't being played here because if you're drawn and you're already through, or you're playing against someone who's got no chance, then those matches aren't being played. So there's not too much activity out here on the rinks at the moment. Just 2 games out here apart from this one that we're watching.
This is the way that Janine put 4 bowls within a tea towel, as you said earlier, John. So let's see what her first one's like now on the backhand side, which seems to be still the favoured hand, although this game's seen a little bit of chopping and changing. Wait for it to come back now. Good start.
Yeah.
Don't seem to be any straighteners or anything. They seem both nice hands, which is a pleasure to play on a rink like that.
Yeah, and a pleasant surprise that it's on a ditch rink as well, Joe, because usually those are the ones that you go, oh, I'm not sure how this is going to go for us.
Yeah, again, when you are on a ditch rink, there's nothing better than a nice ditch hand, because there's no distractions out there. It's if I can play a ditch hand on a ditch rink, I certainly do it. It's just you feel like you've got a free run. No one's kind of annoying you. There's no players in the way, and it's you can really find a line or a mark on the bank, which is what I do, and just go for goal. You know, fill your boots.
Close here from Janine. Oh, lovely correction there. Beautiful bowl.
So it really looks as though we're looking at about 8 qualifiers. Do you think, Alex? Maybe.
Yeah, that's my understanding. If anyone wants to go have
yeah.
a proper look at the results, they can. It's available on Bowl Sub, which is on the Bowls New Zealand website. But 8 qualifiers obviously would be brilliant from an event point of view, because it's just a nice 3 rounds to win.
Nice change of both weight and green there from Val Smith to move in for second shot. Long way to go in this game. 4-3, first to 21.
It's a very, very underrated shot, that second shot. It's they're just big bowls if you can get second shot. The singles dropping big numbers just hurt you so bad.
Gee, she was only a fraction away from pushing that out for 3, wasn't she? Yes, you're right. That second shot is often too much emphasis on getting the shot, when in fact the second shot can be absolutely vital in the context of an end result. So this is a possibility here for Janine Noble. She's holding 3 seconds, but hard to get at that bowl of Val Smith's, but still an opportunity to move further ahead than just holding 1. She's up by 4-3. Janine Noble has already qualified, but has gone into this game obviously with the intention of giving it her best shot and getting rid of one of the key players in this competition.
Oh,
Gee, a bit unlucky.
was interesting for a second.
Nice confident draw down this backhand, little touch of the jack.
Yep. Grab 2.
On the backhand.
Here we go. Let's see if she can produce one of those classy touches that she's famous for. Val Smith coming down that ditch hand.
Needs
Looks
it to
to be a
hold.
little bit narrow. Oh, she
Needs
might
a
get
bit
a
of
wee
luck.
feather here. Yeah,
Inside
yeah.
out. Oh,
No. So another single here on the sixth end to Janine Noble. She moves to 5-3 ahead of Val Smith.
just chugging along this game, isn't it? Sort of simmering. We've seen some really good bowls, but nothing magnificent yet. And at only 5-3, there's still all the time in the world.
Yeah, 8 shots scored in 6 ends. Yeah, neither of them were willing to drop a number, which is good. Not a lot of weighted shots being played, which means that there's not been too many ends where you've had 2 or 3 seconds and you're going looking for the shot bowl.
Probably just been that one, hasn't there, when Val played on the backhand side, looking to remove Janine's bowl for a 3.
Yeah, and Janine, when going back the other way, and Val held one shot, she had 2 or 3 seconds. It was a bit of weight. Yeah, and it's the different types of players. I know Val's she draws a way out of trouble, where I'd probably whack myself out of trouble, but she's very confident. She's a great jaw bowler and has done it so many times before. She knows she can do it.
Look at this here. That's not a bad first bowl, is it, from Janine Noble?
Great shot. That first bowl effectiveness, huge in singles. Just puts people under pressure straight away.
But it still means that Smith can play that forehand coming this direction. Opportunities sitting that
And the
shot
targets,
bowl, the jack. Yeah.
The target's probably 6 inches wide rather than the 1.5, 2 inches of the jack. A jack level bowl. It's a good bowl. It always looks like it's a target to the opposition.
Just looking at those that have qualified so far in this Women's Champion of Champion, this Somerset-sponsored event here at Hastings. Lindley O'Callaghan of Alexandra, Briar Atkinson of Paratutu, Nicole Toomey of Stokes Valley, Jenny Anderson of Picton, Audrey Stevenson, Raumati, and Janine Noble, who we're watching now, has already qualified. So this round is going to determine who joins those 6 players.
A name from the past,
we talked about
Audrey Stevenson.
Yeah. We talked about her last time, didn't we, at the Bowl 3-5? And I said to her, I was chatting to Joe Edwards, who mentioned that, she'd played against you or was in a squad with you. And she said, why was she talking about me? And I said, because I asked her about you. Oh, okay.
Great shot here, Val.
Oh, beauty, yeah.
Yeah, what's she won? 100 centre titles now?
61.
Oh, only
61
61
centre
geez.
titles. Yeah, but she'll get to 100.
Yeah, I reckon too.
Yeah. Well, she said, she's switched clubs lately and she said, I just feel rejuvenated, and you can sense that because she practices. Her and Rochelle, her daughter, are often seen at the club on their own, having practicing, and it's practice with a target. It's not just going up for a roll up. Yeah, absolutely, and not there long. Just do a bit. So she, she really is very intense and intent, and her challenge here, her aim was to qualify, and she's done that. So it's pretty good.
First goal ticked off. It's always the way to go in these events. Can't win it without qualifying. Right, it sounds so obvious, but it's always nice to achieve a goal.
If it gets down, this is very close. Oh, goodness gracious
gee.
me. Would have taken a coat of paint off the jack there.
Yes. It's such a delicate touch needed for that to get around that shorter bowl of Val Smith's, and almost snare the jack.
Need to get another one close here.
Yeah,
Trotting after the bowl.
sitting that second shot would be good for her.
Willing it on.
Yeah,
Could get unlucky if it
Yeah.
sits down the wrong way, but it didn't, so that's fine.
is that 2? 1. Okay, 1 under measure. Yeah, we haven't seen. Oh, there we go. We haven't seen much aggression, as you said, Alex. And I wonder if this is time for some aggression. When you look at those 3 blue bowls, does that suggest that she's got the back 3 bowls, or is? No, Val Smith must have one a bit further back,
She's got
has
one
she?
to come.
She's got one on the.
Val's
Oh,
got
she has
last
2.
bowl.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
On the other
No,
end.
yeah.
So 5-3 up. You're 1.5 down on the head. What do you do here,
Yeah.
Joe?
Oh, she probably is going to get lulled into playing the same shot down that backhand. She only just missed it, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I quite like the the yard shot through the shot bowl onto the jack.
Yeah. On the forehand.
Yeah, just. Oh, she looks like she's winding up a little bit, is she?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yep, but on the backhand side, but still looking for movement. Is the jack going to 4 o'clock? She could cannon her own bowls out, but it's going to go underneath, so she's fine. It would have been
Oh,
interesting
yeah,
to see
yeah.
what would have happened if she'd got Val's bowl squarish.
I think she might have found herself in a bit of a mess, or could have.
So you wonder with that backhand shot selection if maybe her backhand drive or runner she feels more confident on than her forehand side.
Definitely, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of players. I know. It's one of my faults. I certainly prefer a hand. But if you can, there are a lot of times where you can play it either hand, and it's a confident shot. But again, you pick the shot and you go with it. Whatever you're confident with, but you just got to commit to it.
So Smith holding 1 under measure here. She can make sure of the second, but she's not. She's going to be disappointed with that one, not getting into that. She had a great opportunity to make it more than 1. They'll flick out the 1, or she'll wait until Janine Noble gets down there.
This set of bowls, Joe, that Val is using is a set of arrows, I think. She must have had them for a while now. Can you remember how long she's been playing with this set for?
Oh, crikey. Yeah, I reckon probably 6 or 7 years with these ones. She's had aero dynamics for a long time. She's been playing with them for longer than what she's got these bowls for. But yeah, she's got the emblem of Ajax, her old cat, on them.
Oh, lovely.
Pretty special to her.
And Val someone must be moving in the background there, I think, as the crowd builds.
I think she's just decided she was lining up to play that backhand, and she's just realised that she's probably said to herself, next time coming up this way, I'm going to play the other hand. So she's just stepped back off the mat,
Smart.
refocused, gone through her pre-shot routine again.
That was not the chicken look that you talked about, Alex. That
Oh,
was
I think
more
I'm- yeah,
goodness me, I'm
I was
narrow, I'm short.
I was trying to find a word for it, and chicken, I regret
Yeah.
chicken being the one that came to mind. that wasn't the idea.
You can't take
but
it
I think
back. No, you can't
Well,
take
no.
it back.
It's explained what I meant, but I wish I'd found a different
Yes.
word, John.
No, there was nothing wrong with it. So 5-all now. Janine Noble had won 3 of the last 4 ends, or has won 3 of the last 4. We've had 3 twos, the rest it's been singles. Played 7 ends. So she's going to persevere. It's a matter of just adding that weight, flicking the jack back to herself. She'd be delighted with that, and we'd see her persevere with this hand then, and we will anyway. Oh no, that's not her back there. That's Janine Noble, right. Flick the jack back and give it away. Right. Just looking at Val Smith off the mat there. We noticed yesterday in one of the games we saw Grimshaw never watching the opposition bowl at all. And I'm not sure that Val was actually watching this bowl. She was more looking at, yes, great shot. More looking at, you know, where her bowls are, playing this hand, what she has to do to get it spot on. Here we go.
It's very much wasted energy watching, you know, your opposition go through their pre-shot routine and do what they do. You've got no control over what they do. You know, it's all about you. And you know, if they play a good one, you've just got to try and play a better one. So yeah, wasted energy. Different bowls, obviously different deliveries. So you just definitely can't pick a line from what Janine's doing. She's getting such a different timing point where her bowl's, you know, leaving a hand from. You just can't follow anything like that. So yeah, it's that whole switching on, switching off. And just in between here, like Val's now, she's looking around. She can go and talk to the lady on the bank. She can, if she follows a bowl, talk to the marker, just to get yourself away from the situation.
Stalking this one down like she thinks it's pretty good here, Janine Noble, and that's because it is. What a shot. Beautiful bowls.
You see the amount of correction that Val Smith has made playing this forehand for the first time, that she's seriously gone this hand by choice off the first bowl. Last time, her last bowl was a perfect weight if you look at it way out there to the right. This time she might well have nailed it.
Could get a good
result.
result.
Get the jack and flick it across. Unlucky. But that was her fourth and final bowl.
That's what Joe was talking about earlier for Janine. It's a free hit here. It's a bonus bowl, and she should really be drawing 3 here. She's got enough room, so she'll get focus on this one. And if she misses it, psychologically, it's actually a win for Val, because Val's already thinking to herself, I'm about to drop a 3.
Dead right, Alex. Yeah, she's got a yard here, and you don't often against the likes of Val, don't get that much room to draw a bonus shot. Again, it's just going through your process. It's you know, don't take things, oh geez, I've got a yard to draw it, this is easy. It's going through that process.
The back end. Make sure she's let it go nice, and now we're waiting for it to come back in.
It's not bad.
It's not far away. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, pretty good, yeah. When she looked at that, she really just had to beat that Val's wide bowl, didn't she? That was a great line for it, target. So that's the biggest score of the match so far. We'll wait for confirmation, but it looks like a 3.
Great stuff.
Really important that Val hits back in this end. When you drop a number, a 3 or a 4 in singles, if you drop it the next end, it just seems to doubly hurt. I think even if it's just a 1, but on the contrary, if Val gets a 1 here, then it's not too much damage has been done.
I think that's what we saw yesterday, Alex, wasn't it, in that Symes match where Tinker dropped a 4 and then bounced back with a 2 and a single and then a 3, and you know, it was almost the spur he needed.
I don't think Morris scored again after that.
No,
just sort of bounced back But I suppose it is just staying within Kirby, isn't it? You know, you sort of want to keep if you're chasing in a game of singles, you want to keep the gap within an end's worth of scoring, which Val is still at the moment, really. So when it's like that, you still think it's anyone's game, particularly when it's only 8-5. So we'll just see if she can make her last bowl worthwhile. This is the sort of bowl that Val want to pounce on now. This is not as good a first bowl as we've seen from Janine.
Opportunity for Val to put some pressure on Janine and see how she can handle it.
It's quite good, as you see Noble just engaging in conversation with people down the back or behind the barrier.
Both very experienced players.
Switching off in between shots.
Bit of applause going on in the background. Someone's done something. So she's taken a wide line here, but we've seen the bowls, they sort of come off the ditch side back to the centre line if you take more green. Didn't have the weight to run it out though, really. We see two bowls that are going to be almost a bit of mud in the eye here.
Yeah, Val plays a normal line though. She's going to get round that bowl. It's when you try and force it wide, generally put more weight on, and you know, I think you just get in your mindset. You just drawing as if it's not there. You know, it's 4 inches wide. If you've got
You'd
good
be unlucky
weight,
to hit it. Yeah.
inside or outside, you know, with good weight.
That, in the context of what we've seen so far, was thunderous applause, Alex.
Yep. Absolutely. Here we go. Here's the third bowl here from Janine Noble, looking to make that correction. How's the weight? She's got the green right here. That's a lovely correction. Beautiful bowl. Chasing after it. An interesting track. She gets clean underneath that blue one. Oh, not quite. What a beautiful effort that was.
Probably just opened up that port a little bit for both herself and Janine.
You're holding one.
Chris Telford, the marker.
How far away from top ball are they? What's the distance? These one? Yeah. Yes, please. That one's about a metre. Thank you.
Just heard that Natasha Grimshaw has been beaten in one of the side rinks and therefore misses out on qualification.
So we see
So
Janine
Noble
switching to the back
changing
hand.
hands.
Fair enough.
Pretty well too.
How would you not? So we're thinking that the forehand here still, Joe, just trying to pick that port as you said.
Definitely, yeah.
And perhaps wait a little bit over. You know, we can see Val's got a bowl there at 5 o'clock on the screen. Wouldn't be the end of the world if that's where the jack ended up, or you bog on the shot bowl for one.
Yeah, it's just that confident shot down underneath the wide blue one. You know, a couple of feet possibly, but knowing Val, sure, she's a bit of a perfectionist. She'll want to probably draw a front hopper.
My plan's just be in the area with weight that's not short.
Too right. That's me too. Yeah. And I think she's not short.
If she gets this bowl square, oh goodness, trying to give herself every chance there. Maybe just one bowl narrow because that
got second shot perhaps
on the follow through. Yeah, looks like it. Players make their way up. We've lost Janine, have we?
She's putting the mat on the bank.
Oh, fair enough. So one conceded. Just the one, says Janine.
One thing about Val, she's got a very, very good eye.
Do you find that quite helpful when you're playing pairs, Joe, when you're sort of trying to figure out who's got what?
I tell you what, Alex, there's been times where, like, you know, you do that finger measure, and it's been, like I've said to Val, you know, what's a go? She said, I think we've got it. And I said, by how much? She said, I'd say 1 mil. And she'll say, don't play the bowl. You know, I'm like, sorry?
Okay.
She's like, no, we've got it. And I've gone up and tried to do it, and I'm like, are you confident? She goes, yep. And you always ask her once, are you confident? She goes, yep. I say, sweet as, I won't play it, you know. But it's a huge added bonus to have someone that's got that skill in your team. It's a couple of times we've, you know, the measures come out and it's like, oh, geez, Val.
Be right.
Oh, you're right. She's like, yeah, there's at least 1 mil in it. Yeah.
But we talked yesterday about, you know, the consistency of the finger mill and the measure, and how, you know, just a slight movement as you're moving your hands across or your body, you know, you can be totally inaccurate, can't you? But she's got it absolutely spot on, obviously. And if you get a chance, we'll watch that, because she's done a couple of finger measures already, and you notice that she, you know, she's tucked her hands right into the chest, and, you know, there's no area where she can move at all and be inaccurate. So if we see a finger measure, just take a note of it. Here she is with her first.
Locks everything in, and she's not happy with this bowl.
No. Now remember, she played the other hand coming this way last time, and she dropped a 3. So she's reverted to the ditch side. It's early enough in a game to be trialing that. You know, it's 9-5, I think the score is, but we plenty of room there, plenty of time yet. Definitely,
you know, it's sometimes you're just not, you know, you're not far away, but you're not nailing it on a hand, and sometimes it just takes one end to try the other hand, and you come back and it just refocuses you.
Yep.
And if you can do it early in a game, it certainly helps. You know, sometimes you struggle down one hand and I wonder what the other hand's like. I wonder, should I do it? Oh, now it's too late. You never get a chance, and it's that the mental struggle, mental battles that you have with yourself.
Close. Here from
this is not bad.
Looking at to run out.
Yeah.
I think she's done it just enough. Decisions here for Janine Noble by the looks of it. She's just deciding whether she's forehand or backhand side.
I think she's got to change her hand, hasn't she? A little touch of the jack. She's got 2 or 3.
That'll be the instinct, you would think, even if you are even if it's a measure for shot, her instinct will be to play her forehand side.
Yep.
That's because it could go so badly on the backhand anyway, and there's not that much reward. So yeah, we can see the bias is set to be on the forehand side here for Janine. She lines up her left foot as the pointer and sort of takes it out quite wide where she lets the bowl go from. So that means it's going to turn late and a lot.
Well pointed too, isn't it?
It's not far away.
Not bad.
Oh, yeah, that's
Look
a
at that.
very good bowl.
What a shot,
Oh.
what a bowl. Beautiful stuff.
Very good shot. She had 2 or
What do you
3
expect?
options down that forehand.
Foul.
Yeah, it's not a. You heard the bang on the green there. It's a bit rough.
I thought that, yeah, don't worry. She's got a 4th bowl to make up for it. Do you think she'll come and have a look at the head before she plays her last bowl, Joe, or does something just to sort of...
Yeah, she.
Try and
You know,
reset
Val's
something.
normally her process is, you know, to the book. You could set your watch on her pre-shot routine and everything. She was a little bit quick there. I wonder if she had 2 shots in her mind.
And where that last bowl of hers finished is not bad for a shot coming down that same hand again. You know, with that sort of weight, movement of the jack, or into the shot bowls. We'll see where this one ends up though from Noble, whether she's alert to that possibility, whether she goes over the head and makes it. No, she's looking to draw another here.
I think she
Putting all the
has.
eggs in one basket. All
Wow.
the eggs in
Wow.
one basket here from Janine Noble, and the jack is popping to the 4 o'clock on the screen if it does hit.
I think Val might come down now, will she? Oh no. Some aggression here. Changing
On
hand.
that forehand.
Big moment. Out beautiful.
There she is.
Oh, it's going to hold, I think. It's not turning. She let that go so smooth. I thought that was going to be right on target. A bundle here to Janine Noble.
Well, it's certainly 3.
Played them well. 4 good bowls again. The last bowl, you know,
Ah.
sometimes you try and get nice and draw another one, and you fatten up that target, but she didn't fatten it up at all.
Great stuff.
Here's this finger measure that you're talking about, John.
Yeah, see. Yeah. So really. Oh
That
no,
must be
and
very
she's,
close.
so she's conceded those 3 obviously, and now, and not moving out the shot bowls, particularly the shot bowl, but just in case she moves
That's
the
quite
jack.
clever, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But again, the communication between the two from Val was, look, we'll leave those ones there. If I move that shot bowl, it'll move the jack. I'll measure it with all the bowls in place, if you're okay with that. And Janine, of course, agrees because she thinks she's got 4, but Val did the finger measure. And it is 4, is it? 4. 3.
3, I think.
3 it is. 3, yep. Gosh. Well, a good run here from Janine Noble. 7 shots in the last 3 ends, and she now leads by 12-5.
So what's the
She's deserved this lead. Played very, very well. Val's she's not been on top of her game today. But again, 12-5 down. You are going to run out of ends with this time limit. But yeah, it just needs to break the pattern, score an end, and then perhaps change the length.
But Noble's not letting her get into the game, is she? At this stage, she's doing everything she needs to. She's being accurate more often than not with her first, setting the end up in her favour. See what she does this time. Is she coming down? Oh no, it looked like she was aiming out to come down her backhand, but why would she when she's been playing
Why
this
would
hand
you?
so well?
Yeah.
delivery again.
Well pointed,
On target.
well weighted. Yeah.
It's been like a metronome, hasn't it, Janine Noble? She's so put so many bowls on or around the jack.
She's playing very well, and I think Val, you know, when you get a little bit behind in the game, you start getting a little bit anxious and you start forcing things, and that's when you need to go right back to basics. And I know Val's a very, she works on her techniques so much, and if she can get it feeling good coming out of her hand, then she's back on track, and I think that's where she's going to be wanting to get to now. Just let it come out of your hand as nice as possible, and the way you can make corrections on your line a lot easier because it's coming out a lot smoother.
Oh, the cups of tea in the background look good, don't they? Although I tend to avoid the bowling club tea. I usually bring my own tea bags. I don't know what that says about me as a person.
You're a tea snob.
Got to have a bit of Kenya bowled as the tea to go for, not the stuff they swept up from the factory floor.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you're an Earl Grey person.
Oh, no, let's not go that far, John.
You'd have viewers out there saying, what's wrong with Earl Grey?
Or bowling club tea.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Bottle
people.
Club tea, that's right.
Oh, dear. Now, just a little feather.
Beautiful
It's funny
weight.
in a game, isn't it? If you're trailing, often you feel like you've been right in the area and you get a little feather like that and your bowl doesn't come in for shot, whereas for the sake of an inch, Val could have been underneath that shot for one. It can feel like the world's against you sometimes.
Again, I think the better you play, the luckier you get too. Your bowl's in the right area more often, and you get a lot more decent results. Forehand looks a bit yuck.
Yeah, but nuisance.
Yeah.
Yes, doesn't it?
I just want to sit there
Yeah,
and shot
and
the bowl
when
out.
luck's not going with you, then you would not find the gap there. You would find one of those bowls and probably hit it square and knock it up for another shot. However, here she goes. She's persisting. Let's see what happens.
Generally, when you're not playing that well,
Yes,
you
yeah.
hit other people. Yeah, he's
She's
close.
here. She's close
Yeah,
here, Val
yeah.
Smith. Clean run
That's the
past the
bowl,
jack
what a
onto the bowl.
shot.
Well,
That is the stuff, eh? That's why
What a
she's the world
shot.
champion.
and playing that open hand, which she hasn't played much. So she zipped it in. Here's a replay of this. She was in a difficult situation. She did have second shot, but she also had third, and now she's got three.
Literally played to
Yep.
perfection when she needed to.
Absolute perfect, but she had the option of her wing bowl too, with it being slightly short of the jack. So the target area is probably 18 inches, 2 feet wide. She played absolutely superbly and got the perfect result. Big bowl here by Janine. This could be the turning point for Val. You just, sometimes you just play one really good bowl and it just gets you back on track. But again, I mean, Janine's been playing so well. Under pressure, 3 down. Go
Right,
through your process
yes.
and draw the shot.
Yeah, changing hands.
On the back end. Oh, well, she's not looking thrilled with it. So I would say that's
No.
probably... Here we go. This is how quickly this game can turn. And Val here, like we've spoken about, psychologically will be thinking 4 is what is required in this situation. I've got room. I can make it 4. I can get to 9 points.
Again, just stripping it back to just draw the shot.
Little head movement. 3 might have to be enough. I'm not sure if it's going to stop quite in time. But a good end anyway. Do you think we'll see a change in mat length or jack length, Joe, now that Val's got the shots back?
Yeah, I think you will. You know, there's that fine line whether you're trying to stuff your opposition up or stuff yourself up. You know, sometimes if you maybe just play the same length, try and get some rhythm yourself. But you know, I'd certainly be trying to change something.
She's left the
Again,
mat
you've got to be
back.
happy. You've got to be happy with what you're doing.
Yeah, stop walking, marker. You're going to turn around and find that the jack's a little bit further up. There we go, that shorter end. And now first bowl.
Well, will that end see a big change in this game or not? Val Smith drops
again.
her head down. Yeah.
Interesting. She'll keep battling away.
Like, she'll never give up. That's a trait of Val Smith.
It's a sort of there's a lot of bowlers who they just don't know when they're beaten, Joe. I seem to find with the top bowlers like yourself and Val, if you look at them, it's incredible how often at a nationals or international event you might walk past and have a look at the score, and you'd think, you know, they're probably they're on a track to not win this game, and then you come back and people they find a way to win because you don't know when you beat.
Well, Val Smith won't be unhappy with that first bowl of Janine's, because it just shows it with the change in length. It's taking them, both of them, a couple of bowls, at least a couple now, to get to grips with this change in length. Smith looks a bit happier this time.
Came out a lot nicer.
So Noble will also adjust. Marches out a couple of paces. A good adjustment here.
Lovely bowl.
Lovely adjustment.
Bowl.
Yeah.
And the target there is almost not much more than a jack, so it's a perfect shot. She's tucked in behind, hasn't even sat down. So in reality, your target's maybe 2 jacks width wide.
Just wanting to fatten it up a little bit with this one. Give yourself a chance with your last.
Good shot. That's a good bowl there from Val Smith.
Very good.
Val's bowl low, one bowl low of the jack. Val's bowl low of the jack.
So we talked yesterday, Alex, about markers having the flexibility to give a bit more information than they're asked for. I mean, that question from Janine deserved a yes or no answer, but in some instances, the marker might say, no, it's a bowl and a half low or whatever. But Chris Telford has just given that answer of no, it's not.
We don't even get us started on bowls that are low or level or jack high or all the different sort of terminologies that you have all around the world.
It's hard work playing in Australia sometimes.
Oh, I've had a lot of confusing
Their
conversations
definition
with
of jack high and jack lows are completely different. Wow.
Oh,
and it turns Nobles in.
I think she's still got one. Did you Val there?
Oh.
Yep, so Val's holding on. You know, we were talking yesterday, Joe, about the Australian, or the incorrect Australian definitions. I was over there for the Multi-Nations event, and I had my co-commentator was an Australian on one of the days, and we confused each other quite a lot talking about a bowl that was jack high. So I said, oh, it's jack high, and he's like, what? Because in Australia, jack high is what we would call jack level, because jack level makes sense, and a bit of common sense there. With the Australians, jack high is level, I think. It's very confusing anyway. I think they need to take a leaf out of our books.
I found myself a lot of times after the marker's given me a rundown of this jack high, jack low. I say, so what you're saying is more of the bowls behind than in front?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
that's better,
righto.
isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, fast or short. You know, you're a bowl
yeah.
short, or you're a bowl and a half past the jack. Is
The
easier
front
to
of
understand,
the
I
bowl
think.
is level with the back of the jack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Way,
Right.
here comes Janine Noble,
Janine,
looking
inside out off that one. Sit down for
snatch
one. What a ball!
What a shot.
That's
Acknowledged
top
by
notch.
Val too. Very nice.
Always played in good sportsmanship. That was beautiful from Janine Noble. Well, she did move the jack when it sat down.
Yes,
So
that's
Val's
right.
just waiting
We're
for
assuming
Janine
that
to-
it was good enough for the shot,
Just-
but we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Val being her usual exuberant self, eh?
Lovely.
Well, that was a shot and a half.
Good game of bowls going on.
So 13-8, Janine Noble leading Val Smith in this vital game for Smith. She needs this to qualify, whereas Noble playing in a more relaxed frame of mind because she has already made the next step in this Somerset Champion of Champion women's singles competition.
What's happened?
I think Val's
I
just
think we've
gone
got a
to
toilet
take a
break.
bit of a...
Is it Val or Janine that we've lost, or have we lost both of them? They might be going for
I think Val
a cup of tea.
took off first.
Yeah.
We might just, I'll verbalise the ladder at the moment where we've got, players need 3 wins to qualify. So Lindley O'Callaghan, Alexandra, Briar Atkinson, Paratutu, Nicole Toomey from Stokes Valley, Jenny Anderson of Picton, Audrey Stevenson, Romati, Janine Noble, and then we did get that result from previously that Natasha Grimshaw, who was in with an opportunity from Kia Toa, a local champion, had missed out. So there we see the games won. They need to win 3 games. And as we look down that ladder, we see Val Smith, 2 games won, and playing this vital one against Janine Noble.
Interesting. Time's going to start to play into it too. I'd imagine Val has I saw she's got a smartwatch on, so she'll be aware of the time. So she's trailing by 5.
Well,
Just
it's
need
about 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, so it's what, 4 or 5 minutes an end, so maybe 10 ends worth of bowls left. She'll want to score on maybe 6 out of the next 10.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Champion of Champions singles last round, as we see Janine Noble grabbing the mat down the far end. She's playing against Val Smith and leading by 13-8. And as we were saying just before that short break, that Janine Noble has already qualified. So round 5 matches, quite a few weren't played. For example, O'Callaghan against Leonard. Audrey Stevenson and Jenny Anderson have decided to play their match, although they're both qualified. McClintock of Orewa did not play a match against Magohi of Waihi Beach. Jenny Taylor and Reen Bellis didn't play their match, nor did Dale Rowe and Shirley Jennings. We do have Julie Adams of Belfast against Raywin Rennell of Matarewa. Gailing Kanawa of Parongia beat Natasha Grimshaw. 21-11 was the score in that. And then the rest of the players had a bye. So we're getting rapidly towards the end of this and determining which players have qualified.
And Janine's first bowl after returning, not too bad. Also, just a quick note, the Somerset retirement villagers, whom we thank very much for their support of Bowls New Zealand. I love the song that they use in that ad. It's going to be stuck in my head for the rest of the day. Great stuff.
Replacing the one that was there.
Yeah, thank goodness for that, John. I think it's a move in the right direction. Bowls first bowl back. Not what she would have been hoping for.
Still, Noble needs another 8 points. And Val Smith will be looking at that and saying, mathematically, I can win this. And certainly she's still in with a chance. As I look to the top right there and I see a couple of Rameti Bowling Club jackets, David and Anne Burridge, both umpires. And David Burridge is off to the World Championships as an international umpire now. Club's very proud of he and Steve Sargent, who will be there as well.
It's a big thing to be selected to go to these World Bowls as a player, and the same goes as the technical officials. I know we've got one from Nelson, Margaret Eames, who is represented New Zealand in the umpiring duties, and it's a small group of them, but geez, they give up a lot of their time to make sure things tick along, and it's it's a big buzz for them.
Often a
And not
thankless
just
job
time
too.
either. Yeah, that's right. It's they pay their way most of the time, don't they?
Yep.
So that was a good bowl from Val Smith.
Janine on the forehand. Val, very good correction with her second bowl, keeping in mind the first bowl was overplayed. Well, she's not narrow, but let's see if it comes back off the bank. Yeah, not the end of the world.
It's a long way, isn't it? Yeah. So just a reminder, our next match will feature a couple of the men in the Somerset Champion of Champions singles. Sean Scott playing Tony Grantham.
That will be a mighty game, a mighty match. Look at this here from Val Smith. When's it going to stop this bowl? Just about in time, but a good catching position there at 5 o'clock on the screen. Janine makes her way back to the delivery area.
You just see some of the men out there playing some warm-up bowls. I think we're getting ready for their next round. At the completion of this end, we might just show you the updated situation with regards to qualifiers. So just a couple of bowls to go in this. It's Smith and Noble. Noble at 13-8 in front, but down and playing that open hand, which she hasn't played much. The last time she played one shot coming this way on that hand, she was very wide, and obviously she remembered that. Here we go now.
Still a bowl to come though, I think, John, so we'll just watch Val's last
right.
bowl.
Good opportunity for Val, you know, just a confident draw, touch the jack, 3. Worst case, draw another one for 2.
Yeah, minimum 2 here, isn't it, Joe? Because you'd want to get into that double figures if you're Val. You think, well, 10's nice, 11 is an added bonus.
It's just getting into that feeling of drawing a shot too, I think.
Yeah, I suppose you're not trying to overthink things.
No, definitely not.
Nice line here. Just the oomph. And she scored, so that's something.
Yeah, gosh, she'll be disappointed with that though. That was so, you know, it was tailor-made for Val Smith in her best form to put one through that, just come around that bowl and settle in for a couple. But at least there she goes with another shot. So we look at the qualifiers so far. O'Callaghan, Anderson, Stevenson, Atkinson, Adams and Toomey. So that's 6 qualifiers there. And then Janine Noble already through. All the other matches have been completed, so it's just whether we see Val Smith go up to join Janine Noble.
Yeah, so if Val qualifies, that would make it 8 qualifiers.
8,
if she doesn't,
yep.
it's 7. So 3 rounds regardless of post-section. Look at this here as a first bowl from Val Smith. That's great stuff, isn't it? What a shot.
It's a cracker.
Well, she tried, didn't she? Last time she had the match, she tried a shorter end, and it didn't work for her. So this time, the mat's out a wee way, but back to the length that she feels comfortable with.
Yeah, she didn't score on the shorter length, but she did play a couple of 3 really good bowls. Janine just played one better.
There's that. Oh. There's a lot going on there. Good bowl. She's probably frightened, I think, that she might have clunked into the jack or the bowl.
There's always that fear where you see it, you think to yourself, oh, I'm a bit tight, oh, I'm a bit heavy.
Old.
Just stop breathing.
Yeah, but it's important that she got one past, though, you know. When you've got a side toucher, generally it's not going to come back up the green.
Janine just showing the first real signs of some looser ends, really, from her return. So Val with a chance, you'd feel.
Yeah, it just seems to be when Val's got one really close, that's when Janine's probably been at her worst. You know, if she's got shots, she can add very easily. Just when she's down, and it needs to generally be a really good one. Oh,
would be unlucky to sit down. Oh, good shot, but unlucky that it sat down like that. You know, you've gone from a target that's a bowl and a half to a target that's 3 bowls wide in about 2 seconds.
Well, it's forcing her to that open hand. But if she's playing with weight, it won't bother her too much.
Not huge weight here from Janine Noble.
Oh, gosh, not bad, is it?
A little
Oh, she's
feather
going to
would
get
go
tied
very
up.
well.
No, no.
Oh, it was a good bowl.
Oh, a
She
bit
stiff.
unlucky there.
Yeah.
Really good attempt.
She didn't get carried away with the weight, did she, Joe? She just played that nice, just overdraw.
Just that, you know, attacking line with a yard or 2 feet yard of weight.
So is Val staying on the back end here, do you think, and just trying to draw a
I
third
think
shot, or
she'll
will she
change
switch?
over. I think she'll change over. She's played down this hand before, so she knows what the hand's doing. She can play the line confidently. I think, you know, you get stuck on Janine's bowl out on the backhand, and you can play a really, really good one and cut it down from 2 to 1. So I think good option.
Yeah. This feels like a big bowl in the context of the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, it is. You know, again, under a little bit of pressure. I think the shot is for Janine. It's down the backhand. You know, roll hers over, get the inside edge would be the perfect shot for her. It's that confident draw again.
Yes, you sort of think playing the forehand and the jack moves, it's only going to go to Val with any touch of the shot or anything like that. It would work against Janine, but what she's fronting up with here, it is forehand.
She's playing the forehand.
A deep draw on the
Seems to be
forehand, perhaps.
one option, you know.
Yeah.
Down this backhand, there's a couple of 2 or 3.
Pretty good line here. Gee, she's got to rest that shot bowl is what she's looking at, or settle him for a second shot
out
at
for
least.
one here. That's
Oh,
unbelievable.
oh gosh, wow.
That's staggering.
What a shot.
I got no words. What a bowl from
I'd love to see
Noble.
a close-up of Val Smith's face here, because she must have thought, oh, this is going to be
Look at this.
take a remarkable bowl. Yeah.
That's unbelievably good from Janine Noble.
Such a well-weighted bowl. It's
Instead of
get away with a lot with good weight.
yeah, very good shot. For the difference again.
So we had picking up the mat as another task for the marker.
Let's keep them busy.
14-9. How's time going now, you guys? I haven't kept a clock on.
20 minutes or 25 minutes.
Righto.
So there's probably maybe 5 ends left in this game. 14-9 the difference. Although, I mean, Val's playing, to be fair, if we think about the last couple of ends, Janine played one bomb on that previous end. So on form, there's reason to think that Val might be able to catch up. It could be coming down to a last end situation.
Val's just started to draw a number more, you know, a foot, 2 feet away, which always is going to give you options to score.
But my word, but Janine Noble has just, you know, as you said, Alex, played some bombs, and she started so well. If we just a bit over this time with her first, you know, it was 3-1 to Smith after the third end, and then it was 3-all, and then Noble took the lead, 4-3, 5-3, it was 5-all, then 8-5, 9-5, 12-5, 13-8, 14-9. So Noble's been in charge of this, if you could say that, but certainly, yeah, and playing very well. Gosh.
This is what Val's been doing the last 3 ends, so that's a good first bowl again from Val Smith. I suppose just about holding on to those numbers if you can.
Janine's won nine of the 15 and 14 ends, really, so
Yeah.
deserves her lead.
And the way she's going, she's quite capable here of just sitting the shot or sitting the jack. She looks to be shy of weight this time. Quite a couple of loose bowls from her. Smith will back herself to
You
carry on.
wonder how that can happen. I mean, the last end, she gets one within 4 inches when she's 2 down to draw a shot. First 2 bowls can't get 6 feet. It's a crazy sport.
A staggering game, isn't it? And it only takes one of those bowls to be effective as well.
Happens to us all. 2 good bowls here from Val. A little bit of pressure on.
So here's another important one.
Yeah, she might just unwilling to, but probably changing her hand. It's a better option.
Hasn't really played too many down here of great note. Hopefully I
No.
can put the jinx.
Another big end, guys. Val will be wanting to sit with 3 here, put the pressure on and see if Janine can again salvage. Just feel like the momentum, if Val can hold on, will shift. And obviously from a broadcast point of view, we want this to be the most exciting game possible. So in a perfect world, the time runs out at all square or something.
And from an organisational point of view, getting 8 qualifiers.
Look at this. Great shot from Val Smith.
Great. Oh,
She's just made that target bigger again, but it's a good bowl.
what she wouldn't have done for a little touch around the corner there.
So Noble, her line was pretty good with that last attempt. It was just to wait. Lots of bowls and jacks for her to, well, jack for her to aim for. Here we go.
That's how fickle this game can be, because at the moment the score is 13-14, but there's a bowl that's coming into the head. Let's see how it goes.
She's going to play another bomb, is she?
No.
Oh, just about. And for third.
Cut one out,
one
I think,
out.
is she?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Val's heart would have been in her mouth there.
Now, tucking that jack around to the left as we view it would be handy.
Yeah, a little
Smith.
touch for 4.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Last bowl
Not happy.
of this end.
Oh, no.
Oh, gee.
It's wide. Well, it's not narrow. Those are the ones you'd know the moment you let it go there.
Yep. You could see it in Val's demeanour straight away.
That's right. I can imagine her language too wouldn't be
No,
for broadcast about now.
No.
So a couple there though for Smith. She closes that gap to 14-11. First to 21.
We're not going to make it to 21 though, of the time limit. So she's 3 down, and we think probably maybe 4 ends of bowls left to play.
Val doesn't get angry very often, but it's look. I must admit, a couple of times I've seen her angry, and it's been quite funny because oh look, it takes a lot to wind her up.
I wouldn't try my luck.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's that characteristic. Delivery,
Jutting of the
short
chin.
end. Yeah.
I think it's more about the delivery in itself, the technique. The fact that when it comes out nice, I think that's when she's got that bit of a, it's almost like yep, happy with that. Right, where's it going, kind of thing. She's just so big on the technique side of the game. It's all about feeling for her, the feeling of it coming out of her hand, and that's the first step for her for playing a good bowl.
She's played that perfect first bowl at 6 o'clock, so now looking for the second one. It's a nice place for your first bowl to finish, isn't it, Joe? Just that sort of foot past and on a good line.
It's just a, we used to call it the holding pen. When you're playing international bowls, the jack seldom stays where it's where it ends when they throw it. It's always moving, and look, generally it doesn't go back up the green. It's always moving past. So that 2 foot behind, just that holding pen. Generally, if you get more in that area, you got chances of not dropping big numbers and being able to score big numbers.
And Val Smith's tenacity was, I was watching, like Bowls New Zealand website has some great flashbacks, and there was when Val played Alan Faulkner, wasn't it, in the final of the World Singles in Christchurch. And
2008.
she was,
Yep.
yeah, and she was down by a number early on, and Faulkner just looked to be calm and doing everything right and playing some lovely shots, and then all of a sudden that lead that she had dissipated, and I think Smith landed something like 11 unanswered shots or something, didn't she, in that game, and just basically romped away with it, and it was her persistence and consistency that just took Faulkner out of the match altogether.
There was an okay game of pairs at that World Championships as well,
Yes.
John.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes.
Both for the men and women.
Right.
Yeah, so Joe and Val winning the gold medal as well. And that was...
Fairy tale come true, John. Winning a world title with your best mate.
Yeah.
One of the great moments. So we see Janine
Oh,
Noble
look
here.
at this.
Great shot.
Decisions. 14-11. You're down, one down on the head.
Just be trying to draw it.
And if her hand pretty good, when's it going to turn? Oh,
nope.
I think based on that, she might be a bit wide. I think she was waiting for it to break and it didn't. You can see that there. The weight's actually pretty good. It's essentially in line with the jack, but just on those shorter ends, sometimes if you take the same green that you've been taking on a long end, it's not going to come back for you.
So Noble holding shot and has a chance for 3 here if she can sit that back bowl of, or beat that back bowl of Smith's. Oh, forehand.
So just to confirm, we are running on a time limit, but there's no such thing as a drawn game in the singles. So if, for argument's sake, Val was to score a 2 or 3 to draw the game and the time's up, the further end will be played. You're not going to have the...
So the safer option there, I suppose.
You get 2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, safer option. I suppose she just didn't want to be a bit tight and touch the jack.
Yeah.
2. Didn't look like that on the cameras.
Yeah, I thought she had that opportunity going the other hand to sit, but you're right, it was a safer option, and she, was obviously getting in amongst her own, just drawing as she had done so well previously onto those 2 that she had already. That might have enlarged the number, but a 2 and 16-11.
Even more, I suppose, the reason to play the safe hand, a 2 at this point in the game's pretty big.
Yeah. And she'd been down the head, she knew the situation exactly. Right, let's watch this first bowl of Janine Noble. More often than not, she's been and pretty good touch with that first one. The last 3 ends we've seen Val Smith nutting it, being right close to the jack. So if you've just tuned in, this is the last match in the round robin of the Somerset Champion of Champions women's singles. Noble is one of 7 qualifiers so far, having already won 3 games. So while she's qualified, she has to play this because Val Smith needs 1 more victory to qualify. So first bowl, bang on green, right down that centre line. So in the context of the game, Smith really needs to be right on or just over the jack with, well, she's over it, but a bit further than probably she wanted, but at least in that zone where she can score. And she'll be thinking a single's no good to me here. A 2 or a 3 is something that I need to keep this game going. As the time limit.
She just can't afford to probably drop any more ends now. She's, what, about 11, 12 minutes to go. So she needs to be winning the next 3, the ends that are available.
And Noble is doing her best to shut her out of that. And here she comes down that perfect line again.
She's played a very good game of
Just
singles.
wanting to add a wee bit of weight. Yeah, that's good too. Just
perfect.
Cutting down the numbers that Smith might get, or potential for Smith.
We can see just to the right some of the men's games are underway now, and that'll be the case shortly on this rink. There won't be much of a gap between the finishing of this game and the starting of the game between Sean Scott and whoever Tony Grantham's what we said, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that's good memory. Thank you. And Tony Grantham will be up shortly after this game, so you might have time for a cup of tea if you are viewing this. And by the time you come back, there'll be another game of singles on to watch on this raining Saturday afternoon. Well, raining in some places in New Zealand anyway.
Noble with this ball looking to shut Smith out of her endeavours to qualify. Something right on the jack would just make it horrendously difficult for Val Smith, and Noble jogs after it, an indication perhaps that she thinks it's okay.
And it is.
Beautiful bowl.
Yeah, that's
Great
good.
shot.
Really impressed with Janine Noble's bowls in this match. You can see why she's won all 3 of her games so far, and will be a force to be reckoned with in post section for sure.
Smith can draw that shot out, just rest it. We don't know if she's got second shot, do we? Is that Smith got second shot there, would you think?
I think so.
Okay, so here's an opportunity.
Close. Down a bit.
Oh,
Good
close.
shot here.
Yeah, good.
What a bowl. Oh, goodness, imagine if that's not moved it far enough. That'd be unlucky.
Hasn't.
That's unlucky.
Good attempt, but she's, 2 seconds?
Yeah, she would have been maybe an inch wide.
Yeah.
That's why that
She landed
the
it
bowl,
fat.
yeah, just needed to be even an inch to our right as we see it. The bowl that she hit would have gone square back instead of around the corner. As you said, Joe, 2 seconds, and Val's very capable.
Well, it's what Noble does with this, isn't it? Because she can close this up quite nicely. She's that perfect draw zone for her. She's got those 2 bowls just over the jack. She can plug the gap, can't she, if she wants to be a bit defensive, but I don't think that's really in her nature. She can sit the bowl, get an inside edge on the bowl, you know, all sorts of things, so long as she's here.
We're trying for a front toucher, I'd say. Close
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah. Yep.
How's the weight? Right, what are we doing here, Joe? What's the call?
It's a tough shot. I mean, there's probably only 2 more ends after this. She's got to get rid of the blue bowl. I don't think one's enough. Obviously, one puts a 4 behind with two to play. Not the worst scenario, but if she drops a 1 here, that's 6 behind with 2 to play. Not impossible, but pretty hard. Yeah, that confident draw down there. Try and get a roll out of the blue one. Flopping off her edge one.
Might be narrow, is she?
Tight,
Or is she under it? Yeah, tight.
So we see a 16-11 lead, I think.
17-11, I think. Hello?
Yeah, yeah, it is 17.
Oh, it's a
nice.
lead. It's a lead. and Val's on 11, and someone's on some other points.
Just watching the board down there. That board has changed, has it? It's 16.
16-11.
So, okay.
Maybe there's only one on the last end.
Must have been. Yeah, I had a 2 on that end as well.
Yeah.
Joe, so
Oh,
16,
5.
now 16. It's still tough. So yes, I put the ends up there on the board, which don't matter, but 17 ends gone, and it's been Noble. 10 ends she scored on, 10 of the 17.
And a reasonable jack there. Janine on the back end. Just a little bounce. Well,
I think they're just fixing up that score. I think they've been
Yeah.
saying 17-11.
Yeah.
oh, so you were right all along.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I am. I was too. So I think it is. Well, the marker did show a couple, I'm sure, on that previous end.
Yeah.
We're all
Yeah.
confused.
17-11, I think.
Right, so that's slightly different context. There we go, Janine on the back end.
Oh, look at it. She's been
Bye-bye.
most impressive throughout this game. Really, she deserves that lead of 16 or 17 to 11. Oh, I see. It's back up to 16 now. Okay.
Maybe we should just not say the score.
Yeah, yeah.
Just take it
we'll
as
go
an
with-
absolute guess.
We'll go with that. The scoreboard operator will be accurate. Whoa, what have we got here from Val?
The bowl just didn't come out that good. Should be disappointed with that one. And a bit of work to do.
That's a handy bowl too. She's got a couple. She's well positioned for any movement of the jack. And Val, on the other hand, those other two bowls of hers have no potential of scoring.
Really needs to score on this end, Val Smith, and it's looking like it's going to be a challenge to do so. And a bowl to come. Janine stays on the back end. Bowl.
Well, we were saying it's unlikely to get to 21 with the time limit. This is one of those scratchy ends that could go anywhere. And Val has to be careful that she doesn't be too narrow again and spring that jack back to all those blue ones. That's good.
She's
Good
close.
line.
Make a two though.
She's close.
Yeah. Yeah, good pressure
Oh,
ball.
she's got the
Good
shot.
shot.
Yep. So we are pretty much at the time limit. So we'll see if Val Smith can get the jack down.
Oh, I heard a phone ringing and I thought it was the bell.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
So this will definitely be the last end. Unless, of course, Val Smith gets a 4 and they play an extra end.
That's if the score's 17 or 16.
Yes, yeah.
There's lots of if, buts and maybes here.
So both these players have scored a 3. Ginny Noble scored a couple of 3s. And Val 1. So a 4 would be something of a miracle in the way this game has been going. So Smith starts with a good bowl.
So we're working on Val requiring a 4 to force an extra end and qualify here.
I think there's only been one opportunity in the game where that's come out, isn't it? They were drawing for 4 and was...
Fascinating when you talk about those bonus bowls, Joe, because I can think of maybe, I think 2 ends, potentially 3 where Val had a chance for a bonus bowl and was either just over or under or wide or narrow or whatever. But if we think about it, she'd be 15, 16 down now on the last end. And instead she's requiring a 4. So they do make a big difference in the games.
Yeah. They're huge, but yeah. People, often said, oh, I lost it on the last end or lost it on the last bowl, when actually, you have a look back through the opportunities that have arisen that you haven't taken.
Yeah, that's a very good comment. That it's hark back and think of that second end when I could have drawn a for 3 and I didn't, or something like that. It's not often it's the last end.
Yeah.
We see up in the top left-hand corner there the score. That has gone on to 17 to 12. So the correction has been made. The commentators were right.
That's always good news.
Yep.
So requiring a power play here then is what we're saying, which obviously doesn't exist in a champion of champions singles format unless, well, I haven't heard a bell go, so let's just wait and see. We'll just call it as it happens in front of us.
By my adding up, this is definitely the last end.
Yeah. Val looks at it. She's looking at her watch now.
Out of
She
time,
can't
I
get a
think.
5 out of this. She could get a 4, but she certainly can't get a 5 out of it. And if this is the last end, and it's apparent that it is, then it is Janine Noble who has beaten Val Smith. We will have 7 qualifiers. When this game has ended, we'll show you the qualifiers. And then there'll be a short break, Alex, I think, and then you'll be into action with the men's match between Sean Scott and Tony Grantham.
Yes, that's right. And Val, fair enough.
That was a frustration one where she's just worked out that it was pointless playing this last end.
Yep. And so a well-played match by Janine Noble. She was extremely consistent. She was more consistent than Val Smith. She played some superb bowls when she was under pressure. 3 or 4 bombs that she played that just shut Val Smith out, and all of a sudden the time limit was racing to the rescue, or not to the rescue, it was racing to a conclusion, and Val Smith has dropped out of the Somerset Champion of Champions singles, beaten by Janine Noble. We'll have a look at the qualifiers in a moment. We'll have a look at a couple of highlights here as well. But certainly you see the situation now with the qualifiers being Lindley O'Callaghan of Alexandra, Jenny Anderson Picton, Audrey Stevenson Romati, Briar Atkinson Paratutu, Julie Adams Belfast, Nicole Toomey Stokes Valley, and the winner of this match, which was Janine Noble of Takaro. Those are your qualifiers for the Women's Champion of Champions singles here in Hastings.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
singles continues with this match in the men's division, which features Sean Scott of Central Otago and Tony Grantham from Auckland. I'm John Macbeth, and it's nice to be with you again. And this time joining me is Joe Edwards, and also Mark Noble is back from a successful stint behind the microphone yesterday, Mark. So these two players are different in character. I think you said, Joe, different in the way they play the game. So what can we expect today?
Yeah, look, I think generally Tony Grantham's known as a lead, which also makes him a very good singles player because it's all about getting bowls close. But Sean Scott certainly doesn't. He always has a bit of a go if he's down, so should be a bit of fireworks happening.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And you would have been quite impressed, Mark, with what you saw of Janine in that match against Val Smith earlier today.
Yeah, look, I told her to get onto the ditch hand as well, I guess, before they started. And but she did have a practice on this rink, did know that the ditch hand was the go-to hand, as both these players have started on the rink side, the ditch side.
So this is Grantham, well known for his efforts on the national scene a number of years ago, and then sort of dripped off the scene a wee bit, but has come back very, very strongly, and is one of the most highly regarded bowlers in the country at the moment. He's using those greyish looking bowls. The two closest to the jack, of course, belong to Sean Scott from the Bannockburn Club, where he's the greenkeeper, and I think a greenkeeper around a few of the clubs down in that wonderful area of Central Otago. At the end of this end, we might just have a look at the ladder for the men's competition, because these two players have played 2 games each, and they're unbeaten. So this one's important to them. It's a qualifier for them if they can score the victory in this match.
Yeah, Tony swapped over to this other hand. I think if you watched the last game a little bit, if you get a bit wide on that hand, they don't turn at all. I think Val chucked, and Janine as well might have chucked a few out, just outside the bit where it doesn't turn.
Yeah, they'll both certainly be wanting to win this one. It's you get your qualifying after 3 games. It makes it a lot easier. No pressure on that last game.
It's 3 pretty impressive bowls coming in now for Sean Scott. Nice little group of them there. We see
Tony,
Grantham.
He's going to attack this, I think.
Oh.
First end, a good sight for Grantham, won't give it much confidence, but anyway, 3 excellent bowls there from Sean Scott to start this race to 21. He picks up a 3, puts the mat down a fair way back, and gets ready to deliver the jack. So a good start to this match for Sean Scott from Bannockburn and representing Central Otago.
Yeah, a little bit of a warning sign for Tony. I mean, Scud's known for his weighted shots, but if he can get his draw game going, he's a complete player.
Yeah, I guess you don't win these sort of events, and he's won it at least twice, I think.
His eyes watching all the way down. You could see them darting across to where the bowl was going to start to turn. Lovely weight again. So I know we said we might throw up the ladder so far, but we'll wait till we get a moment. A few names there, of course. A few games being played, still to be played.
Both boys play at a pretty quick pace, so there's not going to be too much time in between ends either.
Scoreboard attendants trying not to look too bored. So Grantham of late, Mark, is continues to be a really good lead, isn't he? That's his strength, as Joe mentioned. I think he led for Lawson, didn't he, in the national peers? So he's that's his forte is the draw, but you can't get to this stage and you being a national representative without having the full array of shots, and we'll see a fair bit of that today, I'm sure. I think we're in for an exciting game here, actually.
Yeah, I think Tony will chuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tony will chuck a lot of bowls in that area, which will give him a lot of play, and that'll be the key part to this game, is how many can Sean actually draw inside him to put the pressure the other way around. And here's Tony with another good bowl here. But I think we'll see fireworks right now.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be short, Mark.
So that's the blank sheet you've just seen there. So that's the working sheet, and then we fill it in like this. So there you can see. Oh, and it's not the women's champion, but quite close. So we take the WO off the front. So this is what our team of about two people do. They put information up and change it quickly, and they're doing 100 jobs at once. But there we are. So Roger Glendinning from Geraldine at the top there. So these are the players. You're looking down the games lost, but the games won is the main one. And if they win 3, then they've qualified. And so far, these players have played just the 2. So Scott is there and Grantham there. Tinker, who we saw yesterday, playing against Morris Symes, Yaxley. And then down to those top 2 at the second page. The rest all have 1 victory and clearly needing to win a couple. Oh, I saw that bowl going down down the left-hand side, and I thought, wow, he's
got the kill, has he?
Here's the first one. No, not
He's
quite.
got a gap.
Gee.
Pretty stiff with that.
Yep.
It could be 3 down as well. And you'd expect Tony to draw another one here.
You would. There's no danger drawing down that forehand. Play it real confident.
See the lollipops go up. So certainly 2. That's the story. Maybe a measure for the 3rd. From this angle, it certainly looks like 3, doesn't it? And if he just sits on his own, pushes it up if he's in any doubt, but there's a great opportunity here for a 3 for Tony Grantham to replace the 3 that he lost on the first end. Here he goes.
Pretty good. Yep, that'll be in.
It's good stuff.
Might be a quicker game than that last one.
After 2 ends of the first game, it was 2-1. Could be 4-3.
Yeah, that's right.
I think 3-all's bad enough.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Certainly looks like 4 looking at that.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Big 4. You put 2 of his big fingers in between those. Between the end of the tape and the bowl. So a 4. So 2 ends gone, 7 points scored.
And even though Scud missed his drive, he won't be too upset knowing that he was in the area. It's always nice when you let your first drive go and you either get the target area or you hit the target, but won't want to drop a 4, but knowing that his drive is working well early.
It's probably only an inch either side. I mean, he did get some of the shot bowl, but it just fell over, so another inch of contact would have probably got Jack and the kill.
So Grantham with his 2 games so far, he's beaten Waipukara representative or player Marks and Clark from Manarewa, and Scott beat Shane Duncan of Kapiti and Willis of Featherston. Well, we know what he did coming this way in that first end. He just plonked them right alongside it.
took that wider line up this ditch hand, and obviously needs to give it just an extra yard or so of weight to make it come back.
Yeah, the good news on that ditch hand is there's about 8 tracks to the jack.
Yeah, a big channel.
Yeah, because all the bowls will head near the centre line. Like they'll all be within a foot of the centre line, no matter where you chuck it out there, which is pretty important that you've got a free run on the hand.
Saying in that first game, Mark, that sometimes the green, it looks like you've only got about a 5 mil channel to the centre of the rink, and others you've got like a 2 foot.
Yeah.
When you're playing bad, it feels like about a 1 mil channel.
Yeah, I was down talking about how it's all about building pressure, and here Tony's onto it early on this end as well, and looking good for 2. And this is all about putting pressure on the other player. And it's just gone through here.
How important is that first bowl effectiveness, Mark, in a game of singles?
It's probably the winning of every game, I think. If you get one inside that foot range, the other player's always playing what I call catch-up, and you'd know that, Joe. You've played a lot of singles at a fairly good level. Yeah, this is pretty close.
Here.
Yeah, this is good.
Well, very good from Sean Scott. He now holds the shot.
And looking at those bowls, they look like they were XGs, if I was getting that right. Henslite XGs.
Yeah, Scud's, he's normally a Henslite boy, and
Yep.
Tony's a Taylor.
I'm not sure what type of Taylor bowls GTRs he's got.
He's been
How
using
can you
them for a
guys
while.
tell that?
Well, it's
How do you know? I have to pick up a bowl and look at whether
I
it's
just
a
look-
Henselite or a Taylor or...
you look at the dimples.
Oh, do you?
I'd like to,
Okay.
see, Mark, I was going to be a little bit, I was going to say, you see the line of the bowl
Yeah,
down
yeah,
this,
yeah.
you can just tell that it's, come on, Mark, don't tell them all the secrets.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I've got no interest in the various sorts of bowls. I play with a bowl that I always say, well, if it's not the bowl, it's me, So, and that's what I settle on. And yet, there is a huge interest in, isn't there, in what players are using, and there's a switching of bowls for different situations for some players, isn't there?
Yeah,
Yeah, I like to use the wide bowls on the carpet, but not many people like using the wide set, but I like the wide sets.
So what do you use on carpet then?
I normally use the Aero Grooves, which
Yeah.
are designed for 10-second greens in England.
And what
I'm
about
just
you,
a
Joe?
simple
Do you?
chick. Yeah, just
Yep.
I'm pretty
We
simple.
know that, but-
One set of bowls fits all occasions.
Oh, really?
You know,
Yep.
apart from going over to the northern hemisphere, I think I've been to Hong Kong 3 times. Twice I tried to change my bowls to a wider set and played absolute rubbish. And the third time I just took my Greenmaster Premier as at the time that I was playing with those, and everyone said that I had the wrong bowls, and in my mind I thought, well, they're my bowls, I'm used to them, they've got my special emblem on them, and there's just got to be a line on the green for this bowl, and so I've just got to find it, and it was the most successful event that I'd played in Hong Kong. So all the World Cups in Warilla, a lot of players play with the wider sets, and look, if that's what you're confident in using, sweet as. But me, I seem to like taking the thinking out of it, and these are the bowls I use. These are the bowls I'm taking. So I'd hate to get on the mat thinking, geez, I wish I had a wider set because I could draw around this, or I wish I had a tighter set. It's that kind of thought process goes out of my head. It's it is what it is. This is what I've got. Make it work.
So really, it gets down to you as a player and how you handle the bowls and how you adapt to situations or conditions.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with mindsets, but But bowls it's a mindset, you know. It's how you have control over your mental side of things. You can just get so far in advance of your opposition. Just a real good confident mindset works wonders.
Yeah, if you're confident with a bowl you're chucking down, I guess you're going to draw shots, aren't you? If you've got a bowl you're unsure of, you might not know where you're aiming for a while. Could cost you some shots, I guess, isn't it?
Yep. Here we see Scott playing the wide hand here, coming down on his forehand. He's holding the shot. He picked up a single on the last. Oh, no, he's not holding shot, is he? He's got the purple ones. It's only taken me 4 ends to work that one out.
Scud used to use the black and white speckled as well, so that could have been interesting.
It would have been interesting for us. We feather there, that'll do it. So that's a couple there for Tony Grantham.
3 down, I think. Tony
3,
Cherry.
yeah.
The marker showing us it's 3.
And nothing past the jack, so options are a little bit limited for Scud.
He might actually go this knowing that the front plant with the 2 purples might be on for the kill. Just
So here we have the remainder of the players involved in this. See Morris Symes, we saw him in action yesterday against Scott Tinker. So he's had 1 win, as has David Clark. Down to those with no wins so far. So 3 wins required to go through to post-section. And I think we determined earlier today that there were 7 women who've qualified.
it looks like he's just drawing to beat the wing bowl or promote his own bowl, looks of it.
And for your information, people following in particular the Women's Championship on the Bowls New Zealand website and the Bowls Hub on Bowls New Zealand, the draw is already there, so have a look and see what action's going to occur later today. So that last bowl of Scott's obviously wasn't bad, or is Grantham looking at who's got second shot there? Looks like he's from here. He's certainly got shot. He's probably got 2, hasn't he?
Looks like it. I think just
Yeah.
he might.
I think he can confidently just draw here. There's no danger drawing.
Yeah,
His shot bowl's protecting the jack a little bit, so it's
Is
got
he
a
going
free.
to try and get just an inside edge of the blue bowl, just to roll it out for 4, possibly 4?
I'm not too sure I'd play this in case we promote that the short one in. But anyway, he's played it.
Yep.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
Confidence of
Whoa,
people.
whoa,
eh?
whoa. Oh, yeah.
He's-
Oh,
Just so.
unlucky.
Yeah.
Centimetre wide.
Could have just backed it in for second or shot too, just quietly.
Yeah.
I guess he might only have 1 if he was playing that. That's why he played it.
That is 1. Yeah. Oh, right.
So that explains why he was playing that shot. We were thinking he's got 2.
Certainly looks like it, and we can't tell. That we're relying on the camera as well, and sometimes it's quite deceptive. But just remember that a millimetre's the difference in some cases, a small number of millimetres the difference in having a shot or not. Here we see Grantham sending the jack down. It'll be picked up and put on the 2 metre mark. So 5-4, it's a race to 21 in this men's champion of champions singles match at the Somerset Championships here in Hastings. Sean Scott from Bannockburn representing Central Otago, and Tony Grantham from Mount Albert representing Auckland. Opens with another good one.
Great start in the maximum length of an end, ditch to ditch as we like to call it. Get one within 6 inches, pretty good start that.
Yeah, like I was talking about, puts pressure on Sean's first bowl as well. Knowing that if he doesn't get one in the area, he'll be 2 down next time he gets to the mat, which is probably most likely to happen now.
It's just building that pressure, isn't it, Mark? It's you know what it's like when you're under that pressure. It's just hoping you can get one close. And
I guess the game's easy 1 down. It's when we're 3 and 4 down that the game becomes difficult. and here's Tony's played a good one, but lots of gaps
good
as well.
Bad one.
So, yeah, good bad one.
Yeah.
Lots of gaps though.
So it's building up to be a good head here for Tony Grantham.
he just needs to change this up a little bit. Get on the back of his wing bowl or a little piece of the jack just to change this angle up. It looks a little bit too easy.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to help either.
This kind of forces Sean Scott a little bit more, doesn't it? His shot.
Yeah, and the way this hand plays is quite good. Just reach down at that. It won't turn at right angles.
Yeah, this time searching for the jack or the shot.
He's close.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah, pretty good shot under pressure. Ends up with a couple there of that back bowl, his first bowl, which was, or was that his second, right down onto the ditch.
And the thing is, Tony's going to swap out to this other hand. If he gets a little bit wide on it, it will not turn at all.
It'll just be interesting to see how it does change the bias of the bowl out here when he's taking a little bit extra. I would have seen a jack.
And he's got back in the rink, I think.
Played it well.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, that's a cracker, isn't it?
I think he's on the rink. I think we'll see a drive. Sean will
Yeah,
be
2
driving
seconds.
Yeah. Deep breath, ready to go.
Yeah, he'll be winding up.
Well, he's got that out of the system. That's 2 he's had a go at, and he's able to start breathing again now. So a shot there, fine last bowl in this end by Tony Grantham, after Scott had run the jack into the ditch and spread it wide to the rink marker almost. But Grantham was up to it and draws another shot. He leads by 6-4.
Yeah, I'd be okay if I was Sean with that, because if he didn't play a good third one, he would have been staring down the barrel of 4 down. So dropping a single is not that bad at times.
You did right, and that's all you want to do is make your opposition play a good shot.
See that scoreboard alongside of us there, that's on rink number 2, 11-10 the score there, so a close match. That's between Vaughan Marks of Waipukara and Shane Duncan of Paraparamu Beach. So a whole round of games, a number of buys of course as we go through this, but this one's a big one for these 2 players here, with 2 wins so far, unbeaten obviously, 2 wins from 2. A victory here will make life easier for them. They will have qualified and won't have to worry about, or hopefully won't have to worry about playing the last game, depending on the situation of their opponent. That's a good opener here from Sean Scott.
It's a good position to be in for both players, knowing that they've got another life if things didn't work out for them in this game too. It's always good to have that backup game that you can still qualify with. Yes.
Life's not too pressurised, is it, when you know that? Here's Scott, was Grantham's last, just flicking the jack and carrying on through. So I shouldn't think Scott will be short here. Tried to draw a second, but certainly to be a second shot which is over the jack. There it goes, good shot here.
Pretty good home that.
Yep, good shot from Scott.
Counting and covering a little trail. That hole, I wonder if Tony had a couple of shots in mind there. He played the line of a metre on shot, but the weight of a draw. It's just so important to get those two things right in your head. Exactly what you're wanting to do.
I do think too, coming this way, the hand that Tony's actually on can be a little tricky coming this direction.
Just a bit of a fine line to get back to the centre line?
Yeah, I do think it. From what I've seen and actually playing on the rink, you can miss the line. Tony's good here though. He's played a bomb.
Sure, yeah.
Great shot by Tony.
Sean's coming up to have a look, but I think he might actually play the same hand, try and sit the black through, sit and stay for 3 probably.
Well, I assume they'll have this commentary being shown at the Cromwell's famous watering hole that Sean occasionally goes to. The Vic in the old town part of Cromwell. Here he goes.
Down that backhand still, isn't it?
No, it's on the forehand, Joe.
Yeah.
Just looked like the old bias was the other side.
And that's what I say about this hand in particular. You can just miss your line of fraction and they whip across like that.
Yeah. So now he must have been confident he had second shot there. Yep, one. And what does Tony think?
Good on your scope, get down there and measure it. It's a lot easier than that.
He was hoping Tony would do it.
Yeah.
It's a lot better than walking around in circles for 5 minutes.
It is too, yeah, with your fingers up and then calling for the umpire. That was a single.
Well, after the initial 2 ends of a 3 and a 4, it's settled down to be 4 ones in the next 4 ends.
Yep, so 6 ends gone, and Grantham has won 4 of them, but the last 3 have produced just singles after that 4 on the second for him, so now 7-4. So you've had a look around some of the other games. Mark, who's impressed you, if any?
Well, Craig Tinker, yesterday's game, he
yeah.
was just outstanding. So yeah, he's certainly looking pretty good. There's a newer bowler from Tidai Bay who's been playing 4 years only, I believe, and he's on 2 out of 2 wins as well. So that's no mean feat for someone that's just started the game. They were talking about it in Wellington about the last person to have won the Championship Seniors, and that was Eddie Irving, if you guys remember Eddie.
Oh, yeah, he's still around. You hear him before you see him.
I guess he didn't get a nickname of the talking horse for nothing.
No, that's right.
He's got the right name for it too.
Yeah.
Eddie, eh?
So, yep. So the player you're talking about is Brent Ahern, from Te Tahi Bay, and he has made a sizable impact in his 3-4 years of bowling.
Yeah, I was chatting to a few of the Tidai Bay boys yesterday, and they were talking about the last person to have won the senior championships, which of course was Eddie Irving.
So Eddie won an amazing number of titles too, didn't he? And was well known on the national scene.
Yeah, of course he had the nickname of Steady Eddie.
Yeah.
I actually think him and Rob Ashton had something that was like 30 or 35 consecutive pairs games that they won in a row at representative level. They had some record that was pretty much outstanding. Tony's close here. He's played a bomb, I think.
I think your description of that bowl coming down was pretty good, Mark. He's going to be close here. That's close. That'll do.
I think Scud's going to be wanting to get one of his first 2 bowls past in the next few ends. He's just played quite a few short bowls, which is really limiting what he can do with his last couple.
Yeah, this one definitely needs to be up to give himself some play with the last bowl. He's pretty good here.
That's a really good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does
He just wishes it was his first.
It does stop Tony swapping hands and trailing the jack for 4 as well. So it's a good, important bowl for that reason as well. Tony's close
Not
again
bad
here.
again, is he?
Yeah, he's close.
Yeah.
He's close if he's up. It's a fair effort.
Probably going to
Righto,
need to change his
Sean.
hand now.
I think you're correct, Joe. I think it's swap hands, try and draw a toucher for 2. Draw a shot otherwise.
Not sure you can get right the way around those 2 black ones for to get the shot. He's got a chance on that backhand.
More rewards on the backhand. He
Took
can
a long look out on the forehand side, though, didn't he? Or what you just wonder about the fact that backhand, as you've said, is a bit more difficult to read, but that's a play he's going to make. Grantham picks up the mat as Scott watches this.
just fraction wide, that's all.
Yeah, pretty good weight
Yeah.
for the shot.
Gee, yeah. So it's a 1. Well, Tony Terry thinks it's a 1 anyway. He's waiting for any change on that. It is a single. So the score extends after 7 ends now to 8-4.
The good news for Sean here is he's just dropping singles and not quite playing as good as he wants to, so he can actually turn it around quite comfortably, I think.
You're dead right. You know, when you are struggling a little bit, if you can just keep them to only ones, yeah, you may be dropping multiple ends in a row, but there's still not too much damage being done. You know in yourself, you're not playing that good. If you can just, step it up a little bit, you're going to be right in the game.
No, Mark doesn't know that, Joe.
Mark
You
never
know, Mark, when
struggles,
you're not
does he?
playing so good. No, I don't know that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a one-end turnaround. Like he gets 2 here, he's 8-6. You know, it's nothing. The scoreboard's still pretty close. Still game on, big time. And this is a better start, Joe. This one. This is in play and past.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Right in that little holding pen.
And you don't get in a lot of trouble when you chuck him in that sort of area. The other guy's got to play 3 or 4 goodies to start beating that.
Well, that didn't look great leaving, did it? It seemed to have that narrow line, which Grantham has struck a couple of times so far, playing that hand. Just a bit difficult to read, just not quite getting onto it. Here's Scott, a chance to make it 2.
So where the
Wider.
frustration starts to happen is his first bowl hung out a little bit wide. He tries to make the correction and it cuts across.
And coming this direction in particular, this hand is like that. The line to get to the jack is only about 6 to 8 inches wide, and everything else is wide or narrow, as you've seen again here with Tony.
Narrow again.
And that's probably why most players have played the ditch side coming this way as well.
And we'll just keep a note and see whether, in fact, he does change to the other hand coming this way next time.
It's about to be
Generally
3
from
down.
that first bowl, the first bowl that Tony played, there wasn't a big correction needed for the line.
No.
I think we overcompensate a lot of times and make huge corrections. And
Wow.
And that's what
Scotty
I'm talking
there with
about.
that.
Yeah, that hand
Yeah.
is like that. And he's going back
is it
to
a
the
bit of a
ditch hand.
slower hand as well?
I think it's slower because it's different. Like it's quick if you're up the narrow side of it, and it's slower if you get to the wide side of it, if that makes a bit of sense. Tony's played a bomb here, though.
Makes Mark Noble sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understood what I meant.
That's most important.
Good shot there.
That's a good swap of hands from Tony.
Look at those 3
think
bowls
you'll-
that you put down on the backhand and or on the forehand, and that last one. So you wouldn't imagine to be playing the other hand much if he can help it on future
Just
ends.
going to say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've seen most bowls come up and down this ditch hand now.
It's just kinda, like I've been saying, where you can chuck it down it, you've got more chances. So, I mean, Sean might actually have a drive at this bowl. Shouldn't be able to get his 2 seconds.
Famous last words.
Yeah, good. There's no way that those 2 blue balls would go here if he drove us there.
Well, they're almost level with each other, so you...
Yeah.
You're talking him into this, Mark.
There's no way that Sean Scott could go 3 down here if he drives this.
We're going to find out.
Yep.
He's close. He's got it all
Your
away.
fault, Marky.
Oh.
Mine?
Ooh.
Safe call from the commentator.
Yeah.
It's a good shot, just to get under
It
that,
was.
that front one, a short one. Very good
Bugger
shot.
all room in which to negotiate, wasn't there?
Hmm.
So Scott gets back into the scoring. He's picked up a single on the third, but hasn't scored since then until now. We've played 8 ends, and it's 8-5 to Tony Grantham.
I was expecting to change the lengths, but we're not going to see it.
I think sometimes you just got to get into your own mind what length you're happy with. I think a lot of times we think to ourselves, I'm going to play a length that's going to stuff the opposition up, and invariably it stuffs yourself up. So you just got to be really, really confident with the length that you want to play, and just go with it.
Yeah, I think that's the go when we start the games for sure. During the games, as you know, Joe, we have to swap lengths when we're struggling.
For sure.
Good number of people here watching at this Hastings venue. Hawke's Bay is a very strong bowling area these days, and lots of younger people taking it on. What's the secondary school interest like in your area in Manawatu, Mark? Secondary school players?
We're actually about zero at the moment, dare I say that. Certainly work in progress for our centre, and with the potential of a new stadium going in Bowls Palmerston North, I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to start looking at getting some of those school programs running and working. And we do have Sharon Sims, who's quite keen to push that side of it, so that's pretty good for us.
Yeah, we're in the Kapiti Centre, we're struggling, although there's a move recently to, at the behest of Bowls New Zealand, of course, to try and get something up and operating. We found it difficult with the neighbouring college just to, get buy-in from the school, and as volunteer sports organisations, it then means that someone from within the bowling club has got to run it, and it becomes a lot of time and effort, and then you find the kids leave the area or find other more exciting things to do. So you almost feel as though you've wasted your time. But in Wellington, it's become really outstanding with Brady Amir running it down there. What about in the Nelson region? Val, is there much interest in secondary schools?
Well, I'm Joe, but that's okay.
Oh shit! What did I call you?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
It's not the worst thing I've called anyone.
Yeah. No, you're right. I tend to answer to Val now. Yeah, I know for a fact, like my husband's the chairman of the board here at Bowls Nelson, and he's been in touch with Sport Tasman to go through their college to try and start up something here. Oh, that's something. Oh,
that's a good result.
Yeah,
That's a good result.
But I think sometimes I just think there's a market there for people that are just coming out of their active sporting careers, your soccer, your football, your rugbies, your crickets, netballs. We're still hugely competitive. Generally got a little bit more time, a little bit more money, to really just tap into those sorts of people, the 40 to 50 or 30 to 50 year range. It's still hugely competitive. I was lucky enough to play 2 sports very, very seriously and very competitively, and finished my football career and started up bowls. So, your body might not be able to keep doing the physical sport, but bowls, there's so many opportunities to whatever grade standard that you play. Whether you want to go the whole way right up to the top, there's a real good pathway to get there.
Yeah, I agree there, Joe. Like, we need to target those 30 to 40-year-old people into our sport when they're finishing all their sports.
So Scott, who picked up a single on that last, holds a shot here. He was down 8-4.
And,
He's won the last 2 ends.
and saying that, there's a, I mean, the way Val and I started, we played in the Business House Bowls on a Tuesday night. A lot of social, but it's also just getting people inside the gates to have a go. And I don't know, the competitiveness in sports people, when they try the sport, generally their thoughts are it just grabs you, and you just want to get better, and you don't know why you can't, so it just keeps getting you back for more and more, and it's just getting people inside and having a go, and just to show that it's not just a sport for the elderly or older people. It's it's just a sport for all ages. It doesn't matter how old you are. You watch some of these college kids deliver a bowl and you just think, holy hell, I remember when I could do it that sweetly and easily,
right.
and no sore backs and knees and necks and things. And unfortunately for a lot of the college people, they've got so many things available to them. It's just really, really hard to get them into bowls and keep them in there.
Yes, you're right. That sort of 20, 30, 40-year age group who are, as you've already sort of alluded to, finishing maybe an active career but in another sport. But this is a sport which anyone can play. And we've found, and most clubs have, when you do something like a Twilight or a Business House Bowls competition, and you do get people coming in and thinking, oh, this is easy, and they get 2 or 3 mates along and they form a team, and then they find it's not easy, and then they become competitive. And then, as we found this year, people were ringing us up saying, can we just come along and have a practice, before we play the next round? And all of a sudden they've become, casual members, and then they're saying, we want to play this more often. Can you accommodate, our working situation? And as a club, we've always said, we'll accommodate you if you want to play. We'll make sure there's something available for you.
That's definitely the key.
Yeah, because a lot of people can't play the recognised format, spending all day or a whole weekend playing, but there are other options, and it's when they can take that time to play, the big championships and that you, what a perler here, that you take advantage of them and they become really full-time members. So that wasn't a bad head, really, and some good shots played by both.
Yeah, Tony's got a nice channel here to run down for the jack back for 3, so he's got a lot of chances with this last bowl.
Here it goes.
As we say, he just chucked it down the zone and he gets the result.
Yes, yeah.
Still to this day, I don't think I've heard one person say, when you've asked them about playing bowls and that, people have joined and they always say, geez, I wish I'd started younger. I don't think I've heard one person say, geez, I wish, I'm pleased I left it till I was 64.
Yeah. And there's those golfers out there who are, sort of hobbling around and driving carts and that, and then they have a go at bowls and they say, oh, I can play this, and I can also play golf. So you get them, we've got a number of members who are playing both. I think when you said that, Joe, I think of, Alec Wiley, the former All Black coach, and whose partner Jenny is here and qualified, and he said, and you'd think from Alec Wiley, you'd think, well, he wouldn't be interested in playing bowls, wouldn't be for him. And he just said right from the start, I wish I'd taken this up earlier. And he, that's a familiar comment. So 9-6 Grantham. This is a race to 21. It's a third round for both of these two players. They're unbeaten. A third win will qualify them for post-section play in the Somerset Champion of Champions singles. The women have already reached that post-section stage with 7 qualifiers.
I presume the draw for that will get done later tonight, I'm guessing.
No, it's already out,
Oh,
Mark.
is it?
It's on the Bowls Hub, on the Bowls New Zealand website. I'm sure our top team in the background here would rustle up the women's post-section draw if we asked them kindly.
So I presume they're starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow, if I'm guessing that.
Yeah,
So
I think it.
If you're in the Hawke's Bay, get on down and watch those quarterfinals.
So Grantham playing that open hand and playing it effectively, coming this way. Scott follows this one down on the forehand. Looks to be tracking well. If his weight's okay, he's got a good number. No. Well short.
So there'll be one bye and 3 games in the women's first round.
Yeah,
Get it down to 4.
Right, I'm predicting a drive again here at the 2 Black Bowls. Like he's got 2 thirds. And I won't be surprised if we see a shot on anger.
And then when he stands up there and plays the forehand and tickles the jack back to himself for 2, you'll say that was a safer shot.
That'll be
no, but everyone watching this, everyone's shot. Yeah, that's right. Sean's gone soft. Everyone watching this will say, if he tries to just draw the jack on this, we'll be amazed. He'll shout. So here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
We'll tell by his breathing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's driving.
Quick.
Yes, he's driving.
He's close. He's close. That's all.
Oh, close. That was it. So he drops a couple. And so Grantham extends his lead to 11 to 6. So here we do have, so Lindley O'Callaghan of Alexandra is the player who gets the bye. Jenny Anderson, we were talking about Alec Wiley a short time ago. Jenny Anderson will play Briar Atkinson. Janine Noble has got Nicole Toomey. Won't be the first time they've played each other, I shouldn't think, Mark. And Julie Adams plays Audrey Stevenson. So that's the first round of post-section in the Somerset Champion of Champions women's singles.
So I am correct presuming that's 8 o'clock tomorrow?
I think so. I'll just do a check while I'm talking to you, because I'm pretty good. I can use a phone and talk at the same time. Oh, did you? Oh, good. Okay. Okay. So the first of the live coverage of the women's will be in the second round. We'll have another game later this afternoon after the completion of this match between Grantham and Scott. Here we are, Grantham playing, strangely enough, the ditch hand coming this way.
And he's straight onto it.
Yeah.
Tony, how long have they got left?
2 hours game, 2 hours coming.
2 hours straight. 2 hours or 21
Oops, got someone wandering around down the other end, clearly. It's got Sean twice.
He's watching this very closely, wasn't he?
He's played this
He
pretty
must have
good
liked it.
considering he had to wait for almost a
Yeah.
minute to chuck the ball down.
At least unlike golf, they don't have to wait for absolute silence when they're playing.
Good shot here from Tony.
Oh, wow, yeah, nailed it nicely.
It's like if you allow the background noise just to happen, things don't annoy you. It's when you make it dead quiet, and then someone tries to open a little suite, and it sounds like there's a microphone attached to it.
This bowl's not so good for Sean. If Tony manages to tuck this jack round the corner, this is going to be a very good head.
Nowhere to go. He does. He's going to have to try and open it up with this third, I think.
Oh, I think he's
Pretty
let him
close.
off. He's close.
Oh, he's pretty close.
Just left him a chance to land one, unfortunately.
Well, if he's there, he's got 3 bowls and a jack to rest on, hasn't he? So it's a big landing zone there for Sean Scott.
We saw this earlier in the game. He trailed the jack back from this type of position going the other direction.
Quite
It's just
narrow.
these short bowls are just getting him in trouble a little bit.
He's close to a result. If Tony changes this head up, he's virtually guaranteed the end here. It's any jack movement, he's guaranteed anywhere from 1 to 4. And I know you might look at it and go, he's holding 3 already, but of course there's a big target zone to run into. Chance, I think.
It's on a nice
Oh,
fighting
yeah.
line for a little touch.
Oh, there's the jack.
Oh,
Oh, hard luck.
that's a
Yeah.
great shot.
It's pretty good. He might only have 2 now, but
It's a good tee though, isn't it?
yeah, Sean can't really drive at this. He gets his own or the jack moves out. Out a bit, he'll be 3 or 4 down as well. So it's a really good 2. So you might think that because he had 3, it's now worse. This is certainly a lot better head for Tony.
Yeah. Sometimes a good 2 or even a good 1's better than a loose 3.
Correct.
Except on the scoreboard. But what we've seen here from Grantham is that the ideal situation of being up to the jack, wasn't it? Everything was there. 1's now over. That was pushed up, but he was always in the zone. So he gave himself every opportunity to score big on this. Began with that first bowl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Sean will do here.
He's got to play the back end unless he's absolutely trying to whack it and just do some damage. But the fear of taking his own one out, so it's just an absolute perfection. Split the 2 and stay there.
And be there.
The danger is the outside black is 4 down.
Oh, he's narrow.
No danger with this one.
So another couple there to Tony Grantham, extending his lead to 13-6.
Again, just Tony, 7 shots, deserved his lead. He's outdrawing Scud at the moment. And like I say, with Scud's first couple of bowls, generally finishing a yard short. It's not enabling him fair access to, playing with any sort of shots with his last ones. He's got no position. And generally he's got things in front that are just hurting him a little bit. just needs to just get that first one past, and I think it's easier to take weight off than put it on. So you get that first one past, and you can start nailing the jack.
Yeah, I sometimes say when I'm playing with a lead that's just struggling a little bit like that, I just sort of like say to them, look, just get a bowl up even into the ditch, and then work your weight back, rather than continuously drop a yard short.
Yeah, just err on that long side a little bit if you are struggling.
Yeah.
It frees up the head in front of the head for you to play a shot later on, but it just gets you something past that you can play something too.
Yes,
Well, he's been listening to you.
Yeah, he's better here. This is good. In fact, both bowls are
That's
really
better.
good.
Another pretty good bowl by Tony, really good weight. It's a bowl within 18 inches, 2 feet of the jack, which is always good.
It creates shots later in the head, doesn't it, Joe?
Yeah, for sure. Generally, if you've got a couple of bowls within 18 inches, you're not going to drop a big number, unless obviously, like Janine Noble played 4 within a flannel size kind of thing earlier in the game in the day, but and also it gives you an option for your last one to make a number. Doesn't leave yourself vulnerable.
And here's Tony. He's probably just half a bowl high here. But unlucky with the result. But the intention was to land bowl trail jack a foot for 2 or 3.
Back to his good line here from Scott. Just his weight again. Wow.
Tony will be up to this. Squeeze jack or land the bowl, I think.
His weight with this last one was really good.
I think he's dropped a bit too much weight off this.
You might get an inside edge.
No, he's
here.
got the right weight.
Whoa, oh, gee.
His
He
weight
would
was
have
actually
taken that,
good.
wouldn't he? Yeah.
There's nothing worse, I don't know about you, Mark, but when you're playing, there's nothing worse than your opposition getting a result off one of your short bowls. It's like a double whammy. It's like, just frustration.
Yeah, if they get it off their own bowl, I'm not normally too...
Yeah.
When they get it off one of yours, you're the one that chucked it there.
Yeah.
That's the one that you sent down and you thought, oh, God, I hope they don't take advantage of that or use that to their advantage, and then they do.
So it means that they're probably narrow to get a rub off it.
For sure.
Well, Scotty would be really disappointed with those 3 that he's kicking back now, eh?
I think he's got to change something here. It's the lengths, the mats, or something has to actually change. So he's chucked all the mat back right on the tee. So I'm expecting a jack to be shorter.
A little
here.
shorty?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I think it does. Tony, especially coming back this way, Tony's just drawing a little bit better than Scud this way.
Yeah.
Well, you see the marker stopped halfway down, so he knew something was coming.
I think the mat right back on the tee sort of told us we were going to get a short jack. Interesting going this direction too, when the short jacks, you can actually get up with quite a narrow line on the stitch side. So it'll be interesting to see if either player work that out.
We didn't start talking about 12:36 or 37. I know we started at
That will be too wide for this length, I think. Like when I was here a couple of weeks ago playing, you could almost take 1 foot of green down this hand at this type of length.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the 2 players will work this out pretty quickly. the
like by their second bowl.
Yep, you'd hope.
Yeah, yeah.
Tony's come back pretty good there. So here's that tighter line I talked about. I don't think this will drop away far, but
He's just not got the weight.
Yep.
He's not far away from the line, you know.
Yep. And Tony's a little bit short too here, but probably counting. Probably 2 feet short that bowl, to give you some estimation. Is he up here? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Oh,
Probably second shot.
It's just throwing them both a little bit out, isn't it? The closest bowls are 18 inches, 2 feet away.
Which I think is a good thing when you're behind, because all of a sudden you're not under the pump all the time.
so just looking to bring it round that last one of Grantham's.
If he's
Good
got the
track.
weight. Yeah, if he's got the weight
Yeah.
to draw a shot here.
Ah, no.
Gee.
Well, Tony has one, but I'm wondering if there's a shot on the forehand for the front black to pop out that blue for 3 or 4. Not sure Tony would probably play that shot, but
Yeah,
I
look
might-
at, there's a little bit of danger. Yeah, you would.
I might look at it, yes.
Just a little bit of danger with Scud's other bowl. I think, you know, Tony's holding one, puts him 14-7, manages
Yeah,
to draw another 15-7. It's good fishing.
Yeah, I think for Tony's definitely going to back himself to draw shots. And he's done that pretty comfortably here.
Yeah.
Although he might only get one now. He's just tipped out the other bowl. Oh, Tony Terry's holding up 2 already. So you are correct, 15-7. So Tony is cruising up to that 21 score.
Yep, Scott's won 5 of the 14 ends, and on 4 of those, he's only managed a single. Fantastic start when he picked up 3 coming in this direction, and he turned around and then dropped a 4 that going the next way, and from then on it's been pretty much singles interspersed with the couple of 2s to Grantham. So this is Tony Grantham of Mount Albert representing Auckland against Sean Scott, Bannockburn Club from Central Otago. Both of them unbeaten going into this round. They've won their 2 matches to date. So victory in this will ensure that the winner qualifies for post-section play.
I'll be surprised whoever loses this game if they didn't qualify. I would expect both these players to be in the sharper end of this tournament.
Yeah, they've certainly both got the pedigree, haven't they? Well, they've played such good bowls and got such good results.
They both won numerous New Zealand titles. They know how to play the game.
So Grantham will play Craig Tinker next up mark, so that would be interesting if he needs to win that. If he loses here and then fronts up against Tinker,
Yeah, I would expect Craig to win this game that he's playing at the moment too. So
Yeah.
if Tony was to win and Craig was to win, that game would not need to be played.
and Sean will play Dean McMurchie of Alarahi Bowling Club.
And did Dean, was he runner-up or did he win it last year? Was he the runner-up or the winner? I think
These
he
are
won
the
it last year.
questions. I think so. I think.
I do remember watching the final.
Yeah. Oh, that's encouraging.
Yeah. And I have a feeling he won the final. Didn't he play Bart Robinson in the final when he beat Bart?
I think that's right. And has he won it a couple of times? I should have that information right up my hands.
I think this is close
one.
here. He's got
Bang,
one
bang.
bowl. Yes, both
Yeah,
bowls.
great shot.
We saw one of those shots yesterday from Craig Tinker, drove out 4 bowls of Morris Symes. Yes, so the last year's final was Dean beating Bart Robinson 21-11 last year.
Don't think you'd be wanting to go in to the game against Craig Tinker needing it to qualify.
No. Not the
way
way
he's
Tinker's playing.
Here's an opportunity here for Sean to get the scoreboard moving. 3 here gets him to double figures. And actually, when we're behind, Joe, you'll know this, when we're losing games, we start giving ourselves small targets like get to double figures, get to 13, get to 15. And before you know it, you're actually back in the game.
Yeah, I've not been a figures kind of a person like that. I'm just more just win the end.
Yeah, which is similar scenario.
Yeah. If you're winning the end, they're not, which is a really good thing. But it just keeps it simple. You just the bowl in your hand, you're trying to draw the shot. The end that you're playing, you're trying to win the end, and just keeps it a little bit closer. Things that you've got control over.
Oh, Scott didn't take advantage of that. He only picked up a 2. He was short with his last. It's 15-9 now. He's dragged the mat out a fair way.
Sounds like some action on one of the other rinks.
That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, that's all about that pressure building, isn't it, Joe? And
I don't know about Tony changing his hand. I mean, it's not. A lot of times, it's not about actually getting the shot. He's playing really well on the stitch hand. If you can get a real good second, in the stage of the game, it's pretty important. Haven't played it too bad.
Probably making Scott change hands too with that.
It's not bad if Sean just draws his jack round the corner. It's not bad here anyway. So to sit on, but
Good bowls.
the head's building up nicely for him to turn it into 3 or something. I'm sure Tony will have something to say with that.
Yeah.
Though he is on this hand.
Again.
Yeah, they run away.
Yeah, he needs to change something up here. A little bit of the actual shot bowl or a bit of the jack. Looks quite inviting.
Yeah, and it's not such a great bowl from Sean.
No, that's yep. after 2 Butte bowls and then realising that it was giving Grantham plenty of opportunity to mess it up, he's put in a non-effective bowl there.
Tony's close.
Yeah, he really needed that bowl to be passed, Scud.
He's had a let off there.
Yeah.
Does need to change the head, you're right, Joe. He will realise that too.
Yeah, even if he chose a jack for only one good one.
Yes.
Again, we talk about this, a good one compared to 3 loose ones, and he leaves it open for Tony to trial that jack for 3. The high side again.
15-9 at the moment. He's given Tony a great chance to make 3 here.
Yeah, gosh. What's his weight? Is he going to miss wide?
He's 1 bowl wide again.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're one of the ones
a
where...
bit of a let-off.
Like there was a great example where wide was no good, where he could be narrow and work off the front black.
It's that working out where to err, isn't it, Mark?
Correct.
Wide you get nothing. On the tighter side you've got a few things to work off.
I guess when you've played quite a bit of bowls skipping, I always remember getting told, never miss wide, always miss narrow. You're a chance narrow.
Yeah.
For, dare I say, one of those wicks.
Not that you're looking for one, but it's just available.
It's there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure
Bowls
anyone
out
that's
there to
ever
be
got a
used.
wick, well, most people who've got a wick have never not taken them.
No.
I haven't heard anyone say, "Oh, look, I'm sorry, I won't take those 2." Sure, Sean's...
I have heard plenty of people say, "You're not going to take that, are you?"
the best
Scott's
reply.
in double figures.
Yeah, best reply. It's on the actual. It's in the rules.
Yeah. So now just for the difference.
This has come from the change of lengths as well, by the way, to these shorter ends, and Sean's started to get back into it a little.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
He's close here,
Is he going to
guys.
get there?
He's close. He's played just about a
Turn
bomb.
bit. Oh.
It's
Good
not a bad.
shot.
It's not a bad bowl, that.
He's got the weight, he's not bad either.
I think he's just under, Joe.
Just
Might knock
under,
Scott up.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's actually not that bad a bowl because he has covered half of his own bowl that is the shot bowl.
He's going to
From
force
the
Scud to change his hand, I think.
yeah. So in the end, it's one of those good bad ones sort of thing. It's helped him. And Tony will just be looking to score one here and change what's been going on and get back to those long ends, I think.
Didn't miss by much. So still Grantham, who's leading by 15-11, holding shot. They've played 16 ends in this game. Oops.
It's a little bit narrow again, I think. Much pretty good though. That's really good bowl for Tony.
Just changes things. It just takes the sight of the jack away.
Yeah. Sean might swap hands to try and get
Swap
on.
hands again.
Yeah, swap hands to land the shot bowl or land that short black to punch up the blue bowl
Punch
onto
the
jack.
blue over.
Yeah. looks like the shot to play from here. So I think we'll see back to the ditch hand and arriving.
A couple of a yard away. Just enough to get round the front blue.
Correct.
Again, that front one's just inhibiting Scud on playing a really good shot.
Yeah, there's a nice plant, as we would call it, the black and the blue bowl straight onto Jack. It's just a bowl high, I think. Not even a bowl high.
That would have done it. That would have done it. So Grantham has one to play. He's holding shot.
So the question is the plant on to take the blue out for 4? And would you play it, Joe? On the other hand.
And hang on. I'll just have a look at the head when we
Yeah. Oh, we see this one.
All of us never die wondering.
Yeah, that's
Not
never die
trying.
wondering. Would you have a crack at
probably
it?
Trying
is.
too hard.
Yeah?
It probably is.
Yeah, I'm liking the chances it could have been on. I think if it was roles reverse and you gave Sean that
Yes.
option, he'd play that.
Dead right. But then again, Sean's four behind.
Yes.
You know, Tony's, it's just another one to his score, isn't it?
Well, so some interesting results coming through from other matches here, which we'll bring you up to date with, and we're talking about Tinker and how well he'd played yesterday, particularly in his game against Morris Symes, but he's just been beaten, so needs his next match to qualify.
I'm pretty sure he was playing Kalen Huela, who's in the Mary team.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And Kalen's come on in leaps and bounds in the last 18 months to 2 years.
Said, you just can't take anyone for granted, can you? You know, everyone that's playing here has won their local champs, so they can all play the game, and you've just got to treat them all as world beaters.
So yeah, he won that match over Tinker by 21-18. I see Morris Symes has beaten Dean McMurchie 21-20. Vaughan Marks beat Shane Duncan. That's Waipukurau against Paraparamu 21-13. So that's latest results. Sean Ivamy, is it? Ivamy from Arawa, beating David Clark of Manarewa 21-15. And Nick Morrell of Picton beat Shane Kenyon of North End, Manawa 2. Anthony George beat Steve Willis, that's Russell, against Featherston Bowling Clubs 21-17. Geraldine's Roger Glendinning beat Gary Watson of Nelson 21-17. And there's this match in progress at the moment with Scott holding one. Is he or not? Yes, from there. Grantham leading 16-11.
Pretty good track here. If he's got the weight, he draws a shot for sure.
Enough?
Oh.
No.
Not quite.
You look at all their deliveries, and there's just something a little bit different with each one. You know, Scud's got that quite a twist with his hand, so it twists behind his back, but he always gets it back in time for it to come out sweet. The timing of his delivery and the bowl release is really good, but he just twists it. He won't do it this time, you watch. But,
Yes, he will. Yep, there it goes.
He
Look, see.
just twists it,
Yep.
but he gets it back.
Yep.
Yeah, in the
He had the
end,
perfect line last time.
he drew a shot with this for all money. It's a great shot.
Yeah, good shot.
That's two. That's the game's closed right up here at 16-13. Considering Tony had was 15-7, I think, at one stage. So
Yeah. So Scott has won 3 of the last 4 ends, dropping just a single, but picking up 3 twos. So certainly closed the gap. And don't believe what the scoreboard there says. It is 16-13. So here's the latest results. So mentioned there, Glendinning is now qualified. George Huela, Kalen from Dury Hill. Tinker has got 1 to a get. Morris Symes has bounced back from his loss to Tinker yesterday. Adam Yaxley has 2. So we've got those, 4 qualifiers already, and there'll be another one from this game.
So 16-13 is the actual correct score, which is just getting updated for us.
The guys and the team at Bowls New Zealand, this great coverage that they're doing, they sometimes just test us to see if we're watching, eh? Here's Scott, aware of the fact that he's put in far too many short bowls, and so his first one is over, and he's taken off a bit of weight here, and it's a perfect adjustment.
And he might get Tony onto this other hand, so this is building up quite nice again for Sean as he's trying to change the game. Yeah, Tony's responded good here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think Sean will swap hands as well.
Yeah, give himself a couple of goes down this backhand.
He can reach with 2 feet because he can land the bowl for shot or just small trail. One thing he doesn't want to be is short here.
Short.
There is some good news with where that landed. It did protect his second shot if he decides he wants to drive jack bowl as well. So there is some good from that.
Always looking for positives, Mark.
Okay, yeah, okay, Mark.
Oh, this is good. Going to knock. Oh, you've tucked it up a wee bit.
Now this is not so good.
That bowl's not so good now, is it?
No. But you should always got to look at a positive on most bowls you play, because if we start beating ourselves for putting the bowls in the back of our backpack, as we call them, we've got an awfully big backpack, and it's awfully heavy.
Yeah.
We've probably all done that in our career, to be fair.
I always found, when I first moved to the Kapiti area, I thought I'll just bike to bowls down the road, and I put the bowls in a backpack, and I didn't realise how heavy they really are. When you're cycling a wee way, you got no manoeuvrability. You think, oh my word, what the hell am I doing here? So, and you did it a couple of times.
Oh, think about doing that when you're on the rink when you're playing some bad ones.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
You might have 20 in the backpack by the time you finish the game. Yeah, Sean's got to make a pretty critical decision here. I think he should just draw for second and take the medicine and drop one.
Yeah, also you've got to realise that if you do play a shot and miss, it gives Tony quite a wee bit of room to draw another one.
Is he looking? Is he down to the second shot?
Wide.
He's just unlucky, wrong side of the bowl. And this is a free one, as we call it, for Tony. He's probably got 18 inches either side of the jack to add a third. That's if it is two.
Yep. Tony Terry
Mark has put two
held
up.
up two. Yeah. Now he's just checking, or is it one? Now he's got two up again. Yep.
This is definitely a free shot at a bonus shot, and if he gets to 19, it's going to make it awfully.
He's only got two to get.
Yes, it's going to make it awfully hard for Sean to come back from there, but it can happen.
Half an hour to go too. 30 minutes.
I don't know. He sent it. He's let him off the hook a little bit here, I think.
Yeah, a bit disappointed with that. These are those ones that at the end of the day you look back if you lose the game and think, a couple of opportunities to add.
Especially those ones, Joe, when there's no danger.
No danger.
They're the ones that hurt the most. When there's some danger, we tend to take a little bit more green line or safer weight.
Or less weight, or yeah, right.
$18-13. Played 19 ends of this. The last 6 ends have seen only one single. The rest have been twos. Should have been a 3 there for Grantham, but he leads by 18-13. Now Scott really needs to get one right by the jack and start to develop a head in which he can score multiple figures. Otherwise this match starts to just drift away from him.
Yeah, I think he's okay if he just gets ones from here. He's got enough time to get 5 ones, probably 5 ends maybe left in the half an hour or maybe a little more. So 5 singles. There's no panic just yet.
Well, good first bowl there from Scott. Grantham responding well.
Yeah, this is a bomb.
Very, very well.
Oh, ball's falling over.
Oh, resting toucher. Resting front toucher. It's not a bad shot, that.
As I like to say, he's blocking both hands now.
Yeah.
Sean's close to a little pop on the bowl here. This is a good
Crack an
shot.
egg on it.
Oh, this is a great shot, I think.
Oh,
Oh, it just needs the black ball to fall over to create something. Tony will be looking to get past here. Don't think he wants to hit his own shot bowl.
not with that weight.
No, this is not a good result.
No.
He might hold two, but he opened a pretty good gate for Sean to reach through here now.
You're like a centimetre off playing a cracking shot. You end up leaving it open.
Yes.
Close.
Yeah, he's got the result off the inside of that for Jack.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good shot.
Yeah.
He's still got to play the shot though, doesn't he? And
He does. Yeah, I just felt that Tony should have played a little bit safer line and got past. And if Tony has to swap hands here, as we've seen, this other hand, you can be a shade wide and a shade under and be nowhere. And that's what he's looking like he's doing.
Well, he's also got a result from a little edge, hasn't he, coming narrow. I've seen that happen, so those couple of front bowls that are usable.
Correct. And he is attacking the area. I think he's got the bowl clean. It's a bomb. What a shot.
Oh, what a golf shot. That's a really good shot.
Nice.
Sean Scott acknowledges that.
And
He's holding gone down from 1 down to 2 up.
I would say that Tony's now regretting the last bowl on that last end because he'd now be holding the win.
Yeah.
Very good point.
And funnily enough, that can cost people the game. I think Sean's looking at driving his third shot bowl to take out the 2 shot bowls here. Don't be
Can he see
surprised. Well, I'm not sure from our angle here.
Tony's front one looks like it's.
Oh yes, it's right in line.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think that plant between the front blue and black together
It is.
would take out the back bowl. He is definitely looking at that.
Yeah, it's a hell of a shot. Just getting around the front.
Yeah.
Tony's bowl with enough weight.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at this shot. He's wondering if he
Don't
goes
want to play
quick.
it with that palmy weight that just hits one of Tony's bowls onto the other one and locks there.
Just remember, I'm a Wellingtonian still, Joe, even though I live in Palmerston North.
Who do you live in play, mate?
Yes, but do you see me play with palmy weight? I don't think so.
good point.
I don't
That's the
think so.
Wellington side of you coming out.
Yeah, the Wellington side of me says we smack him.
Yeah.
We'll have everyone in Palmerston North ringing up now.
I think Russell Meyer made palmy weight very good. he could certainly play it.
Yes, he's a pretty good player in his day for sure.
He could play with any weight.
Yeah, we're seeing that shot. He's not.
Yeah, he's played on the forehand.
Well,
That was interesting.
I'm not sure what was going on then.
No.
This is
I
just
don't-
jack hunting.
I'd almost wonder if it was the wrong bias, but I daren't say that.
Yeah, it's hard to read that shot. That's for sure, if that was what he intended.
Unfortunately, I think it's one of those ones that we can all play that's just not very good.
So with 2 on that end, Grantham is 1 shot away from taking the victory and therefore qualifying for post-section play. It doesn't mean the end of it for Sean Scott, though. He still has 1 more match, which if he wins, he would also go through amongst the qualifiers.
Yeah, I believe also we'll be covering another game after this. We're not too sure which game it is just at the moment, but there will be another game's coverage in probably half an hour at the completion of this, give or take.
Righto, Sean, don't be short. That's what he needed.
It's a great shot.
Tony swapping hands here, so he'd be looking to sit trail here. Nice weight for the shot.
So we're going to see Brent Ahern from Te Tahi Bay Bowling Club, Wellington representative, against Adrian McGohey of Waihi Beach RSA Bowling Club. So that'll be our next match. It won't be on this particular rink, it'll be on the next one, on rink 2. I think there'll be a bit of time between the end of this and the start of that as cameras are moved. Okay, no, I've just been told it will be on rink 1, so there won't be a big delay. So Scott's still holding the shot here to maybe extend this match. Really wants to be up there and matching those 2 black bowls, doesn't he, to take out that shot from Grantham. Here he goes. Yeah.
Oh, it's a handy,
Yeah, it's
handy
nice
position
ball.
bowl there.
A good bad bowl, yeah. Gets a good
Big
result.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
If Tony has another sort of rake at this and misses, this drops
Yes.
3, it's 2016, and it's amazing how games can change. And Tony has just missed wide,
He has.
and
But
given
again, it's just that putting pressure, that real close bowl, all 3 bowls across the centre line, trying to just make sure you're there and play the shot perfect. But if you miss, you leave opportunities. And Scud's got a good meter to draw another here.
Well, neither of them have managed to take advantage of these sorts of situations.
Oh,
So I think he's short, isn't he?
yep.
that's a big missed opportunity again.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can tell there that he actually recognises too that. But at least the good news for Sean, he's back scoring, and if he scores every end from here, he just wins.
Simple.
It's a simple game.
Yeah, score more points than the other.
So 20 minutes, so it's 4, maybe 5 ends to go, if needed.
Yeah, I mean, 4 singles, it's 2019, but in amongst that, there's bound to be some other scoring shots, so there's no need to panic just yet for Sean. But I think the first bowl effectiveness needs to be up there from here on in.
Well, he's scored on 9 ends, and 4 of those have been singles, 4 have been twos. So he's mixed it up, so it means nothing, of course. It's just one of those little stats.
Good start from Tony. I think Sean will reach here at least with 2 feet. And he has played a tighter line. And he's close. That's a shot and a half.
Oh, isn't it, eh?
And Tony will do the same bowl virtually. Try and play the same, sit the bowl, trail the jack round the corner.
He's not far away either.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
bomb.
it's straightened. Oh,
It's a great head for Tony to be one down on, though. Like, he can just sit here and do nothing until the last bowl.
yeah, yeah.
And Sean has absolutely nowhere to go now. In fact, Tony doesn't even want to play it with the next bowl. You'd probably agree with that, Joe, wouldn't you? He probably wants to leave it to the very last bowl. Yep, last bowl when the other guy has no ammunition left.
He's gone wider this time.
Yeah, I'd be tempted for Tony just to chuck a back one in and leave it. But he might be not thinking like that.
Like in your mind, you just want it, don't you? I just want it. I want it now.
Yeah, no, I'm still thinking we leave it to the last bowl. He's close.
I think you try it with good weight.
He's close.
He's very close.
Oh, wow.
But he's done what you
Scotty will
said,
play
Mark. Get one past.
He's got one past. The black onto blue
Yeah.
still pops it out for the win. Doesn't
Give
look like a
him
lot of
a
danger
look at-
playing the shot.
So you reckon
And-
he'll play a forehand and try and move the jack back to his back 2 here?
Well, I think Sean should just chuck another wide one out with these other 2 and say to Tony,
Yep.
don't spill it over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you get me,
I
you
don't
win.
think he can. I don't think he can make it any better,
No.
Sean.
So I think any bowl past the jack by Sean is in play, and just saying Tony, putting some doubt in Tony's mind about what he actually plays. Well, he could be going for a block, eh? He's playing for the block. He's tried to put a deliberate block in to stop the shot. So a tactical bowl from Sean.
Can Tony play this on the forehand?
Yeah, the only danger on the forehand, Joe, is if he gets the edge of the blue, does that kick Jack out to the
Yeah.
to the other
well, we're
two
talking
blue
just
bowls?
just a couple of feet, not silly weight.
Yes. No, not silly weight, but we know we try and play with good weight.
Not palmy weight.
No.
I
Oh, why would
never
you
said that
work?
was silly weight.
Oh. Either way, he's put Tony in two minds here, which is actually what Sean needed to do. He's made the shot harder by making Tony think about it. You can clearly see that Tony's unsure of what he's playing.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Forehand backhand.
It's not as easy as it was, is it?
No.
It's big weight, though. And
I know.
I think the last bowl did its job.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So a nice tactical bowl, which we don't see very often in lawn bowls, the block. I think we see a lot of it over in the Southern Hemisphere, the block.
the northern.
Northern Hemisphere, sorry, yeah. But in New Zealand, we don't...
It's a hard shot to play on our greens.
Yes.
I think it's a wasted bowl if you don't get it perfect. It's the other thing I don't like about it is if you play a cracking bowl like that and it changes the opposition's shot and they get it.
Yes,
You
that
just
can
all
happen.
these what ifs. Yeah, it's.
Yes, can happen.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them, but obviously, in occasions it is needed. But it changed Tony's shot. He had to play it a bit quicker to get underneath. So
The job
if
was
that's
done.
what you're wanting to do, job was done.
The job was done. And in the end, if Tony gets it, we'll shake hands and say, well played.
Yeah.
Tony's made an interesting choice to swap over to this other hand here.
He hasn't played it badly all day, really,
done
though,
it
has he?
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit through, but it's in a good place. It's in play, as we call it. We're in the pocket.
I think that last end and the way you two were talking about it, the tactics involved, really does open the eyes of a lot of non-bowlers to how much of a thinking game bowls can be. And again, it gets down to Sean Scott thinking to himself, if I was in his situation, this is the shot I'd play. I want to prevent him from playing that. That was pretty much, I suppose, what went through his mind, hence the block. So it is a game.
And I think knowing your opposition's strengths too.
Yes. Yeah.
If you know
Correct.
someone's very, very good on the draw or on the drive, you play accordingly as well.
I think that's one of the key points there, Joe, is that knowing that Tony likes to play with a very nice weight. So
Yeah.
I think Tony's actually got shot with the last bowl he played, and Sean's actually having a bit of a run up at the front bowls here, and he's got something. He still won't have
Ooh.
it. So I think Sean's in a little bit of trouble here with one bowl to play.
Maybe two down with one to play.
Yeah, that one doesn't count to a degree, even though it is counting.
Yeah.
So
It's
I'm
a
not
hard
sure.
head to get into, isn't it?
I'm not sure
the
what
dead
weight we're
draw.
going to see. We may see big weight for the two bowls. Yep, big weight for the two bowls. He's missing. Needs a wick off the outside one.
Oh, he got the wick, but didn't get the right one. And we've seen very good match play between two outstanding players. They've been on the scene for a long time. They've won lots of titles, and played for New Zealand, the pair of them, over the years. It's Tony Grantham, though, who prevails over Sean Scott by 21 points to 16. And so Tony Grantham joins the list of men who have qualified for post-section play in the Somerset Champion of Champion singles, 21 to 16. We'll have a look at some highlights of this game in a moment, and then it's farewell from me, and you'll be joined again, I think, by Mark and Joe for the third match today, which will feature, as we said, Brent Ahern, the young man from Titahi Bay, 4 years experience. So enjoy the highlights, take a break, and then back for more bowls later in the day.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Hello and welcome back to the Somerset Champion of Champions Singles Bowls New Zealand broadcast live from Club Hastings. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Mark Noble, who's the surviving member of last game's commentary group. And before I ask you how you are, Mark, I'll just talk about who we're watching play today. We're going to see Adrian McGooey play Brent Ahern. They're both relatively new bowlers and have done very well to win the Centres Champion of Champion event. So I'm looking forward to this game. What are your thoughts, Mark?
Yeah, it should be a good game of bowls. What'll be the interesting part in this game for me is, will both players work out the ditch hand is the go? Or will they start on the other hand, which is a little trickier? And here we're going to see straight away...
on the backhand.
on the tricky hand to start with. Or it's playable hand, don't get me wrong, just the lines to the jack are a lot tighter to be able to get to there.
So this Brent from Titahi Bay in Wellington. You were saying, Mark, that you think he's the first junior bowler since Eddie Irvine to win the Wellington Champion singles title. So that's something I'm sure he'll be pretty proud of.
Yeah, so I was chatting to a few of those boys yesterday, and I think they reckon there's 4 people that have won as a 1 to 5 year player have won the senior singles. And Eddie Irvine is definitely one of them. I was trying to rack my brains on the other, so there might be someone out there that actually knows that info, might be able to try and send us through some info, and we might find out who the other 2 people are in Wellington.
Both starting off on that backhand side. It'll be interesting to see. I think by the time tomorrow comes around, the word probably will have spread from those who've been watching the TV match that it might be. It's not even that this backhand side's a bad hand to play. I mean, look, this is a nice ball coming in here. It's just that marginally less consistent, what you say, Mark.
Yeah, so virtually the line to the jack is about 6 to 8 inches. If you're anywhere outside that area of where you're putting the ball down, it will duck away quick or hang out wide. So whereas the ditch hand, the error rate is about 2 feet to maybe even 2.5 feet. You can chuck it out anywhere down the ditch hand and it turns back to the centre line. Here's an example here where we've gone a bit wide. The bowls won't turn once they get outside that turning part.
Brent now.
And this, like I say, don't have to miss your line much on this rink. So it's probably maybe both these players' first time on TV as well, so be a little bit nerve-wracking for them to start off with. It's always hard to get out as your first TV game and play some bowls. Try and find out to see whether both players need this game to qualify, or
I was just having a look at that mark on bowl sub. I can tell you that Brent has played 2 games so far and has won 2 games. He defeated Mike Haggett from Bowls Northcote, 29 points to 10, and then defeated Gary Watson from the Nelson Bowling Club, which is a good scalp, 21-18. And there's a game to come for Brent after this, but if he wins it, he's through. And stand by on the other one. And at some point too, we'll give some more in-depth results as well through the place. Look at this here on the forehand side.
Yeah, and like
it's
I say,
a beautiful bowl.
It's a kind hand. If you get your weight right on this hand, you will score a lot of points very quickly.
Interesting. What do you think's happening here, Mark?
I'm not sure why he's on this hand, but he's played 4 down, 3 down there. I think he's just going to persevere and try and draw a second shot. I'm not sure if he can drive or not. I'm not sure what his shot arrays are. But I'm sure as we'll see during the game whether he does drive or whether both players drive, to be fair.
So for Adrian, this is a must-win game, Mark. He's won 1 and lost 1, so Adrian needs to win this to keep his hopes alive, whereas Brent is in a slightly more relaxing position, I suppose, because he's got a game after this and he's won his first 2.
Yeah, so it should be a good game of bowls. And even there on the first end, there was 4 bowls, within about 18 inches, 2 feet of the jack. So good, it's reasonable, solid start from both players.
A shorter jack. Something I've noticed in the games, Mark, is that a lot of players seem to accidentally hoof the jack into the ditch on this surface. I thought it might be because carpet's a bit skiddy, and also the indoor jacks, those yellow jacks, are a bit heavier, aren't they?
They are, and because it's running about 15 seconds here, it's easy just to send the jack a little bit too quick. and we have seen a lot of players lose the jack. Here's a great start.
Sunset.
Great start first up, and on the ditch hand. So, like I said, we're not sure whether both players play round the clock either. So we're going to see that pretty much here. They're both on the ditch hand to start with.
Yeah, so backhand.
Yes.
What do you know about the Titahi Bay Bowling Club, Mark? It was sort of, you're a Wellingtonian. Is it somewhere that you've frequented before or played at?
Yeah, look, I've played a lot of bowls out there. They've got one carpet green now and one grass green, but in their days they were a very, very strong club. They had a lot of pretty good players in their day. Tony Gosson, who played for Wellington, Joe October, and a few of those guys. Peter Newman was in the Wellington team as well. So that they have been a strong club. I think Robbie Bennett, who's won a couple of national titles, was at that club, and now at Victoria. So they have been a pretty solid club in Wellington Interclub for quite a few years.
I'm sure they'll be watching on with great interest. The only thing I know about Titahi Bay is we used to go down there for indoor bowls, and there was a bakery somewhere there that sold pies for $1.70. I'm not sure if that's, I doubt that's the price now, but they were very nice mince pies at the bakery at Titahi Bay.
And
Look at this correction.
That's a brilliant bowl. And I actually think that bakery is next to the bowling club, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. Somewhere in that area is my recollection, and the bowls mustn't have gone very well, but the pie was delicious.
I'm pretty sure it's on the back of the bowling club indirectly, from my memories of that.
On the back end.
He's got a little bit of weight here. He's not thrown away.
Good
Yes,
shot.
Pretty
That's
good
a nice
effort.
bowl. It's good too that it's now essentially touching that blue purpley bowl.
I think that's Tony Terry down there who's doing the scoreboard for us. I'm not sure who the marker is for this game, but I'm sure I'll get that information.
Tony,
Yeah, certainly Tony Terry doing the scoreboard.
yeah, the voice of God will tell us at some point.
Yes.
We see that bowl there on the forehand. It did hang out, didn't it, Mark? So, like you say, if you miss your line by 6 inches to a foot, it's just not going to turn back.
Yeah, and if you pinch your green a bit, they drop really quickly. So we're going to play. He's going to try and sit onto his last bowl, punching out the blue bowl for 3, I think.
Fair effort here if he's got the weight right.
He's close.
Down he comes. Oh, that's a beautiful effort. The bowl was on the running surface as well, that blue bowl that you can see it. 3
He
o'clock.
just popped it out. Popped it out nicely. So
Will
we've
he
got.
even play this shot?
If he's one up, it comes with a lot of risk, doesn't it?
I would expect that if Adrian is holding the shot, yeah, there we go. He'll just go, I'll take my 1 point.
Yeah.
Thank
correct.
you very much.
So I think we've got XGs. I'm not sure what the other bowls are. One set is XGs.
XGs and Taylor somethings based on the dimple,
Yes, based on the dimples.
the blue ones. Get a closer look. Oh,
No, they'd be Drakes. They might
yeah, they
actually
might not
Drakes.
be. Yeah.
They might not be Taylors, they might be Drakes.
What they are they're not Henselites and they're not Arrows. I can I can
Yeah,
cross those two off.
Yes, I can
but
confirm that as well. I should have some idea.
Oh, Drake's Prides.
Yes.
Yeah. Good call. Very solid grip there, isn't it? You wouldn't lose your bowl in the rain. Although you play with no grips, don't you, Mark? Is that you?
Funnily enough, I have been playing with 0 grips, but since I've had to swap bowls for the upcoming World Champs, I've actually got 2 sets of bowls that have got grips on.
How's that going?
Yeah, no, it's actually fine because I used to use Taylor Vectors for about 25 odd years, which have grips. So going back to grips is not a problem.
Not the end of the world.
No.
And we've seen a switch to that forehand side, Mark, the ditch hand.
From both
That
players.
took them one end.
From both players.
Yeah, rightly so.
It's just, like out on this hand, you can just chuck the bowl out there and it will turn back to the centre line.
Doesn't seem to matter how much green you take either, Mark. It seems to come back. It's almost like the green is lifted up a little bit on that ditch side. So the more green you take, the more your bowl's going to pull back in.
Definitely. And of course here at the stadium they only play this one direction, so that would sometimes explain some of that.
Yeah, a bit grooved. Let's watch this bowl.
If he's got the right weight, he'll get shot here with this. He's pretty close. Yep. Nicely
Nice
done.
nice correction too from that first one.
Yeah, so to give you some example, the first bowl will probably be about 6 feet short, roughly, just over, not quite a couple of metres. And those 2 bowls that are there would be about 15 inches short.
You wouldn't be able to put a bowls mat
No,
down
correct.
without touching
Either
both. Look at
bowl.
this correction. Yeah. Lovely. It's interesting, isn't it? That's a really good example of how things look different from the mat end, because Adrian had to ask if he was up or down there because of the depth perception. So from where you stand on the mat, it's hard to see sometimes if a bowl is level or if it's short. So those short bowls must have looked a lot closer.
I think that's definitely on the carpet is a lot harder, and you can get that wrong. He's close here, a little bit through, but not much.
Yeah, it's a well played bowl, really.
It's in the pocket, as we like to call it, or the playing area.
Decisions here for the man from Titahi Bay, opting to stay on that forehand side.
And he was
Contemplating
draw.
the backhand, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, but I think he just draw confidently. Got 18 inches either side of the jack.
Absolutely, and that's what he's done here.
And
This is the weight now.
Yeah, this will be good.
Great stuff.
Yep, very good.
Hasn't made the target bigger. Is holding second shot.
And he's covered a little bit of the jack, stopping the small trail for 2 down. So all in all, really good bowl.
Steering this one down.
Yep, I like the track. He's going to land the shot bowl and stay for 1. Brilliant.
That is a beautiful shot, isn't it?
Brilliant. Now, this probably be similar type of bowl, just reaching at the shot bowl fraction.
He didn't look like he loved it when he let it go. He sort of a grimace on release.
Yeah, it could be 2 down here if he gets the front blue.
This could go badly.
I think he's got away. Oh, I'm not sure. I think he's got away with it though.
I think, yeah, you just sort of be quite pleased. Bit of panic stations all the way up there. He was on a tighter line than he needed to be. We think maybe only the 1 to Adrian.
Yeah, look, he had good weight, I think, with that bowl. It's just probably a foot offline.
Oh, an umpire. Exciting times.
I'm pretty confident it's only 1.
Tony Terry there in the background watching the live streaming, obviously.
Oh,
Something I doubt it.
He could be putting a bet on at the TAB since we've got racing at Hawke's Bay today. So if you're out there and you're doing nothing in the Hawke's Bay tomorrow, come on down for the the quarterfinals, or even the semi-finals after that.
Yeah, good 3 round of bowls, 3 rounds of bowls to come. It'll be the best singles player in the country with the men and the women playing off, and the umpires arrived. I always find it amusing that people wear hats inside. But I understand. I understand it's for the lights, but it just sort of I get a chuckle out of it. Here's Barry Fuller.
Yeah, look, I'm probably someone that wears a cap when I'm playing inside. So, but I think that is more to do with the light than anything, and to be, because you do it all the time outside, it's probably been your comfort zone.
Absolutely, it's a similar thing with the rags, isn't it? Like the bowling cloths.
Yes.
Not sure why he's chocking that.
Because I think they're leaning on each other, so he doesn't want it to move. He might, maybe he's worried about that one moving. I don't think he needed to, but
yeah, good to use the chocks, I suppose.
And I think the other thing with wearing the cap, like I know, like for me personally, I normally touch my cap before I play the bowl, so it's part of my delivery routine. So if you have a delivery routine that you do all the time, then clearly you want to be following that. The second you don't have that comfort zone, it changes what you're doing.
Absolutely. Barry now going from the jack to the blue bowl. And he'll get up and go around the other side.
Yeah, he should stand up and wander around to the other side, but it doesn't look like he's going to.
No, he knows what he's doing.
Well, it looks like 2 there now, doesn't it?
It does.
I wouldn't have picked that at all.
Not with the way the camera's sitting. He's doing a good job of this measure.
Yep. And he's gone back to he's gone back to the blue bowl, so yeah, very interesting.
Don't forget your chocks, Barry. That's the worst thing I do. I usually once I've done a measure, leave something behind on the rink. He's remembered it all. That's good stuff. And 2 there. Oh no, he didn't.
Those
He's
2
got his
chocks. Priceless.
I tried to remind him, saying, "Look, you can't move the jack."
Beautiful.
Oh dear.
So that's 3-2 now, I believe. In the race to 21.
We've had a few games timed out, haven't we, Mark? It's a 2-hour time limit, and if you're going up in 1s and 2s, that you're blinking, your 2 hours has disappeared.
Yeah, there's probably been at least half a dozen or more games. I think probably in the women's games in particular, there's been more games that have timed out than maybe the men's games. But I could be corrected on that.
Just say it with confidence, Mark, and you'll be fine.
I'm pretty sure round 1 I remember 3 games in round 1 that weren't finished, so from the women. So even in that, I think the last round of the women's, there was 1 or 2 games that were timed out as well. So yeah.
This bowl here, he had to play the 4. He felt like he had to play the forehand there because the blue bowl would have looked like it was in his way. Sometimes it's just psychological.
Close here. If he's got the weight, he'll be round the front blue and just past the jack, I think.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Lovely stuff.
So here's this tricky forehand, but he's pretty good, I think, with this one. This looks like the right line.
Yeah, this is the business here.
Yeah.
Look at that. Beautiful shot. There's Adrian here on his backhand. Do I think there's another Magui who's in the Champion of Champions singles for Thames Valley and Waihi Beach, the woman. So I presume that there's a family dynamic there.
Yes,
It
you're
must be pretty
correct.
special for them to have both won a Champion of Champions singles title.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's good if you've got a wife or a husband and you're winning together. It's good to have both parties playing the bowls, and it does give you something to talk about at home. And here we see this other hand where you get a bit wide and they don't turn.
Having played a lot of bowls with my family, Mark, I can confirm that it's a much happier space when you're in a winning team. if the family team doesn't go too good, there can be some real quiet car rides home for sure.
Especially if you're playing together and dare I say, someone mentions that someone didn't play very well.
Yeah, you just learn not to do that.
Correct. That's probably why sometimes a lot of husbands and wives don't play mixed pairs together.
How's the weight here?
This will be good
This
weight.
is close.
Yeah, this will be the shot.
That's a good bowl, isn't it?
Oh, it just ran away, but I think it'll be shot bowl.
We said he was using Drake's Prides, didn't we? They'd probably be quite well suited to the slower, it's a 15 or 16 second carpet green.
Yeah, I'm not sure what version of the Drakes they are, so might try and find that out at some stage and let you know what type of Drakes they are. This is close.
If it holds, it's brilliant. If it holds, it's
Yeah,
brilliant.
He's got it. He's got shot at least with that.
Shot. He deserves one out of it, regardless of how the one happens.
Yeah, look, he's in the area. He's got a small touch on the shot bowl. That happens a lot in lawn bowls. If you're in the area, you get a result. And I've actually never seen anyone get a shot from being short. Well, in general.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, in general.
So, just having a conversation, but just use your measures, mate.
All done now.
Well, I'll be surprised if this isn't the back bowl.
Yeah.
Well, I was surprised the last end.
With the artificial light and stuff, sometimes it can be hard to sort of to tell whose is what.
Yeah, no,
Looks like it's the back bowl by a smidgen to me. I could see a tiny little gap on the bowl. Yep, one there.
And of course, with the camera being behind the head, it does give the perception that the back bowl is closer.
So Craig Drummond, the marker. 3 apiece in this race to 21. It's a good thing I said it was Craig Drummond because he's just been subbed out for Tony Terry. And a short end. Do you think that was on purpose, Mark?
I'm not really sure. I think both players are just trying to feel each other out at the moment and work out what sort of length they want to start getting to. And so I have seen the other games he's played in, and he has tended to play to the shorter lengths. He's played this reasonably good. He's probably a foot away at worst. It's a good start.
Just to our viewers who are tuning in, thank you very much for tuning in to this this broadcast coverage live from Bowls Hastings. If you haven't already, we'd love it if you subscribed to the YouTube channel and press the little bell. And if you press the little bell, it means you get notification every time that we do go live. And we've got 3 more weekends of Champion events, so plenty of bowls to watch. So please press the subscribe button. And again, thank you for tuning in. And don't forget to tune in tomorrow, where we will bring you the finals day of this Champion of Champions singles.
And you can guarantee we'll definitely have some great bowls tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And our national champions will be crowned, so...
Why would you not want to watch, Mark?
Correct.
May as well. Oh, look at this. That's a great shot there.
Yeah, that's two good bowls, both roughly just about a foot away, so... It's a pretty good head, to be honest. 3 bowls, 18 inches.
On the shorter end, on the forehand. Let's see how much this bowl turns back.
Oh, this will turn
So
back
it's
because they all turn back on the sand.
a kind of hand to play. Look at that. That's lovely.
He's just slipped past, but there's 4 good bowls played here.
And perfect green, really, by all 4 of them. Just a communication with the marker there.
I don't know if Tony thinks he's talking to us or not.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but that's okay.
It's another reasonably hand. He's only a fraction short. Not much though.
Yeah, 5 bowls with perfect green now.
I think that's the one good thing about the TV rink is you can trust it a fair bit.
Mm. It's nice, consistent and reasonably true.
And that's all we really want as players, really, is to be able to trust what we're doing.
Absolutely.
And this
Sort of
this one here is a little tighter, a little bit narrower, but it will not run away far, so it will be on the centre line.
That's beautiful. Yeah, good shot there. This is a lovely head of bowls.
Six bowls all within 2 feet. Pretty much outstanding.
And Brent now will stick to his backhand side, but maybe just be a little bit more forceful.
Yeah, look to
He's got
reach
a bowl
the shot
to
bowl.
rest. He's very close to your mark.
He's a fraction high, I think. To the
Just went
hand.
for a little bit of a walk, didn't it?
Yeah,
bowl.
we have seen that on that hand though. The second you add weight on that hand, most have tended to miss wide. You can see here he's taken a much wider line than the bowl before.
No, I didn't give it the weight. I think I heard a little dump when he let it go.
But it
that
still
line,
got
as you said, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the advantages out on that ditch side is you can virtually chuck it anywhere within a 2.5 feet radius of width, and it will draw back to the centre line.
Yeah. Certainly nice to know as a player. Interesting to see where this jack is thrown. We just saw a short end.
Yeah, we've not seen any 2 metres in this game at all yet, so no one's gambled long. This is getting down towards the 2 metre mark, so here we're going to have our first crack
Here we
at
go.
a long end.
Intriguing. So Adrian on his backhand to start off with. Not bad to there if he's got the weight.
I think it's just a fraction short, I think.
Yeah, he's
Maybe-
going to pull up.
I mean, that could be a yard, I would think. I like the line here. He's actually found the line really good on the sand and the bowls he's played down it. So most players have actually struggled coming this direction in particular on that forehand side. Yep, Adrian's got better weights, maybe a bit too much this time.
Yeah, he has green good, but just that overcorrection. It's easy to do, particularly on a slow green. You think, oh, I need to give it a bit more oomph, and then you've gone sailing past.
Yeah, the good news is he is past and has a bowl in play. A little bit too fast past, but at least it's in play. And here's a good response.
Lovely stuff. That's a great bowl. Can't be far away. If he rests it, needs it to hold or to turn.
Yeah,
But
I
not
think
find
he's a little bit quick
Not find the
again.
gap.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that bowl either, though. 2.5 feet to 3 foot through. It's in the playing area. This is good again for line.
And just see that we'll see a little drift at the end. Flat finish.
That's really good.
Beautiful bowls.
Well, we might see a first shot in anger here on the forehand.
No, it looks like he's lined up on the back end just for the similar bowl as his third one. I suppose there's not a gap there anymore, so if he plays the same bowl, he'll get 1 point.
Yes, he's got a good chance to sit and stay both bowls.
There would have been a temptation to have a nibble at that.
Well, I think with that front blue, this sort of thing can happen. You've just dropped your line a fraction trying to reach.
Yeah.
And maybe on the forehand there was a few more chances if you were playing with weight.
That more aggressive shot. So we'll see the man from Titahi Bay with an opportunity to make this a 3. He'll really want to make it count. He's got plenty of room here.
Yep, he's chance.
He'll want to make it count. Does he want a 4 through that bowl?
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
that's probably counting.
Didn't waste any weight as far away as possible. But 3 it will be, and we'll just take a quick look, Mark, at the ladder as it stands, because we've had some interesting games and results. So here's the ladder of the men's Champion of Champions singles, and we can see that Roger Glendinning from the Geraldine Bowling Club has qualified 3 out of 3. So is Anthony George, so is Kaylin Julia, so is Tony Grantham, and then on 2 out of 3, so needing a game to qualify, Sean Scott and Nathan Glasson. Also, Craig Tinker and Morris Signs need a game to qualify. And then we see Adam Yaxley, he's 2 out of 2, so 1 more to qualify. Brent, who we've got here, 2 out of 2, 1 more to qualify. And then unfortunately unable to qualify, but still able to cause some upsets. We've got Scott Ivermy from Ottawa Bowling Club, David Clark as well. Vaughan Marks has lost 2 games. Nick Murrell, Steve Willis, Dean McMurtry, the defending champion from last year, 2 games and out. And Adrian McGoey is 1-1, so he's still a chance, and so is Gary Cotter from the Central Cambridge Bowling Club. And on it goes, these centre representatives. Gary Watson, a big name, but 3 out of 3 losses. As Shane Kenyon as well, 4 out of 4. Shane Duncan, 3 out of 3, and Mike Haggett from Bowls Northcote, 3 out of 3 down. Some interesting results there, Mark.
Yeah, for sure. Interestingly enough, I think Shane Kenyon from North End defaulted his 2 games today, I believe.
Oh, gee. There you go, Adrian. Both have nice deliveries, these players, Mark. I think they're both junior bowlers, but obviously have picked up some good habits.
Yeah, like they're coming in from nice angles from behind the mat too. They're just not rushing in, which is good. Like a lot of players get onto the mat and then start thinking about it. Whereas we try and teach come from behind the mat and angle the way you're supposed to deliver rather than rush on. And here Adrian's the same. He's worked his way onto the mat and he's ready to go.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
Which most coaches would be wanting to sort of see that sort of thing. We do have a lot of players that just stand on the mat the second they get a chance to and then play their bowl.
Not quite so helpful.
So 4 reasonably good bowls there again. They were all past the jack and in play.
Looking for this correction. He's got the right line down to the weight. This is such a disappointing end. Really, he's just, you want to have that momentum, don't you, Mark? And to put 2 past and 1 short, although they've had a good green, he'll be disappointed with himself there, I think.
Yeah, and I do think it's a tough hand to play. So the room for error, whereas on this hand here, where Adrian is, I just think if you get your weight, you're just all over it all day.
Yeah, lovely.
And
that's a good example.
Yeah, like yesterday, I think Craig Tinker on this rink just had an absolute field day on that hand. Like he was
Couldn't miss.
chucking up 4 bowls within 18 inches or better, end after end.
Are we seeing aggression here from
Looks like
Brent
it. Yes, it is.
on the forehand side?
He
No,
looks
backhand.
Backhand. He's under, I think.
Oh, dearie me.
And this is going to end up to be what we would call a soft sort of dropping 4.
Yeah, these ones hurt.
I think he should have just been settling for 1 down, draw second shot. 1 down and it's 6-5, 6 all if he gets third shot. Whereas now, you drop 4, 8-6. And the momentum change. And this is going to count for sure.
Possibly a bit of experience there as we see Adrian make it count. And that's a lovely end from Adrian McGee. And he's going to take the full count there, we think. So it'll be 8 points to 6 in this race to 21. And what a response to dropping a number.
I think this is the 4 that's just been dropped doesn't actually count. I talked about this yesterday, that if you can get 2 back here, it's like you only drop 2 shots. So this next end is critical for Brent to actually score, so that those 4 don't count.
The logic behind that, Mark, is that you're not playing to a set number of ends, are you? So it's not like your required run rate is set to the number of ends you're playing. You're playing to a points target, so it's more about how far in front or behind you are there.
Correct. Even in the team games, though, if you drop a 5 and get back 2, you actually only dropped 3 on the 2 ends, so it's like dropping a 1 and a 2, so it's never as bad.
Yeah.
So when you drop the 5 and a 1, that is 6, and they start to add up and hurt. So another good start there from Adrian, jack level.
Lovely delivery there from Brent.
He's on a good track as well.
Side now.
He's on a really good track if he's got the weight.
Needs it to go. Agonisingly short. There's a big matchup going on too, Mark. A few ranks along between, as we say, Craig Tinker and Tony Grantham. Tony having qualified and Craig needing that game to qualify because he lost his match to Kaylin Julia. We'll see if we can get an update on that at some point during this broadcast. Just because we saw how well Craig played against Morris Symes to be one of the favoured players, but he might not make it out of section play yet.
Yeah, apparently the game that he lost to Kaylin was pretty good as well, as what I've heard.
There we go. That's just a quick view of that game. The white bowls will be Craig Tinkers and the...
So Craig's in front looking
bowls,
at that. 12-4.
12-4 up, yeah. So he's going as he would like to, but you never write off, or you would write Tony Grantham off at your peril, I would suggest.
Correct. And we saw that with the last game. Tony's drawing ability is really good. Chucks a lot of bowls in the playing area and gives a lot of bowls a chance.
Yeah, he's the sort of bowler that if his first bowl is there, the next 3 will be where the first bowl was, which can be really frustrating in a game of singles because you blink and he's put 4 bowls within 2 feet of the jack.
Yeah, which is sort of what happened yesterday in Craig's game. And because Craig played so quick, Morris didn't have a chance to even relax for a second because he was another 1 down.
Really interesting, isn't it, when we get players like that, and we see a lot in Australia, as we just watch this bowl here. How's the weight?
Close, just short, I think.
Oh, just about, yeah, what was to say? I see a lot in Aussie and with some of the younger players, the speed at which they play, it's not an intentional tactic, but it almost is, because if they're playing well in that hot run of form, their opposition, you don't get a chance to think. If you play a bowl, you turn around, pick your bowl up, and then there's another one on the jack. And so the momentum builds. And I've always wondered whether there's a space to be a little bit, if you're a deliberate bowler playing someone fast, you may as well make sure you're deliberate. Don't get pulled into their speed of doing things.
And we can actually, it happens quite a bit. I've seen some players all of a sudden start playing fast. And they get caught in the trap. Is that just a fraction wide on that hand, and that one didn't come back in? We'll see. He's still the ditch side here. He'll just try and draw and land the shot bowl for one. Yeah, he's only a foot short. He doesn't need much on this one. The track is good. It's just down to speed now. I sense he's close for shot here. It's a great shot here.
Lovely bowl.
Brilliant.
It's a beautiful bowl.
Yeah, brilliant.
One there indicated by Tony Terry.
And that was the key that I was talking about. Now it's 8-7. So it's not, he hasn't dropped. After dropping the 4, he's got the point back, which doesn't make those 2 ends that are played as bad as what it was.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt quite so much, does it? Because you've recovered and used your last bolt. Sort of like, I enjoy the darts analogy. So in darts, we talk about holding your throw. So if you go first in darts, you're expected to score. If you have a last bowl in bowls, you're expected to score. So sort of, if you can keep true to that pattern, that's good stuff. And if you can break the throw, it's even better. If you can score when your opposition's had last bowl, that's an end that the game's designed for you to not score if you don't have the last bowl. That's why we do that. So if you can break the throw in bowls, it's a good sign.
Yeah, and the thing about if you were playing a game that has ends in it, like 18 ends, and 9 of the ends you turn over as skip as the last bowl, you probably win those games because you're bound to have won an end somewhere else.
A few ends somewhere else, yeah.
Yeah, so it is a critical way of thinking about it. Maybe a lot of players don't think of it like that, but it's pretty much the main point of it.
Yeah, it's the way the game's designed. Adrian on the forehand. It's interesting we've seen Brent. Has he been backhand around the clock? I just noticed he played the backhand there.
Yeah, he seems to be preferring backhand round the clock. But in saying that, he's actually playing good lines.
He's playing well, yeah.
He's playing good lines down the backhand coming this way. So it's, if you're playing the right line on the hand, it is a little trickier. I don't see a problem.
Absolutely.
And he has played with very good lines down this hand, so... And once again, he's good lined again. If he's got the weight, he'll be in the area. Just dropping those first couple of bowls coming this direction, just failed to just quite get him up there and get him into play.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, in singles theory, because if we think about the first 2 bowls of Brent's, and they've had good green, but what it means is that with his 3rd and 4th bowl, he's now extremely restricted as to what he can play. Whereas if those 2 bowls have been as far past as they are short, there are a lot of options available. So it's sort of, you forget about how important those first 2 bowls can be sometimes, I think, that.
Correct. I mean, I definitely think singles is all about the first bowl myself. I know when I've been playing good singles, if the first one's good, normally you can guarantee there's some other good ones involved. I've struggled when I played singles if the first one has been too short or 2 yards
you go
through.
searching, eh? Yeah.
And then you just spend the whole end trying to play what we call catch-up, which is a little bit what's happened here. We've chucked 2 short ones, we've tried to correct, and we've dropped 1 past. And before you know it, you're 3 odd down again, which is happening here again. This second end in a row going this direction. Where
Adrian doing a great job of taking advantage, though, isn't he? Look at that. There's brilliant stuff. Those 2 short bowls, stop the aggression.
And he's done it on the hand that I think Brent's going to have to think about swapping hands here at some stage.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
I'm not sure if he's got a coach with him or not. He's played a bomb here, though.
Far away.
This is a bomb, mate. He's got it.
Look at this. What a bowl.
Shot.
Great shot from Brent.
That is outstanding.
You do you, Brent. That's a great shot under huge pressure. That's such a hard bowl to play on that hand as well. What a shot. You can see why he has a centre champion of champion singles winner there.
Yeah, I'm not sure who he played in the Wellington final. I have a feeling it was Ben King he played, but I could be corrected on that. I did hear, I think, someone saying something about him playing Ben King in the final.
Been a man with a lot of experience. Was he from Dunedin first?
Yes, he played for New Zealand, I think. Pretty confident.
Yes, Won a Silver Star and was one of those group of very strong Dunedin players
Yes.
in their halcyon days. Oh, do we think that's coming back, Mark? It doesn't look like it, does it?
No. Well, it will get back to the centre line. It's just the pace, clearly.
Just the oomph. Great shot there from Brent.
Yeah, and he's tied it up all at 8-all. And so, we've got a great game of bowls going on here. So the standard's really, really good for two players that have not played on the TV before, I reckon. And both of them new to the game of bowls too.
Absolutely. It's good to see. It's good to see that sort of turnover in the sport. It tells us that it's alive and well. You have, obviously it's a game where your careers can go for a very, very long time, but always good to have new blood bubbling through and taking scalps and having success, which these two men obviously have had in winning their centre champion of champion singles.
Yeah, it's funny, like, when you're young and you're growing up, you're not sort of expecting to be playing for your country at when you're in your 50s or 60s. But and that's the good thing about lawn bowls. We can be as young as 14, 15 playing for our country, or we can be 60, 70 playing for our country in lawn bowls.
Absolutely.
And that's one thing I like about the game. I know for myself, played my first time for the New Zealand para team was 2003. And I wasn't expecting to play in 2003 at my age to be playing for New Zealand. Dare I say that it was over 40. And here's a great start again. But I think that's the key about bowls. It's the age is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's a game for everyone, really, isn't it? And like anyone can beat anyone, to your peril. Do you come across a team where you think, oh, yep, because you'll get taught a lesson in bowls.
Yeah, I think if you bring other sports into it, like in lawn bowls, we can play the world champion and beat him. Mm-hmm. In a game of tennis, we're not going to pick up a racket and beat Roger Federer, for example.
Well, unless you beat him with the racket.
Yeah.
It'd be a different sort of beating, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I think that's one of the key things about our sport is that anybody gets a chance to play anybody at that stage in events, and that's really, really cool. Here's another great bowl here. This is
beautiful bowl.
Adrian's all over it again. So Adrian's playing really good here and is unfortunately unable to hang on to them. So swapping over to the forehand, I think we're going to see weight here, I think. Oh no, just overreaching on the forehand.
It's a hand that drifts.
It's a tricky hand to play this shot.
It's a hand that drifts. We're going to see this one drift wide, I think. Yep. That was lovely weight for a nice little split and follow through thing. 20-16 on that match, wherever that is.
Taranaki.
Kapiti Coast.
So Kapiti is Shane Duncan. Taranaki is Morris Symes.
Morris Symes.
Yeah, so Morris needs one more point to qualify in that game. So after losing to Craig Tinker, he's, I think, pretty confident he's actually won all his other two games by one shot.
Really?
Goodness. Yeah, I think both of them were by one. I have a feeling I saw his round 3 game at 21-20 and his other game at something like 16-15, if I remember rightly. So
evergreen bowler, Morris Symes. And he'll be happy to have won those two.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident they were the two score lines. Well, if they weren't the score lines, they were close to it.
Yeah, I believe you. What are we going to see here, Mark?
I'm thinking we're going to get the same shot. I don't think we're going to change the shot. The question is, will he play a little quicker? There's similar weight by the looks of it.
It's a drifting hand.
And he's played...
he's got the green.
No, he's played the tight line and they drop quick on this end.
Underneath.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness, that's frustrating as a bowler, isn't it?
And that's the bit on that hand that I've talked about earlier. That's where that hand's a little tricky.
It's an opportunity here for a 3.
Yep, and he should be able to draw this really confidently. There is no dangers here. So these are the bowls that win games, converting the bonus shots. when there is no danger, and there is no danger fully drawing to the jack here.
Yep.
And the jack is good. So he should be feeling confident at adding if he's up.
Oh, take note of this one. If it doesn't quite make it.
He's just a fraction, a couple of feet.
Interesting. That's what Joe Edwards was saying earlier on in the day when we were watching the match between Val Smith and Janine. And Val missed a couple of bonus shot opportunities. I think there were maybe three there. And at the end of the day, she got to the last end and she was 5 down. If you'd made the 3, you're not 5 down.
It's 2 down and you're well and truly in the game.
Yeah.
Yep. And they add up, those bonus shots. I mean, if you count them during the game, like Joe was mentioning about Val, they end up counting. So I actually think with that result this morning for Janine as well, she may well be Wellington Manawatu Player of the Year.
Oh, brilliant. Congratulations to her.
I'm pretty confident that if she's not champion, she's joint champion with still her one game at least to go tomorrow. So if she was to win that, she'd be definitely guaranteed on her own.
By her own.
So yeah, she's lucky enough to have had a really good season. She got to the National Peers semi-final in Auckland. And she won the Open singles back-to-back and the Champ singles. So she's certainly...
It's not a bad effort.
Yeah, she's certainly been going pretty good in singles.
Yeah, see how she goes tomorrow. She played very well today in that match against Val Smith. Didn't miss anything really. And on the ends where she was in trouble, just got herself out of it.
Great bowl, yeah. Oh, there's a great start to this heat again.
I can tell you that Brent defeated Graham Ross from Whitby 21-20 in the Wellington Champion of Champions singles final. So would have been a mighty match there, 21-21.
I knew we'd get some information from someone who'd send us through stuff.
Throw it out into the ether and pray that it comes back.
Yeah. Oh, look, as an ex-Wellingtonian, it's it's always interesting what's going on back home.
Yeah. Here we go.
Close
This isn't
again
far away
here.
from a good result.
Yeah, no, he's good here, mate.
Square and follow. Needs it to sit down for one.
Yeah, and I think that's a great result. That's a good one down. There's 2 really good bowls in play. And both guys are playing really good here.
This must be close if Tony's using the finger measure. Oh, he doesn't know. I usually try and say I favour one or the other if I'm not sure, and then they can't blame me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I tend to... I'll normally ask the 2 players, do you want me to give an honest answer?
Yeah.
That's what I ask them.
Yeah.
This is a good bad one, I think.
Oh, it's answered the question anyway.
I actually think Tony's putting up the pedals after each bowl. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Which is really quite good, helpful for the players.
A handy player in his own right, Tony.
Yes, from the Hornets Club. And we're actually at the home of the Hornets Club.
Wanting this one to hold, not to beat. So what do we do here? What's the logic, Mark, with this third bolt?
Same hand. I just think similar weight to what he just played. Looking to sit on the blue, pull the jack back a couple of feet, hold 1. 2 if he lands the bowl nice, of course. So just similar to what he just did. I wouldn't overcorrect too much. He's down sort of good lines. He's just a fraction and high again, I think.
Yeah. Oh, it's so frustrating when you find a hand like that, because if he was a bowl narrower, it's likely that he would have hooked across and bogged on that front blue at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and that's the danger on that particular side of the rink. Is if you try to correct that now, he may just bring it in too much.
It's almost one of those hands where it's almost the quicker the better. If you don't give your bowler a chance to step out or hook across and you just go straight up the middle,
Yeah, well,
that might be a way to be more accurate.
Probably can't get his own bowl if he plays full ditch weight, so a full ditch runner. But we'll see what sort of weight he plays at this. If he gets the jack, he'll make 3 of this.
He'd be pretty unlucky to cannon the short bowl onto the second shot, wouldn't he?
He's close here. He's really close, mate. He has got the jack, I think. Oh,
Unlucky.
he's,
Unlucky. That was a good shot.
Yeah, like that's pretty tough
only-
to take those.
yeah.
He might get away with one down,
And I can report that Morris Symes is through, winning 21-18. Now let's watch this
Here's a
replay.
replay.
He actually got the jack. He almost he was
Perfect.
somehow half a bowl narrow there, wasn't he? Or a quarter of
No.
an eighth of a bowl narrow.
Maybe a mil.
A 16th of a bowl narrow. You'd be thinking, oh, I've got this all the way, all the stuff at the back. And it somehow bounced off that blue bowl.
And he's really unlucky because he would have been 3 up. His toucher would have gone through to the ditch and he would have been 3 up. And the good news is he's only dropped a single.
Just the
And
one.
so,
Yeah.
so Adrian's gone, I think, 11-8 now. But the good news is it didn't get any worse for him. Because that's the thing that's quite hard in bowls to play a bomb like that and it get worse.
Yeah, because you've played a good shot, and somehow sometimes the bowling gods just go, no, you don't get to have a good result.
So
Long end.
So 11-8 and the race to 21. There have been a lot of singles in this game, so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't finish in the 2 hours. But both players are reasonably quick on the mat. So
Yeah, there's not been any mucking around, has there? It's just sort of you play your bowl, go on. They don't. Neither player seems as if they're inclined to play a full-blooded drive shot or even anything more than just sort of. I think that's probably the full weight we saw there from Brent.
Yeah.
So just a nice game that'll just move along.
and neither player is following any bowls up.
Mm.
Is one of the other key points is, and maybe because we're playing these time limit games, maybe there should be a restriction on being able to follow some bowls up. But
Yeah, it can. Time just disappears sometimes, doesn't it?
and I do sometimes wonder when we're sort of like with the 2 hours, which is tight for a game of singles. You know, maybe we should be playing 2 1/4. I don't know. It's just worth a chat to maybe some of the players. I know it creates a little bit more work for other people, but I think if you ask the players, they probably would prefer to be able to finish the game rather than win 16-15.
Yeah, that's fair too. Joe Edwards was talking about even if you can't change the time limit, changing the goalposts to say 18. She'd rather play at 18 points than be restricted to 2 hours, which is fair enough. I can take that point.
Yeah, and I mean maybe that is an idea, but I guess we've got people working until all hours of the night, and when we look at 8 o'clock start, we're technically finishing at 9 at night, so we're 13 hours into the day.
Yeah, caffeine is required
on day one
for the event officials, I can tell you.
Yes, even like not even just us doing the commentary, those behind the scenes doing all the other work. It's a lot of hours for 3 odd days in a row. Coffee is a very important part of our lives when it comes to that stuff. So we've got to look after everybody, not just the players. I know I get the game is about the players, but we do need to look after everybody. It's a little bit narrow, this one.
It's underneath the line. Watch out for the tripod, eh? Oh, jeez.
Just as well
Didn't
I'm not
enjoy
wandering.
watching that.
Just as well I'm not wandering down there in case I fell over.
No, we wouldn't let you on the rink. I'd get very stressed out, I feel.
This is really good, I think, if he's got the weight.
I think he's got the weight. Oh, he
He's
doesn't
close
have the
there,
weight.
mate. Oh, that's a mighty effort,
Oh,
though.
goodness. So, are we searching on the back end for a wriggle on the back end, Mark, or what would you play if you were?
I think for me here, you're playing backhand draw for 1, or you're going to play forehand sit and stay through the outside black. The only danger with playing sit and stay for the black, if you're a fraction wide and you get the outside of it, you chip the jack away and you might drop 3. So that's the only danger with this shot. That's what he's looking like he's playing. He's going to play to push through the shot bowl and get no jack and stay for 2.
So, drifty hand.
Yep, so Adrian's trying for that, and he's too wide for this hand. I can tell you that now, very early in the piece. but that's perfect weight for what he was playing for.
Mm.
So, like, in terms of what he's attempting, it's really good. And just because I said no one wanders down to the head, here we have both players now wandering down to the head.
And that's entirely your fault, Mark.
Yeah, the commentator's curse, mate. I think that's pretty easy. You just play on the ditch side again here. You could probably play both hands, but he just played on the ditch hand and was only 2 or 3 inches off counting, so I think that's the play.
Just typical.
So I'll see if we can get another update on the Tinker Grantham game for those that are interested in that game. I'll see if we can, maybe at the end of this end, we might just shoot out and have a look at that scoreboard for us, just to see. And here's another good track. So the track is good if he's got the weight, but I think he's quite here. But we'll see. There we go. It's 18-8 to Craig over Tony. And Craig's got 2 right on the jack here.
Yeah, he's obviously in good form, and you can see a bowl of Tony's on the ditch. And I've seen in the corner, Tony's been played some aggressive bowls. So Craig Tinker must be playing very well in that game and on track to qualify.
Oh, he's got something there. The jack's
we looked
moved
away
and
for 5 seconds.
and Tony Granfron's got the hit on some shape. Yeah, brilliant.
Goodness.
And here we're back to these shortish type ends. 11-9, we've got a pretty good game going on here. And the standard of bowls has been really good.
It's a nice conventional game, isn't it? We haven't seen any unusual shot selection. We've not seen anything super aggressive, really. It's just been a conventional, your first 2 bowls are pretty good, and then you move stuff with your 3rd and 4th, so on and so forth. It's been a nice game to watch.
And here's another reasonably good start. 2 feet past the jack, in the pocket. So that if you were to touch the jack now, you would end up with 2 bowls within a foot or less, which is magical in bowls, clearly.
Absolutely. On the forehand.
Yeah, the ditch side. He's close.
This is a good bowl.
Yep,
it's a lovely bowl.
3 or 4 inches. Yeah, 3 to 6 inches past the jack. Just about perfect.
And now Brent on his back end.
And he's played this hand well. Like I've said, he's played with really good lines down this hand, and I've not seen many people play with good lines down this hand for the whole event. That's a pretty good reply here. If it's not shot, it's very close to it.
What we're saying with Brent is that he's able to hit his line very accurately, because on that backhand side, which is to the right as we see it, if you miss your line by even as much as 6 inches, your bowl's going to do some weird things. So he obviously has a delivery that works for him, and he's just putting it down that chute.
And it's good to see players be able to chuck him down the one line all day. Because normally that's half the game, of course. Getting that part right. And
sounds easy.
Yeah. And of course the other easy part is getting the bowl from A to B. There's another good bowl, but he's just tipped in the shot, that bowl, if it wasn't already shot. But once again, another good head building up here. We've got 4 bowls within 2 feet again. Both players playing really good bowls here. Swap of hands. Trying hard here too.
Great effort. Mud in the eye.
Yep, and it's probably third shot as well, so... But there's a nice shot on the other hand here. So a small touch on jack for 3. And we'll see if Adrian can pick the right line down this hand to be able to play this.
Very smooth delivery. He doesn't look happy with it, Mark.
Yeah, he's not that bad. He's got the right line.
Down.
He's got the right sort of line for it. And the weight's perfect to trail it. So, I'd actually build a bit of confidence from that bowl if that was me.
Yeah, it's not much of a correction required for his 4th one, is it? Providing that his shot doesn't change.
Yes,
the correction with his 4th bowl isn't huge here, and he could be banking on getting a number out of it, as we see.
This is a great bowl.
Try and cover.
Yeah, this is a good bowl.
Good
A
shot.
little bit unlucky. He's landed off the wrong side of that bowl. But there is a big opportunity to trail this jack through. If he gets the jack past his blue bowl, he could make 3 or 4. What are we thinking? I think he's under. I don't think he's got the weight that he had with the
I think
last
it's
bowl. I think
more
the
the
line
weight
was good
than
then.
anything. Yeah.
Yep. If he just kept that yard, I think he would have been close then. But the good news for Adrian, he's only dropped a single. And if we're going to lose an end, dropping ones is a good thing. Doesn't look like we're going to get a break in this game. I'm thinking we're going right to the wire. If it's not by the time, it'll be 21-20. That's what it's looking like.
That's how it feels, doesn't it? Like it's just that we've got both players playing well, both players taking a couple of opportunities, but I don't think anyone, we're asking a commentator's curse to happen here. It doesn't look like anyone's going to extend more than maybe a 3-point lead.
I can see on the rink just over Tinker versus Grantham. I think there's 20 now, all but for Craig. So Tony's going to have to go very good to win that game.
Yeah, it'd be a comeback for the ages if Tony Grantham is able to stop Craig Tinker from qualifying for tomorrow. But of course, tomorrow post-section is a whole new day.
Just come up a little bit short. So it'd be a nice draw if they play each other first thing tomorrow morning. I'll just put the commentator's hex on that, eh?
How often does that happen, eh?
I'll see if I can get that working for tomorrow and ask either player whether they enjoyed that.
They'll hold you to it, I think. I think you'd get in a bit of trouble, Mark.
Yeah, they'll be blaming me tomorrow if it happens. But you'll be surprised how many times it actually does happen.
Absolutely. But yeah, particularly when you're the player that's qualified and you play someone who needs it to qualify and you try your best and you get beaten and then you have to play them again in post-section. Never enjoyable.
Not enjoyable. Only enjoyable when you beat them, but not enjoyable.
Yes,
A little bit loose ahead this time. And there's another one of these little wee short ends too. Both these players are really preferring shorter type ends.
It's interesting, isn't it? And it's not ordinary for these players are both still junior bowlers, I think, or close to it. Ordinarily, your bowlers who are newer in their career tend to go what you'd call a meat pack end, Mark, which is the mat goes on the 2 metre mark and the jet goes on the 2 metre mark, and that's where you play to. So quite cool actually to see a bit of variation in length here.
And a nice bowl there from Adrian, just drawing jack level.
Down to the weight here from Brent.
I think he's a little tight as well. He's definitely not up.
Yeah, just out of contention.
That potentially could be 2. You'd expect Brent here to get second shot here, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been playing well enough to get second at least. He's on a good line here. If he's got the right weight, he may even get shot. If he's got the right weight. Hold all tickets.
One.
Let's
watch this one.
It's a bomb.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there.
And I didn't put a commentator's curse on him, did I?
You can see Adrian there, just a bit the frustration. This is when I'm like, oh, how can I get rid of the bowl? And then you realise that that's probably not something you should be looking to do. No. Sometimes the frustration, you're like, oh, surely there's something that you can hit and cannon through or chip out. Just on the back end instead.
Track's good here. He's close. If he's got the right weight, he will get close to shot here. This is another bomb.
Could be brilliant.
Oh, man. That's a great attempt. Great attempt.
Absolutely well played. What a great game of bowls this has been. Nice, you're just your true sort of draw shots being played. Nothing overcomplicated.
No, and we're tied up at 11 all, so like I said, I'm still predicting we're down to the wire, Alex.
Yeah,
I don't see much else. I
agree. I think they'll both be within check-out range. If the time limit is not an issue, we'll see sort of a 19-17 or maybe a 21-18 or 19 score at the end of the day. Another short end. Technically, they'll be saving a few seconds on time with these short ends, Mark. So
lots of time, yeah.
If they keep throwing short ends, they might buy themselves a couple of minutes by the end of the game.
Yeah, the short ends does quicken up the game, of course, because clearly the bowl hasn't got as far to travel. I think I'll be going down to talk to Brent about how he's picked this line down this hand, because last time I played on this rink, I could not pick the line on that hand.
I think I had a similar experience. And because I have almost no backswing at all, and what equates to my attempt at a delivery and outdoor, I didn't love the speed of this carpet either, Mark. I had to remember to give it a push.
Funny
Much easier
enough,
just to commentate.
I actually do like the speed of this carpet. I do like the sting out of the green a little bit. There's a great bowl there from Adrian.
Beautiful stuff. Good to see a crowd here. It's been here all day, really. Just sort of spectators and bowlers wandering in and out. It's a part of this Club Hastings is a wonderful facility. So attached to the carpet green, the covered green, there is a restaurant and everything that comes with that. So you can have a bite to eat, then wander out and watch the bowls. Look at this. What a shot.
What a bowl. That is brilliant. Boy, we're going to have a lot of highlights for the game, with the amount of drawn shots.
It'll go forever. Go on the forehand side, Adrian.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he's got the right weight, he's round the blue for one.
Up and over.
Mate, that's a
about.
mighty effort, though. He's set up a really good head. I mean, once again, the worst bowler's probably 18 inches, maybe 2 feet. But it's a pretty good head once again. If we had a mat out there, most of those, if not all 4 of them, will be within the mat or closer.
Yeah. I think, like I said in one of the earlier games, sometimes it's a mat that you put on, and other times you'd put an indoor mat over it and still not cover the head.
Here's a mighty reply again. Look at this. How about this? Round his own for 2.
And it's going to sit down.
Yeah, round his own for 2.
What a shot.
That is brilliant.
Yeah. Is this going to be the first aggression we see? Both those bowls will go, Mark, on the back end. Craig Tinker, we just heard his throat to post section. And Adrian here, he's lining up on the forehand, so not going to be aggressive, Mark.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's playing forehand, because I think even if he sits his own bowl down, he might still be 2 down.
Yeah, you could, on the back end, it looks like you could play any weight that you'd like onto the
yes, and not lose your bowls, and not lose your own.
He could get a good result here, though, or a bad result instead.
Yeah, he's kicked the ball back past the jack, which is not good for him.
I wonder if perhaps he was trying to bide his time there, Adrian. Draw a 4th or 5th shot past the head a little bit and make it safer to attack with his last one. That's one reason he might have played the forehand.
Yeah, I think if you're driving on the backhand at the 2 blacks and you were narrow and got your blue, I do think they'll lock, or they would lock on the black bowl. So I don't think you could lose both your blue bowls driving at this.
One would stay.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
You could actually get lucky if you hit the blue bowl at 12 o'clock dead square. Your collision bowl might end up following through and doing something interesting. So, anything in that area is fine. This could make it even safer, Mark.
No, he's a little under. It's on the journey side. But still, I mean, that's not very far away, is it? So I do think we should see a shot in anger here, though.
Yeah, so we're talking about the black bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack. If you get that square on its way through, it's going to get rid of the bowl that sits at 5 o'clock to the jack, and you'll sit with 2 blues.
And if he
Yeah,
wants
but narrow.
to play with neat weight, he could actually stay for 3. I actually still think he's on the wrong hand here, but
Interesting.
I'm not 100% sure I know what shot he's playing here, so
We'll wait and see.
he's only just trying to
on the
draw.
forehand. Mustn't have felt like that shot was on for whatever reason.
Well, if he gets a wick off that outside blue,
Oh, could plant a bowl in for 3.
yes, no, it's only 2, I think. I just think that's a little surprising, but I guess, as we've spoken about, both players are new to the game, so they may not quite see that type of shot. I'm not sure.
Oh well. So
I
see there.
Yeah, I sometimes
Brent?
like setting up some heads after the game and saying to someone, "What would you play?" and see what their reaction is, and they'll go, "Oh, I would have driven that," and then say, "Well, you didn't in the game." So it's quite an interesting thing to ask. I actually think Adrian needs to win an end here too, because he's dropped 4 or 5 in a row now. So I think he needs to get back on the scoring charts. And I think he needs to change the length as well. I think that Brent's starting to really dominate now, the shorter ends.
Yeah, that's something that we have noticed. He just sort of gets into the groove. How's the weight?
The track is brilliant. Oh, that's a pretty handy start. So I think with Craig winning and Morris winning, we've got probably at least 6 qualifiers already, with these games still to go and a round still to go. So
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we get more than those 8 qualifiers, Mark, because it makes it 4 rounds of post section, doesn't it?
It looks like we're going to. That's what I'm predicting.
Yeah, it'd be quite good because it means you get a staggered final.
Yes, that works good from that perspective. It does make for a big day tomorrow, though.
Yeah. There's something that's interesting to me with the rounds of post section, because it requires exponential changes, right, to get your sort of rounds down. So we talk about our outdoor, indoor nationals, and the number of entries we get now are less than what we had in the halcyon days in the 70s and 80s, but the number of post section rounds played isn't as many fewer than what you would think. You know, in the old days we'd play 10 or 11 rounds post section, but you require so many fewer players to qualify to go down those brackets. Now we play 7 or 8, whereas you'd think that if you have 3,000 entries in a singles event compared to 500 entries in a singles event, they're only going to play 3 more rounds of post section. Sort of the maths does your head in a little bit, and I think we forget that sometimes when we see those the huge numbers in days gone by. The number of post section rounds wasn't ridiculously more, but there was a huge amount of section play going on.
Yeah, definitely. I certainly remember the indoor days of playing myself at 9 and 10 at night.
Yeah,
it's another great bowl. Like once again, Brent's really cottoned on to the ditch hand too now.
Yeah, and seems as if if we were to pick one of the men with momentum, it feels like Brent's the one that has it at the moment.
And this, I think, is a bit short.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of body language happening with Adrian as well in the last couple of 3 ends. Just some signs of frustration that we didn't see earlier on in this match.
Yes, he's not looking as relaxed as he was earlier in the game. But he hasn't had a good tracked bowl. If he's got the weight, he's in here for another one. And he is, I think. Maybe not counting. Might only be 2. But he's sort of blocked the hand as well that Adrian's been playing a little. So it was a bit hard when there's a short one to try and draw around them perfectly.
So last bowl here for Adrian, and this could be a big end. You know, we talked about one of the players not being able to break away. If he can't make this one count,
he's not
we're
up.
going to see. Yeah, here we go. Is he in for second?
I think this will be 2.
Yeah, at least a 2 there. So
it's a bit hard because the bowls behind the jack are a little bit further away than what it actually looks like
appears,
from the camera angle. So that's just how that is. He's
Two,
got
says
two,
Tony
two
Terry.
pedals up. Yeah, 2 pedals up.
And he's like, I've told you how many it is. What are you looking at it for?
We don't believe you, Tony.
2 it is. There we go. So 15-11 now the score, and we'll just take this opportunity to go through an updated ladder. So we've seen a lot of this before. We know that Roger, Anthony, Kaylin are through. Craig Tinker's through now. Tony Grantham was always through. Morris Symes is through. So those are your first 6 qualifiers. Sean Scott still requires to win a game. He's won 2, lost 1. Nathan Glasson, we've just seen him start his game. He's in the same boat. Adam Yaxley needs to win another one. Gary Cotter needs to win another one. Brent, who we're watching here, if he wins this, qualifies. And Scott Overme from the Ottawa Bowling Club, he's out as well. And I think that's what we're going to see, the rest of them. So those are the games, sort of the interesting ones at the moment.
Yeah, so it looks like at least 5 or 6 more, because still both of these players can qualify, so we didn't quite see Adrian's name on that list. But he is on there with 1 win, 1 loss, so still could get another 6 qualifiers at least, which would give us 12, which would be an astonishing amount of players.
Yeah, it sort of speaks to a lot of even competition, doesn't it? Because if you're having lots of players that are dropping one game, you sort of spread the qualifiers out through the draw.
The good news, it's still the same number of rounds.
Yes, yes, thank goodness.
So both players now are over to the centre. Here's a great shot here.
Beautiful. He'll be real happy with that as a first bowl. You know, he's lost a bit of momentum. He's trailing by 4 now as Adrian McGee. He'll be pleased just to have started off well on this end and hoping to score.
Close if he's got the weight here, I can tell you that. A fraction high, is he just a little quick? And that's hand's been like that. If you're a fraction quick, 99% of the bowls have missed wide.
Yeah, just holding.
Yeah, this is definitely on the wide line, where they won't tune at all. So it's interesting to see both players swapping over to this end now.
That's intriguing, isn't it?
When they were going pretty good on the ditch hand as well, it's hard to sort of work out why we do it, but we do it. And it's the same bowl, just high.
Jagging at the end,
Yeah.
just past. Maybe a forehand shot here coming up from Adrian, because you'd want to protect where the jack might be popping back to. Is the only reason you would switch.
Yeah, I don't think he is, but I think I'd be inclined to swap hands and try to beat the last bowl. Because here he's in danger of actually giving Brent an extra target bowl, like he's close to doing here.
I know you cross your fingers. It's a lovely shot he's just played there, Adrian McGoey. But you just you're putting your eggs in a basket there.
Yep, like if the jack is trailed here, it's 3 down, 1 bowl to get out of it, and the scoreboard will look 18-11. So this is a really big bowl in this game.
Absolutely.
This is definitely an attacking line. He's
close here.
He's got it.
What a lovely bowl. Unlucky to have actually set out.
And you can see he was a lot narrower with that and had that weight on to hold it to the jack and bowl. Adrian's got a good chance to maybe create 3 by drawing a touch of just drawing the jack 4 or 5 inches. I think he'd just be trying to draw for 2, but could create 3 out of the shot.
How's the weight here?
Yeah, here it comes. He's played it, I think. No. Maybe. Tony Terry's already wandering down with 1 paddle. So it's quite good having Tony out there helping us.
I'm loving that, eh?
Yeah, he's helping us really good. Instead of us
He
trying to guess.
wrong yet. Great stuff.
I'll let Tony know how much helpful he is this game.
Thank you, Tony.
Oh, I did talk to him earlier, telling him I was saying all sorts of bad things about him on commentary. Right, and here we go. We thought we were going to get a long end, didn't we? When Adrian won one. Has he lost the jack?
Received.
I know.
Oh dear.
I know the jack was in. So Adrian had just changed lengths here. I think that he had lost some momentum, so even if he fails at this length, at least he's changed the game, which is what he has to do, I think. And this is good because he's played a good starter. This is a great starter.
Great bowl. That's lovely stuff. That's what you want to be doing.
And he might just get Brett onto the... I know, Brett's going to stay down the ditch side, which is interesting. So I think that's the hand to play, to try and get a good second before you play anything.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be too happy with this one, but... Yep, this will turn back nicely. Might be a little quick though. I've got a game just started on the rink next door to us. I'll see if I can pick up on who's playing in that game at some stage. Oh, Canterbury, North Otago, so that must be Nathan Glasson.
Nathan Glasson, yeah.
Yep.
And the man from North Otago.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. I will find that out at some stage for us to find out who it is. So it's probably
The Adam Yaxley from Armour Bowling Club,
Oh, yeah.
no?
Yep. Yes, correct. You're onto it.
Great.
And we know Nathan, I think, needs that game. I'm not sure about Adam. Both players, I think, need that game. So it's a big match-up on the rink next door. So that means only one of those two players will qualify. Which, in fact, means the 6 we've already got through will guarantee 7 with that game.
So then it's either one or two more that's going to happen.
Well, we got one that can get through here in this game. And if the result goes the other way, both players can then get through. So I do expect we'll get about 11 qualifiers. 10 or 11 is what I'm predicting at the moment.
See how accurate you are when all the dust is settled.
Yeah, I'll work on 10. I'll beat the 10 manoeuvre.
This bowl, look at this, it's just going to drift out
Yeah, there's that
hand.
It's that part of that rink where you don't have to miss by much out there.
He's had the perfect weight. Three bowls there are exactly the same weight, but two of them have just not turned.
Correct.
Because they're on that forehand side, the side to the left as you see it on the
Correct.
screen.
And I think the problem is, though, if you try and play too narrow on that hand, they will drop away quickly, which is what we've seen in other games.
And Brent's challenge here is that he's got 3 bowls that are shy of the jack, so there's actually not a huge amount on for him, really.
If he does play with weight to chip the blue bowl out, if he gets the front of the blue bowl, he will, in fact, be 3 down.
Yeah, because the jack, as you can see, is set at 7 o'clock on that bowl, so that's the direction it's going to be going.
So
that would be not good.
This is a high-risk shot if he's trying to get the bowl out. So this is where we talk about risk and reward. Was
Needs
the
it
risk
to hold.
Was the risk worth the reward?
He needs it to hold.
He doesn't want it to hold now.
Oh.
That's one of those risk and reward shots sometimes we talk about.
Yeah.
So I want to sit that bowl out for 1 when I can get too much of it and drop 4.
And you let the bowl go and you go, oh, this could be stressy.
Yeah.
And that's the situation. So
I'm measuring for
measure
2.
happening here. 1 conceded.
Tony Chew's got no flip-flaps up at all to help us.
He's not helping us at all in this situation.
Right.
And around to that one.
Now he's
Might
he's
be
going for
two.
It is.
So yeah, he's cost himself 1 point, an extra point there with that shot played, and tightening right up. Mark 14-15 in this race to 21.
And I'm
they
predicting 2-2, mate. We're going long.
I think they've got half an hour left on this game time-wise, so maybe 7 ends worth of bowls left in this game on time.
How about I give you a random prediction of 19 all when time runs out? And
Yeah, I'll take it. That sounds like a plan.
We'll play an extra end.
Why not? Make it interesting for the viewers back home. So that long end on the forehand side is Adrian McGoey.
Yeah, the track's good. But like I say, it doesn't matter where you chuck it out there. The track's always good. And
to get your weight right.
He's not bad.
He's done.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
That's a beautiful first bowl. Absolutely magnificent.
So, Brent looks like he's going to carry on. No, he's changed his mind then, I think.
Just about stayed on the back end, didn't he? You can
yeah,
see it.
He changed his mind, which I think's a wise move at this length. Like, he's good lined here. Just down to speed now. He's played it, I think. Yep.
Lovely stuff. That's
He's
a really
played a
good
bomb.
shot. Oh, look at those his first bowls. That's really good stuff from both of these players.
And we talk about first ball effectiveness. That's pretty much outstanding for it. In any team game or singles, that's what you're wanting to do. Just a little bit short, couple of feet short, I think, with that one. Like a little grimace because he thought he was wide, but I think he'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly, I mean, we've spoken about it quite a bit, but it's a really kind hand. And as a bowler, you almost visualize, well, when I come across a hand like this, you literally almost visualize the bank itself that you see on the left of your screen as being slightly higher up. So the wider you take your bowl, the more it's going to come back. You just have to make sure, obviously, if you take more green, you give it more weight, but it's always going to come back for you, and it can really work to your advantage if you want to get around.
Shot here. Have a look at this. Have a look at this.
Good shot. He's a bit unlucky.
Oh, that's a good bowl because he's created some play now to score. So, look, he's unlucky being one down, but he's created more play.
Yeah. More opportunities, and this is when you could.
Until that happens, I think.
I think the bowls heard you and thought, okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. You may as well put a bit of super glue on that bowl now. It's what we call, it's locked in.
Yeah, it takes some bowl
You need to make a
remove it.
decision. You need to make a decision, Brent. I like that he's at least stood back off the mat and got back on it, Mark. That's good stuff.
That's certainly from a coaching point of view. We try and teach that. If you are unsure, walk back off the mat, restart your process, then get back on the mat.
Right. What shot?
Thanks for asking me that. I think
What
I
shot?
would play the ditch hand round the front bowl and try and trail jack a foot for two.
Because this is a time where aggression is not going to be rewarded, is it? Because the shot bowl is touching the blue bowl. So
Yeah.
almost anything there, particularly if you're narrow, you're actually going to split all three of your bowls off
And drop three.
and drop at least the three because there's a bowl to come. So
Yes.
this is a time where it would not be advisable to be aggressive, I don't think. I agree with you.
Yep, I'm not keen on playing even the backhand drive at that, just in case I don't get the jack.
Yeah. It could just it just looks like it could go a little bit septic on you. We'll see
think
what he
he's playing.
decides to do.
I think he is playing that shot on the backhand.
Uh,
He's close here, though.
he's close.
He's played a bomb.
Well, that is
That's-
why he is his champion of champion singles champion, and you and I are commentators, Mark. What a shot. What a bowl there from Adrian. There was, well, he had to get the jack, or he was not. I don't even have the words. That was a good bowl.
Oh, I think
Good
the
shot.
backhand, if he was going to play it, was the hand if you were going to play it. I don't think forehand was the go.
At least the backhand, you're swooping away from the plant, aren't you?
Correct.
Good shot.
So the key here is to get second shot. Shot will be a bonus, but doesn't want to give up the 2 that he's down. Well, here's a big test. It's as wide as anyone's ever been, and he's played
Oh,
it,
if
I
it
think.
stops, it's amazing.
No, he's in.
Oh, what a green. What a green that was.
And unfortunately for him, he's dropped that extra shot. Like the second shot's on the tee, so he had probably 3 yards to get second shot.
Yeah, one of those times where you don't necessarily look to draw the shot, do you, Mark? You're sort of trying to beat, you just try and beat the second or third shot.
Yeah, you know you've got a yard to the ditch, so you've at least got that up your play. So you try and go for the yard out, and if you get shot, you get 1, and if you drop a fraction short, you'll be 1 down.
There's a few of the older artificials and some grass greens around the place where the lip of the ditch is actually lifted up. And that makes it quite easy to draw to the ditch, doesn't it?
The
sort of go, I can
the
be brave, it'll be fine.
Yeah, the indoor ones, like I think at Nine they've got a small lip at the end of theirs, so you can actually land on the lip and the bowl will come back up the rink. If you've played at Nine recently.
Yeah, it's brilliant when you want it to. It's brilliant when you need it.
Yeah, well, it's not too good if the jack's in the ditch and your ball comes back a foot up the green, which I've seen at Nine. Now I'll have all my friends from Nine messaging me now, telling me what they think of that. Yeah, okay, ex-friends.
Oh dear, the danger of a commentator. Here we go, Brent on his forehand. 15-16 down. It's been a great match between these two players. Remember, they started at 2:50, and it's a 2-hour time limit, so they've got until 10 to 5, and it's now 4:26, so a little while, and that's a good shot. Not quite a touch-up. A lot of players would just have a nibble, but I don't think we're going to see that. If they were, your Aaron Wilson from Australia, he would have already played his bowl, and it would be in the ditch next to the jack. Adrian on his forehand. More about building the heads, these two players, their singles game. They seem to build the heads up, and then if you do see aggression, it's with the fourth bowl. And that under the line, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, true. So just going back to the Wellington players that won the senior championship as a junior, I've got a message saying that Norm Darwick, who played out at Wilton, may have won the Champ singles.
Cool. It's good. It's certainly a special achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, so that was from Jason Paddock, so thanks, Jason, for flicking that through to me. So clearly we've got people from all around the country watching. Jason plays out at the Stokes Valley Bowling Club, and I think Nicole Toomey is qualified for the women, so she is from Stokes Valley, playing out of there now.
If some of them are contacting you, Mark, it must mean we're not on mute for everybody, so that's a that's a plus. There you go. Here's a correction here from Adrian. 16-15 up in this game. Good bowl, good second shot.
Yep, it's a good bowl. But I think here for Brent, if he can get one here, we'll be back to these short ends, and that's all about momentum and the length of the end. And both these players are preferring different lengths right at the moment. Pretty close with this. I think he's got the rub off the blue, or yep.
Great bowl. Now, that does, I mean, it looks like a target, doesn't it? Like you'll be thinking there'll be some oomph here. It's a bit ugly though, isn't it, for blue?
Well, the problem is you can't get the second shot out. So you can run the shot bowl off, but it's jack or nothing. I do think he needs to reach though. So I think it's either reach for sit and stay through it rather than big weight.
When's it turning? He can't be far away, Mark. When's it
No,
turning?
I think it's always high on this it's always like that.
If you look at the weight he played with, that
Yeah.
was a lovely speed, wasn't it?
Now, it'd be interesting to see if Brent realises he can draw the jack back a foot only for 4.
That's what he's looking at.
That's he doesn't have to trail it very far. If he draws a foot past the jack, he will have 3.
Yeah.
If he picks up the jack, he will get 4.
It's the sort of thing where you're visualising a bonus bowl, aren't you? So he'll be visualising his bowl to finish at sort of, about 4 or 5 o'clock on the screen and 2 or 3 feet past. And
you think-
on the way to there, you're going to be moving the jack for 4 points.
Yeah, I think 1 foot only, because I think you want to count. Like he's done here. Like, this is really good. This is close to
perfect.
what I was talking about for the trail.
It's perfect.
That's pretty good.
rubbish.
He
didn't move the jack enough, Mark.
Yeah, no. But that's the idea. Like, he draws a bonus, and if he had another foot on that, he would have made 4. So pretty much perfect bowl. And that's what we're sort of wanting, and that was magical. And I think we'll be back to these short ends. I'm still predicting a 19-all draw, is what I'm predicting.
19-all when the time goes. We've got 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So at 4 minutes an end.
Could be
maybe
marginal.
4 or 5 ends left to go. 19-all. Yeah, I think it's doable. It's doable, Mark. Maybe a 20-all draw.
Yeah. I have been predicting a draw the whole way through, I think, because both these guys have played magical bowls.
That's just how it's felt, hasn't it? And they're back to that short end, as he
Yep.
predicted. It's good that Tony has he cleaned his shoes, Tony Terry. They look quite they're quite well maintained shoes.
Oh, okay. I think I've got the 4th player that might have won the Wellington event. That's John Leach Jr.
Yes.
A lot of Wellington players will remember him.
So
So apparently he
Well
may have
known
won the
last
senior
name.
singles. So it's good to see people out there are listening to us and actually giving us some feedback on stuff.
yeah, always good. And we've been lucky to develop a really cool community over the last few years with this broadcasting, and it's nice to be able to bring you this sort of coverage essentially all year round, because of course we are. I mean, it's pretty cold. It's not like it's summertime, but we're able to have these Champion of Champions events undercover.
Yeah, so that actually came from Trevor Mills from Gisborne, East Coast. So thanks,
Trevor. This bowl here from Brent.
Yep,
not
he's pretty
bad.
good. Jack level and 2 shots.
He's on 18 points, so psychologically he's 3 away from winning this match, and it's like the check-out zone, isn't it? And some players respond really well to that, but it's also the sort of game singles where you get within check-out range of 21 points, and sometimes your game changes.
And pressure really builds now. So here we've got Agents play 2 narrow bowls on this backhand side, and right now I said that Brent should swap hands, and he actually heard me, did he? No, he didn't hear me.
Didn't say it loud enough, Mark.
I just think if he's on the other hand, he could just touch the jack a fraction behind those 2 bowls. Like on this hand here that he's playing, he will just create a wall to run into.
Yeah.
Which I'm pretty much just about
There's the
correctly called it.
There's
Now
the
there's
wall.
a 3-bowl wall to land, and whereas if he had played the other hand and maybe touched the jack around the corner, he may well have held a really good 3. But in saying that, Adrian's still got to play a bomb to save the game now.
Yeah, and he's game down, and it's different, isn't it? It's the pressure's different when you are game down.
I think he
This
saved
is
the game
good.
with us. Yep, that's a fair shot.
Right, so now the forehand will be the call from Brent.
He's got to swap hands here because the 3 blue bowls to the left of your screen are there for the jack to trail to for 4.
Yeah, he doesn't
Got
even
to
need
cover.
draw.
He wants to get a third shot, but he has to cover.
Yeah,
he
covering's
needs-
your first point, isn't it? And if it is
Yeah.
third shot, that's an added bonus. So.
Virtually drawing to just land on that last bowl that came in would be just about near perfect. And he's listened to me, swapped hands.
Very good. Now, how much is it going to come back? It should do.
Should come
Into
back.
the weight now. This is close here. This is a good bowl. Yep. Nope.
That's
Sort of.
Yeah, look,
Yes, no, maybe. It hasn't made it worse, has it?
No, he hasn't helped, and it may count. Two,
just
according to
two.
Tony Terry.
This feels like a huge moment in the game because there's a
Well, trail for
three.
4.
A 3 or a 4 on for Adrian McGooey.
And he's
Sorry if
got
I've got your name wrong, Adrian.
and he's got a good sit on the 2-shot bowls here, so he's got a lot playing for him, and I think little risk.
Yeah, it's a big moment. I haven't seen many of these opportunities turn up in this game. He's let it go smooth as silk. I don't think he's far away if it turns.
He's close for second shot at least. Oh, he's got the wrong edge of it. He's
Unlucky.
stiff. For
Played it well.
20.
Well, there goes your 19-all draw prediction, Mark.
Yeah, now looking like I'm bailing out for 20 all.
20 apiece. Oh, dear
I mean, it's
me.
been that sort of game. I think both players could walk away if it was 20 all and probably be pretty happy. I don't think either player should be disappointed here. Might only be one, is what we're hearing. So he might have got second shot with that bowl.
Oh, it's a good shot, Ben.
So Tony Terry's only got the one paddle apparently. So 19, 16. So my 19 all draw still on the cards. Just checking that out there.
I'm sorry for speaking too soon. Should have known better. 1916. That was a bad year, 1916, wasn't it?
I'm not sure I was around then, but anyway, I'll take your word on that.
I don't think it was a great year, 1916. Anyway,
I'll just see if we can get a score on that game next door with Canterbury and North Ontario. So if we can just see, it's 4 all. Both
4
players
apiece.
needing it. And it's 4 all.
It's Nathan Glesson's bowl on the jack there that you can see.
Yeah. So brilliant.
And here we have a man from Titahi Bay.
On the shorter end again.
Yeah, he certainly prefers the shorter ends. It must be his game plan.
And there's a great start again, like
Bowl.
almost jack level. And you might think that's not that good, but it's it's within that foot range, putting pressure. And when you're on 19, the game is about pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's like any sport, whether it's rugby or soccer or whatever. It's all about how much pressure you put on the opposition. Adrian should probably carry on. I think he is swapping.
Yep, on the forehand side. I think that one go not as smoothly as he usually does, so we'll see. It should be short, I reckon. I'm calling it short if it's isn't it just a bowl short, Mark.
yeah.
Yep, there's a quarter of a bowl short there.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one at Alex, but
I'm asking for a lot, to be fair.
yeah. Well, his head went down after he delivered that, Adrian, which tends to tell me he didn't like it. And like I said, pressure is building. I'm thinking if Brett knocks one right on the jack here, this is just about game bowl. He can land one on the white.
Yeah, sitting on that 19 points. He's so close to 21.
So he's close-ish.
So close. Look at this. He's going to drift a little bit at the end. Oh, he snicked the jack, but there's still room.
Yeah, he's got 3 now, and
He's played good bowls, this man.
a lot of pressure building up on this bowl. He's remaining on the ditch side. Is he around his short bowl? I think he's under. I don't think he's up enough, is he?
No, I don't think he's quite got the weight here. So we're going to see another game-saving bowl required from Adrian McGooey.
Yep, he is definitely game down. But if the jack gets tucked here, I think this will be game over. If he can move the jack anywhere, this will be the game.
When's it turning?
Yep, he's close if he's up here.
What a beautiful bowl this is from
He moves
Brent.
the jack here. Well, that's
beautiful.
That's like a match winner.
Beautiful bowl.
I think we'll see Adrian come to the head. Yeah, he's coming up now.
Challenge for Adrian. There's no back bowls. The jack's almost touching the front one. So even if you hit that, you're asking a lot for your collision bowl to follow through. You probably, you could just as easily still drop a 4. And the jack doesn't look like it's going out of bounds anyway. It's going sort of down at the 5 o'clock mark. This is a hard shot. Do you just try draw second, Mark?
I think
try draw a second shot.
Yeah, it's. I always say sometimes you got to take your medicine and settle for the one down.
Yeah.
And I think Kerry should just continue on the hand he's played. And just try and beat that jack levelish bowl that you called short.
Yes, the short bowl. I reckon go the outside plant on the blue for second shot. There you go. Okay,
the way he was looking at it, I think he might swap hands and play forehand, which I'm not sure I overly agree on. He can
it'll be the most. Yeah.
He can still get shot on the backhand. If he gets around his front blue, he can still draw shot.
Oh, yeah, it's the biggest ball he's going to play in this match.
I think it's definitely the ditch hand. But he looks like he's driving. This is a high risk shot.
Needs a good follow through with his collision bowl.
Yeah.
Or he's going to drop a big number. And well, if he drops 2, it's over. Here we go.
Missed by
the outside plant. I was excited for a second marker, like I called it for second shot. But no, we see that then. We see it over. And congratulations to Brent from Titahi Bay for that one. And that means he's qualified. And Adrian, unfortunately, hasn't. Thank you very much for joining me, Mark, both today and yesterday, and maybe tomorrow. It's been great having you on board the commentary. And I think we'll just begin to wrap it up now. But first, just have a look at this women's bracket for tomorrow. So Lynley O'Callaghan has the bye through to the semi-final, and then Jenny Anderson from Picton's going to take on Bar Atkinson from Paratutu, Janine Noble playing Nicole Toomey, and Julie Adams playing Audrey Stevenson. So a great lineup of matches there. And on that note, don't forget to tune in tomorrow. We'll be here from about 10 o'clock in the morning, and we don't know what the rounds look like yet because we don't know who's qualified in the men. But from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, tune in on YouTube. Thank you again, Mark, for joining me, and let's just sit back, relax, and enjoy highlights from that game.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.